Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
I'll give that to him. He's had his years in the game trash talking.
Me, for sure.
I've got to back myself here. I'm saying Troy is trolling more than I am. As long as I'm not on a shield.
Me, also. I'm sure he answered that too.
Probably Troy. He probably rages at Army when he doesn't drop 20 kills every game.
Also me. Also me.
Troy. Well, based on previous events, I'd have to say Troy.
Me, obviously. They have, since they kicked me.
I'd have to give it on myself on this one. I've never seen that guy go out last, so.
Nave, because I play shields.
Probably me. To be honest, I'm only saying that because Troy's on shields a lot of the time, and I feel like the shield gets TK'd the most out of the team because like he's running that guy. So like I'm probably going to kill spirits a lot more than Troy's going to be team killing anyone on this team.
I'm here with Spoit. We're going to be playing some Target Drill. Now, Spoit, you've played Target Drill before?
Of course.
And how do you think you are at it?
Pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, at the start of every stream, just saying, you know?
Warm-up routine?
Yeah, warm-up routine.
Okay.
It's a part of it.
So this is just going to be a normal warm-up for you?
Mm-hmm.
Except not.
Because the twist here is that I've messed with your keybinds.
No.
So all your keyboard, your mouse, anything could be different. If you get this done in sub 2 minutes, I'll be quietly impressed. If you get this done in sub minute 30, I'll be very impressed.
Ooh.
You just need the first 12 targets. All right, what do we got? Trying to figure out. Okay, you got some leaning. Oh, you got...
Nah.
What do we got?
Okay, so I'm walking forward on my right key. I lean to the left on my right lean bind. Okay, reload.
So can you shoot?
Yeah, I can shoot.
All right, we can shoot and we can move forward, yeah?
Okay.
So is that all you need?
And I can sprint. But how do I ADS? Second floor, go quick.
Yep, 45 seconds down so far. All right, we got the pistol. Wow, really going quick.
I don't even know how to ADS. I don't think I can ADS.
Well, it's bound somewhere. I'm just getting hit by it. This is one way to do it. I like the efficiency of it. Not wasting any time.
Oh, no.
There we go, there we go. All right. Okay, minute 10 down. This is pretty fast. This is one of the fastest I've seen so far. Yeah, don't open the chat. Go for a reload. All right, that's 7. We're over halfway now. Man, you are flying through this. That confidence.
Hell yeah.
You're killing it. All right. 3 more. 3 more. Come on.
Okay. There's got to be one in gym for sure. Come on.
Oh, here we go. The last 2. Last one. Bang. Oh, no, wait.
Oh,
11 out of 12. Where's the last one?
Okay, he trolled me. He's gonna be in rafter.
Sorry. I had to nerf you somehow, man. Well, I mean, I'm still impressed so far. Oh, damn, we're using the gadget. Oh, here he is. Bang. Sub 2 minutes. All right, how do you feel you did?
I don't know how to ADS, so...
Yeah, so have you still not figured out what button is ADS?
No.
Come on, as a little final thing, show me ADS. What do we got?
Okay, so that's where you're prone. Caps lock. Okay, no. Was that it? No?
You did press it for a second. There we go. What is it?
It's F.
Okay, you didn't even need to anyway. Sub 2 minutes without even aiming. Look, I'm impressed. Subtly impressed. Well done,
Thank you.
Split.
Appreciate you. Thank you, guys.
I'm here with G2's young prodigy, Stompin, and we're going to be playing a little bit of target drill with a twist. Now, Stompin, you've played target drill before?
Yeah.
You think you're pretty good at it?
I mean, I'm good at it, but there's a twist, so I don't know if I'll still be good.
Well, so the twist is that we've got different keybinds, but I'm not going to tell you what they are. So you're going to have to figure it out as we go. Hit start, and we'll see how fast you can get through target drill.
Okay, so let's see how I figure out how to move first.
Well, what do you need to figure out? You need to figure out how to move?
Shoot, aim.
Aim.
That's it.
That's all you need?
Yeah.
Sprint?
Nah. I mean, it'll take longer without sprinting, but
All right, what up we going with here?
I'm going at DMR, Dokubi.
Magnified.
Yeah.
I've heard that some people have done this in just over a minute, so no pressure, but there's pressure.
Okay.
All right, let's
F
see.
to aim. Showing my weapon off.
What do your clicks do?
Wait. Z to move left. I need to figure out how to walk forward.
Oh, you had aim. What's aim?
Wait, I aimed? Oh, just help me out. Oh, F, I already did that, yeah. Spacebar backwards. Oh my god, I can't
Let's
walk
move forward.
I've clicked every key.
You've got the mouse as well, mate.
Oh, I walk with my mouse button, nice.
So what's shoot?
I'll figure that when I'm inside.
I will say, you look actually pretty good, surprisingly. Wait, what's shoot?
Oh. Oh, it's just default.
Oh.
Try to catch me off guard with that, I guess.
All right, here we go. First target. First two
Oh my god,
targets.
how do I
in this
move
room.
left?
Bang.
There you go. What up?
All
I'm doing
right.
better than I thought, to be honest.
Yeah, well, we've already gone through a lot of your time, Stompin.
That's fine.
All right, let's see.
Oh my god, I can't move right. Oh, no.
This just looks like the
It
grand
is the
final.
hardest thing I've ever done, I'm not kidding.
All right,
I don't even know how I just
4
walked
down,
in.
8 to go. Come on.
That's the hardest challenge of all time, I'm not kidding. I know they're watching this thinking it's easy, but it's not. Promise.
Oh, here we go.
I'm hip firing, I don't care.
All right, so what? 8 out of 12. We're getting there. We're getting closer. All right,
No.
just a few more to go. Come
No.
on, come on.
It's so hard.
I even let you change your sensitivity,
Yeah,
and you're
it's,
still struggling.
it's the wired mouse.
All right, one more. Where is he?
Wait, I missed one. Oh no.
Yeah, you must have walked right past him. Come on. This time is not looking too hot, Stompin.
Yeah, that's fine. Press it. Oh my god, where's the last guy? Is he in the shower?
Oh, after all that. All right.
2.5 minutes.
How do you feel like you did?
Terrible. To be honest, terrible. Nah, they had easy keybinds. They had to.
I think they might have had the same keybinds.
Wait, we all have the same?
I think so.
No, I'm just terrible then.
Yeah. Is this making you question your own ability and all the praise that you've received since your debut?
Yeah, bro. To be honest, yeah.
You're feeling rocked coming into EWC?
Yeah, I think we lost now.
Grandfather, too old to the game.
I would sign Saber, who is constantly really good. Did an amazing performance against us in the ASI final, so I have to take him. I will put on the beige Spoit, because he's also a really good player. And I have to trade JV, because he don't fit this role for me, so yeah, just go away.
I signed Cyber, I bench JV, and I trade Split.
I signed to JV92, of course, and I bench Sport. Sport is TikToker. Cyber, trade. Cyber to Casey. I signed Shaiko.
You signed
Shaiko. I bench NGR and trade Palu.
I signed Shaiko, I bench Paulo, and I trade NGR.
I will sign NGR, because I think he fit the role, and the clutch situation. I will bench Sheiko so he can learn how to play flex. And then I have to sell Palu.
I sign Likafak, I bench Philippox, and I trade Canadian.
I signed to Philippox. I bench Canadian. Grandfather, too old to the game. The last, like fact, I trade.
I will sign Philippox. I think he fit this role as well, like NGR for the flex. I think he fit this role perfectly. I will put me on the bench. Maybe same thing as Sheiko. I learn how to play more passive, support role to trade Canadian world. Philippox is, I think, is the best for this.
Welcome back to day 4 here, Rainbow Six Siege at the Esports World Cup, and I have managed to snag some of the rowdiest and craziest fans I can in Rainbow Six Siege. It is the
Desorganizada.
Guys, I'm going to have to work on my Portuguese. It's not very good, but I've managed to scrounge together all of the gang here so that I can show you guys exactly what's going on. But before I get there, are you guys excited for today's match? Do you think you're going to win?
Of course you're going to win. I think Alemão and Loira are Brazilians as well, but we had the whole Brazilian pack, so they need to be careful.
You need to be careful. If you don't have a full Brazilian roster, you might not win. But I would like to show everyone at home exactly what's been going on in the stand. So can you tell all of the gang behind you to give us the loudest noise?
Of course I can. Galera, 1, 2, 3 e...
As they look for something, anything to make this winnable, but Mowgli's taking him down. Speakeasy against 4. The APAC dream riding on their shoulders, but Weibo will fall apart.
We did a lot of prep work, so we kind of knew what to expect. We actually have a very strong team bond. It's very nice to play with each other.
Inside of Mask, Alemão to creep forward and find a kill and gets it down for G2. Of course it's Alemão. Of course it is.
You are aware of how good the opponent is, but you are aware of your own capacity to beat them. That's what we did. Everybody played amazing.
Furia now putting VP in the hot seat. It's a 2v2, a 1 versus 2, and there is a new Apex Predator at the top of the food chain. It's the Panthers over the Polar Bears.
I think the key to win the series was we control our anxious. They are a very slow team, so we need to control our feelings.
Stays alive and into red time. Shopify are melting, but they get the kill. 2 left of life for SSG. Time is running out. Canadian has to stick to plan and make sure he doesn't die. It's a calamity for Shopify.
Key factor, honestly, was just relying on our fundamentals. On Chile, I think they were just shaking. Our mental is honestly one of the strongest, probably the strongest in R6.
If we start being dominant, they're gonna feel very stressed and they're gonna realize their time is over.
I'm pretty confident. This is the best tournament in the year.
Hopefully we can bring something home for you guys.
Semi-finals are upon us here at the Esports World Cup, with 4 remaining teams taking one step closer to greatness. If there is anything that we can expect from Rainbow Six Siege X, is the fact that you have to expect the unexpected, because the tournament favorites are basically knocked out already. I'm your host, Ginny, and I'm joined on the desk with Jess and Leo. Welcome to both of you. It's been a pleasure so far covering these games, covering the upsets, covering everything up until this point, and it's only getting spicier.
Honestly, looking at the semifinals, I'm so excited. It's teams that have been waiting for so long to grab their first international title. None of these teams will have won EWC in the past. It will be a new champion, and it's well deserved. And also 2 European teams in semifinals. I can be a proud man. I needed to say it.
Yeah, you gotta put the EML pride up there. I'm like an import EML pride sort of nomadic, so I'm happy with whatever region wins.
Okay, you're Switzerland.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a Switzerland there.
But, you know, APAC as well, I mean, they were knocked out yesterday when we were looking at Weibo, but they did put up quite a great performance. I think the game yesterday, they were just not what we expected to see from them, but still, I mean, we have to sing their praises as well.
I was upset. Obviously, and visibly so as well, you saw me, because I knew what they were capable of and they didn't bring it on the day. And that's a really big thing in esports. I think a lot of players, coaches and whatnot, you know you're capable of it, and on the day you aren't able to perform, and that happens to everyone. So I think Weibo in the future will bring us more.
And they were playing Secret. As a reminder, Secret, who completely battered W7M in the BO1, have looked absolutely flawless so far. And they even said it. They said, we lost to the champions of this event. They said it. They felt like they got completely outplayed, not because they didn't play to their level, but because Secret was just so good, which should in turn, I guess, build up the hype of the second semifinal against Space Station.
Absolutely. And the final against Space Station.
Semifinal.
Okay, I was like, yo, we're getting the predictions already. Like, we just started. But we also have our casters who are building up the hype a little bit further, as they have a little check-in in regards to what we can be expecting today.
Things are getting loud here at EWC, and that's largely thanks to Furia. Those drums sending Virtus Pro home.
G2 and IP went the distance, super clutch, and G2 only being 2 rounds away from potentially going home, but they ended up winning.
But, of course, the All-American Bash saw SSG upsetting Shopify Rebellion 2-0.
The last team from APAC and Weibo Gaming had to go home. They could not keep up with Secret. They lost 2-0, and they won't be here anymore.
And so we're here to the semi-finals now. G2 versus Furia, and Team Secret taking on the Americans of SSG. Who have you got taking it?
Give me the good old prime NA versus EU. I want G2 and I want SSG.
Could it be the third era for G2, or for the first time in 5 years since their victory in Montreal, SSG raising a trophy? Find out today.
All right, Devon Pengu. That was actually pretty smooth, even with the little fist bump at the end. But I love that, you know, they're like, oh, we want EU against NA when it comes to the finals. I mean, I would love to hear both of your opinions. I think Furia, after a very rocky start, they do seem to be looking a lot more on point yesterday. And if they're bringing that game today against G2, spicy.
I think right now they're the favorites for the event.
They are.
Maybe only because they're the Brazilian team, but also because that they've looked so good across SAL, being the champions of Brazil right now. And yes, they were put in difficult spots, but by overcoming them, I think they've risen their level every single match. And I think that right now it's going to be tough to see anyone else as a favorite.
I want to play devil's advocate in that I just want there to be as many upsets as possible. We've gotten a lot of them already. I'm really excited with how the tournament has turned out. And you hit the nail on the head before, Leo. I think all of these teams who've never really gotten this chance, I want them to have this chance. And Grand Finals is a taste that many of us never almost get to in our entire career. So if some of these players can get there, I would love that for them.
I think the question then for my side of things would be just, what would the upset actually be? Because SSG has made it through that low bracket #1 NAL seed. Team Secret has looked absolutely unstoppable since day one. G2 is back on the saddle. Furia doing the same thing. So really, what's the upset?
I don't know about you, but I don't think there is any upset potential in the semifinals.
I love that.
I love that.
The reason for that is, I think that the semifinals are like really well balanced, in the sense that semifinal 1 is the potential grand final, in my opinion, because it should have been G2 and Furia. Right now, I think, with the most dominant teams the entire event. And Space Station and Secret are like the runners-up in my head.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but that is not the case. Instead, we're going to be looking at the Kiria top place from yesterday because we did have quite a lot of siege taking place as well. And we're just going to start off with the first game that we saw and that we covered here on the A stream. And if I remember correctly, because I do have the memory of a goldfish, that was VP? It was VP Furia.
You were not gonna get that one.
Saved by the bell. Saved by
And
the
that
bell
was the
there,
second
Ginny.
game, Ginny. You just not. You didn't.
That
get
wasn't the
saved.
first game?
That was,
No, it wasn't. It was the last game.
That was the last game.
It was a banger last game.
What was
as
the
well.
first game? It was. Oh, it was the Clash of the Americas.
But honestly, what a crazy game. Honestly, so much skill in both teams. And if it wasn't for Furia kicking up and getting that 2-0, honestly, the amount of incredible kills that we saw on both sides, by the way, Pasha still running that crazy holo side. Honestly, looking at these teams, and even Shopify Rebellion and SSG, honestly, were such a close game. But then in the end, I think it's really the potential of teams that like get pushed in the trenches and rise their level every single time. And that's been the story of SSG, the entire region, the entire stage, and now at EWC.
Yeah, it's really impressive to see how far SSG is able to take it, especially when it comes to their mental side of things. And the beauty as well, once again, of being on LAN is the Crunchyroll reactions, because players really love to get in each other's faces, start shouting from across the screen. And you know, we have a player himself joining us for this part of the desk segment. So Leafy Fact, thank you, first of all, so much for taking the time out of your schedule to join us. When it comes to being on LAN, the setup specifically where the team is sitting in front of you, is that any different to what we usually get when it's side by side?
Hello, yeah, I think when you are in front of your opponent, it's a lot of more funnier because you can see the reaction if the team is mad, if the team is happy. You can also like talk to them on the chat, look at me, you will not win, this kind of stuff. I tried, but I lost. But no, I think it's much better when you see the opponent team.
Obviously, Likefak, looking at the results so far at this event, I know that you wanted more, of course. In coming into this event, did you feel like the team was a little bit weaker than in previous events, or do you think that it's just like on the moment that it happened?
I think we saw it during the stage. We lost more than last year, for example.
Yeah.
We weren't our best shape. We work a lot to fix our mistakes since reload. And yeah, no, we are clearly not on our best shape. We face a really good group. First day, it's every time we always need to warm up on the competition.
Yeah, and now it's Secret.
Yeah, like Secret, we know them, but they know us. And you know, like eSport World Cup, you don't have time to warm up, so we just couldn't go in the competition.
And when you say that you guys worked really hard, do you feel like what were the specific things that you guys worked on? For example, what were the key weak points that you spotted in the team?
I think it's like be used to the meta, firstly.
Yeah.
Secondly, some strategy weren't on point anymore, because when you win, you don't need to change stuff. But when you start losing, you have to. So I think a lot of strategy and also communication. So yeah, mainly this.
Yeah, you touched upon the Esports World Cup in general and how the format is. I think as well, you guys playing on the Falcons banner had a little bit more extra pressure when it came to winning this. Now let's bring up the USTC Club Championship update, because Falcons right now, they're doing really well. They had that one win over on Overwatch 2 last week, so that means that they are sitting on that first place. Do you feel like because you're here and you have that title back to back to back when it comes to being in Riyadh, you're now under Falcons, was there more pressure there to perform?
I think, of course, there is more pressure because Falcon, this tournament for Falcon is the most important one. So you have to show that Rainbow Six team in Falcon, it's important as well for this. Also, like you said, we won 3 times in a row. So everyone have a target on our back. It's normal. And also Falcon is literally give us everything. And when someone is give you everything, you have to win. You know, it's not like okay, we will try to win. No, you have to win. And I think we just put too much pressure on ourselves.
Do you think that joining Falcons has improved your chances of competing well in the long term and winning titles?
Yeah, clearly. In the long term, I think when we're used to the pressure, because it's not them making the pressure on us, it's literally us making the pressure on us. So yeah, for the long term, they give us every opportunity to improve.
Yeah, you bootcamped in Paris just before this, for example, yeah?
Yeah, we bootcamped in Paris, good place, everything is close, we don't miss anything. So yeah, in long term for sure, it will be better.
Looking forward to that, but we are now in the present and we're going to have to look at the Aramco Power Rankings when it comes to the teams that we do think are going to be able to take this title.
You used to be up there.
Yeah, you guys actually were in the favorites from like day one. Oh, Leah, that's
I had to do nervy
come
on that one.
man.
Nah, don't accept.
But we now only have 2 teams left, G2, Secret, Furia, and Falcons. Would you agree with what we have right now? I mean, I think Furia, if anything, is most likely to win. It was actually going to be G2, Furia, and favorites, SSG, Secret in runner-ups. From the 4 remaining teams, who would you agree has most likely the chance to win?
I think, like you said, for me, G2 and Furia, it will be the final before the final. SSG are really good and Secret as well. I will put Secret a little bit above SSG. And I think if Secret want to win the Sport World Cup, they will have to do like a step, a bigger step to beat G2 and Furia.
What do you think is the biggest difference then between SSG and Secret? What makes SSG just a little bit better than them?
Like Secret better than SSG. I think SSG are good, but I will say the truth. NA worse than EU.
That's your hot take then for today. NA is worse than EU. Never heard that before.
Drop the punchline.
But since we're on the topic of hot takes, NA is better. No, NA is worse than EU. Okay.
EU is better than NA.
Yeah.
I'll keep
What's
saying
your
it.
hot take?
I joined. Well, that's not my hot take. I was gonna say I joined NA and I destroyed them. That's not true. I finished that last.
And
so
here
I
you
can't say
are.
anything. I can't even back what you're saying. But I think I don't have a specific hot take. I guess my biggest question is why is Europe performing better at this event than in previous international events? It's the first time we have 2 European teams in semifinals in a really long time. What do you think it's the case?
I have no idea, because at one point we are thinking, we are currently maybe the worst region in Rainbow Six, and seeing like 3, yesterday it was 3 European teams, like the most team in Europe. I was even surprised as you.
It was just the only ones missing were you guys, unfortunately. But who knows, next year maybe. Again, thank you so much for your time, for the interview. Very insightful having a conversation. We're going to let you go. And instead, we're going to be heading over to our casters who have a little bit of a check-in in terms of what the hype's all about.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Boulevard. Today is a new day. It's semifinals day here at the Esports World Cup for Rainbow Six Siege X. Of course, our brand new space. Now look, there's no 2 ways around it. Furia are going to play versus G2. It's a match that we've all been looking forward to. Of course, it is our match of the day. The 2 teams have not played one another in a way that is on this level of competition for quite a while. And really, the biggest matchup was back at SI24. Nearly ever since then, there's been complete domination by Furia. The big question is, will the stomp and change for G2 be enough to break the backs of what is arguably the best team in the world at this moment? We're just going to have to see. And of course, on the other side, Secret plays Space Station Gaming. Space Station, the most consistent NA team over the past year and a bit. And who's on the other side? It's Team Secret. Underdogs, dark horses in many ways for a year and a bit. Also in EML, they've wowed everybody, players, competition, whoever it is that is watching them on the other side of the camera. I absolutely cannot wait for this day. Storylines, they're about to be shattered, and brand new stories going to be built for this next competitive season. Let's get into it.
Hey, Milosh, okay, a very much great hype piece in terms of what we are being looking at today. It's a great summary of what we're also going to be discussing. Our match of the day is, of course, going to be Furia G2 Esports. This is what we already touched upon a little bit as a final come ahead of the final. And unfortunately, one of these teams is going to be sent home today, and they're not going to touch that final at all.
No, it's been a long time coming that these 2 teams face each other once again. We've been used to see them across the years as 2 Titan of Siege, Europe versus Brazil once again. Honestly, it just feels great to see these 2 play each other again.
And you know what's also really great about both of these rosters is the fact that they don't shy away from a little bit of trash talking, playing up the game a little, adding to that hype. So yesterday we actually had a conversation, well, not us, but Milosh had a conversation with Philippox after his win, and this is exactly what he had to say in terms of today's game.
What do you have to say to G2 before that game?
G2 is always an easy match. Alemão always shakes against me, always shakes against Hertz. Hertz is his father, so I think this time is not going to be different.
Jess, Hertz is his father. That's so funny because in Media Day, I was like, so what is to Hertz? What's your opinion on Alemão? He goes, Alemão, he's my son. So, you know, I mean, the trash talk is there, the history is there, but I think it really puts this entire matchup in such great light because the players are not shying away from hyping it up themselves as well.
Am I? Oh,
You're back, you're back.
guys. Don't worry. I think fundamentally the players understand that it's not just an esport these days as well. I mean, it's also part of the entertainment of it as well. So I like that they're playing into it a little bit, but they're great characters and really healthy for the scene in that way.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. I think as well that we see these two trash talk each other.
Yes.
I think during the media day he was saying like who's most likely to get kicked?
Alemão.
Who's the worst player on the team? Alemão. Who's the worst player on this planet?
Alemão.
Oh, he didn't say that. But I think he thought it, and I think he's going to prove it today.
Sorry, Alemão. It was just a joke. But it's also been a very long time, Jess, since we've seen these teams actually go up against each other.
Yeah, I think you look at the last days, and Leo turned to me before and he goes, Jess, do you want to know how long ago these two teams went head-to-head? 900?
That was actually earlier than that. But one thing is, G2 has not won a semi-final in more than 900 days.
Oh, wow.
The last time they played a grand final was SI 2023 when they last became world champions. How many players on that team were still then? That was Alemão and Doki. That's it. And that's the last time they were able to win a semi-final. And you have to think, what gatekept them so far in 900 days? How many times did they play in semi-final? 2 times. Atlanta Major 2023, SI 2024. Who stopped them every single time?
Don't say it.
Furia.
Don't say
every single time 2-0, not even close, not even a third mapper. And today, who are they playing again? In a semi-final, Furia.
You are setting them up for failure here, but I want to give a little bit of tidbit of hope to the G2 fans out there. Let me balance out what Leo's put. It seems like a very bad day at the office here for G2 when you look at a graphic like that. But I was doing a little bit of sleuthing through the stats. I like to check a few things out, and I accidentally found this stat, which I think will make you laugh, Leo. The last 51 maps that Furia played, and that's exactly how many it's been since they moved to Furia after their win. So it's been a couple of years since then. They won 103 of it, which is almost a 70% win rate. So they're used to winning their maps on a regular basis. And I thought, well, G2, why don't I check their last 151 maps? And you're right, the core back in the 151 maps was only Alemão and Doki, but it was a 102 maps. They are almost identical in their winningness over the last 151 maps. And when you think about how dominant Fury has been, and you think about how imbalanced we felt about G2, actually, they've both won quite the same.
Yeah, I will, however, play devil's advocate because I do feel like Brazil also has a lot more play days, at least last year how it was. So I think that does speed things up a little bit for Furia.
They play in the best region as well.
They also do. True. And on top of that, Furia is also playing a lot more internationals than win for G2. So I think like if you're looking at this stat particularly, there could be, we could nitpick. Of course,
there is always subjectiveness.
Either way, when we're looking at G2 as well, this is just a roster that has made the changes. I mean, we have the core of Doki and Alemão left, but when we're looking at the new additions that we've seen on this roster and how they have been performing, Loira particularly here at EWC, like this guy is on fire, and this could be the key that G2 could potentially need to actually not make history rewrite itself.
You might think that Stompin is the star of the show, the real star of the show in game for me. Loira, 100%. Since he was replaced as not the IGL anymore, Alemão is on the IGL role now. Loira has been the top fragger for G2 confidently and consistently across the last 6 months. Ever since Alemão is taken that IGL role, this guy is shining, Jess.
I called him Mr. Do-It-All. Thank you to production for putting it on top there. I wasn't sure what name to give him, and I put Striker next to him because he has the widest array of operators played on the team in the matchup today of any player. He's happy to play it all, and he does it all at such a high level if I go through statistically, and I know we're sick of hearing the numbers, but this man can operate on any operator, and that's important if you want to be able to get through to the higher echelons of Siege.
Honestly, looking at this roster, it's full of superstars. It's full of incredible players that have been playing for such a long time, and then Stompin that just arrives. You look at them and you think, oh, that's just another super team, right? Well, I think that's changed. I think now we're looking at a real team.
Oh, a real team. Alemão doing the pleasure of picking up that key ahead of their game against Furia, which could potentially be crushed, but let's see how they're feeling.
You see G2 coming in here, and I'm going to let them pass, but I want to grab one person. Might not look as hot as Gabe, but still. Stompin, first event, you're here, you make it to semifinals. How you feeling with the team?
I'm feeling amazing. Can't wait to play. Confident, excited. Let's go.
Very good, and you get to play Furia. That's a big, big game to be thrown into here. How's the kind of atmosphere in the team?
I'm ready. That's all I can say is I'm ready.
I can't wait to see some Stomp in action. Thank you very much. I'll let you go get ready. That's G2 getting ready for a huge matchup today. Again, not as hot as Gabe, but still, hopefully you got to hear a word from the man himself. Man of the hour, Stompin'.
And that is a huge matchup indeed, because it is going to be against Furia. And this is a team that we always praise for their individual skill, the ability to make magic happen, which very often lies in just that gun skill. But we've seen a lot from Furia in this event specifically, where there's a lot more other dynamics going on.
They've added a lot of new layers. They've added a strategic depth. And let's take a quick example at that quarterfinal against Virtus.pro. They needed to play more tactical. So we're going to see here a basement defense from Furia. And we're going to see them play heavily strategic. As you can see right now, that Goyo that's been popped by the smoke in blue stairs is there to burn time. They're going to use utility to win this round, and that's just to show you that pure gun skill is not always the solution for Furia. That smoke in Hertz, by the way, the more aggressive player in the team, it's really weird to see him play that. He burned a whole 2 minutes there. As soon as he's killed, you're going to see the 3 Goyo shields here, the 3 Goyo that are on A-bomb side gate popped everywhere here. And that's going to burn another more 20 seconds. We went from 45 to 22 seconds left on the timer right now. And as we move on here, we're going to see the Tachenka deny the plant over there. As you can see right now, the plant is trying to go down, but always, he cannot do anything. And actually, he will die from the same thing. 9 seconds left. He dies from the fire of the Tachenka. And as we continue, you think, no way they're going to die with something more. Well, they have yokai drones. And so the yokai drones is just witnessing all of this going down. And as you can see, VP have no solution. They're going to try to attempt the plant here. First yokai drone goes in. And as you can see, boom, second one, and they win the round of time. That's just such a great example of Furia stepping up their utility game, their strategic game, and not relying only on gun skill. They've got so many layers to this team that make them championship worthy.
What I like as well, I mean, I love Bank as a map, and a bit of a throwback there for me, but I love that they wanted to win the round without shooting a gun. And that is a really strategically depth team, and I love that for them.
And they're having to show that off today as well. And this matchup is they're no strangers to it. But the question is, are they a little nervous or not?
There you have it. Furia now coming in, please, gentlemen. Feli, how are you doing now today?
I'm good.
You feel relaxed because, you know, I was just talking to Stomp and G2. They look very relaxed, very ready for their game. They're not afraid of you at all.
I think they are. I think they are faking it.
You're going to have drums also behind you. You're going to have some attitude here. What are you bringing to the stage?
Yeah, we have the crowd here cheering for us, just like in Brazil. They flew all the way from Brazil to cheer for us, and we are going to do a great show for them.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Feli. I'll leave you and the rest of the squad. That's Furia, confident as ever. They're calling the G2 bluff, so I really can't wait to see how this game goes. Let's get into it.
I mean, the heat is not just on the server, all right, it's also on social media. This is what more can you wish for, looking at the fact that both of these rosters are just calling each other out. Why they're like, oh, you know, like, we're coming for your key tomorrow.
Yeah, we look at these guys clashing on Twitter, and I just didn't expect anything else from these guys. What I will say, though, I'm living for the Stompin' Trash Talker era. We had to wait, 8 years of career for Shaiko to turn into a Trash Talker? Stompin'? It took him 6 months. It's great to see him there. It's great to see his confidence grow. And for anyone that doesn't have the reference, in every event that I see JV, he calls everyone a bot. And now he says, another bot I need to beat.
It's a confidence for players, especially when you're coming into your very first LAN event. And I want to shout out Stompin' because he actually has the stats to back it up as well. Every single event he's played in, minimum 1.2 rating. That's not easy when you're a rookie. And I think there's a lot of people who are looking at this saying, he might have some substance to this shit talk, and I like it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think as well, the fact that they're doing it before the game rather than after the game makes it just a lot more entertaining as well. I think it also really puts into perspective that this is not just like a matchup for both of these teams where they're like, oh yeah, we just have to beat these people and go to the finals. It's a little bit more personal. We have the storyline of Alma going up against the Brazilians, and that not necessarily in history going the best. Now we have Stompin added to that mix where he's on G2 as well. You have Furia, who the only international title that they do not have is this one here, and they're standing in each other's way, being able to go to the finals.
G2 has waited almost 3 years to reach a grand finals, and 2 times they could have went there, and once again Furia denied that. That's my biggest worry here, is that right now we need them to perform.
Yeah, and they have to do so as well, starting off with the map veto, because that is where everything begins. You need to make sure that you give yourself the best advantage to be able to hit the ground running, Jess.
Oh, I love this map veto. I love this. Look at map number 1, Cafe for Furia. You look at the first ban as well. I know we don't talk about bans a lot. Getting rid of that Nighthaven really quickly, getting rid of the border. We're seeing a very strategic, stylistic choice here from these teams.
And I love what we're seeing here. Furia right now on an 8-win streak on Cafe. Absolutely crazy team on that map. For G2 picking layer, it used to be a 7-win streak during EML. Then they lost it just recently. I'm sure they will feel confident. Chalet, an absolute fragger map between 2 of the teams that has the most individual power in this game.
Panthers against Samurais, EU versus Brazil, Legacy versus the Future. Which one will prevail today? That's the question that we all want answered, and we're ready for it right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Amazon Arena. It is Siege X, and we continue on with this absolute incredible bit of stories. We're going all the way to the top, baby, but that is tomorrow, Ian. I know, we can barely contain our excitement. Quarterfinals, they're done and dusted. From now on, the trajectory is clear. You win your game, you're in the final, and you are in the fight for $2 million, the biggest part of $2 million in our EWC trophy. Nothing is granted, everything is earned, and they've earned their spots, all 4 teams here in the semis today.
This tournament has been absolutely crazy. If you made any predictions at the beginning, you tore them up and you threw them in the trash. Who knows what will happen today and tomorrow? Here's what's guaranteed. We've got 4 teams remaining from 3 different regions, 2 best of 3s. Who will make it? An opportunity to etch their names in the history books of EWC forever.
That history all changed a few days ago. 3-time winners, they're out. You want to talk legacy? They're all out. But those competitors, I think they're ready to go, Ian.
They are. I've just seen them. They are waiting in the wings, ready to kick off this first crucial semi-final. Please welcome onto the stage, G2! The question on everybody's lips, is G2 back? By the looks of things, I think you could make a solid argument that they just might be. I have never seen them this confident in a long time. They are calm, cool, composed, and ready for this one.
There's a lot on the line, but you got equally world champions on the other side. It's their opponents. It's Furia! With cheers and sneers, they're welcomed once more on to our stage at the Esports World Cup. This is the one trophy that still evades them. And then just another EML team that they have to face. They've already dispatched one of them, that's VP. They are the Banes of G2. They're no longer in contention. But I live for this. This is why we do what we do here. Look
Huge
at it.
matchup. The players are ready. Doki, come here.
Come on over.
Here.
Come
Elite Box. We're not going to be able to ignore the tremendous crowd support from Furia here. But Doki, final words to this man.
I have nothing to say. We'll do the talking in the server.
Fairly
sure.
I don't care about Doki. I want to say to Alemão, I own him for a long time, and today is going to be the same as always. He's going to lose.
He can't even hear you, so it's whatever.
Well, we'll leave it to the server to speak. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Please, you may place your keys and take your seats for what is to be an epic matchup, a grand final in our semis that everybody's been waiting for.
An opportunity to take another step forward to becoming a legend in Riyadh. Let's get into this massive semi-final.
Truly a match that could warrant the title of a grand final here at the Esports World Cup. The table has been set, and I hope you brought your cutlery, Pengu, because this will be a feast. G2 versus Furia.
We are eating so well today, James, and I can't believe it. Going back just a few months, thinking that G2 would be in a semi-final, looking as good, as hot as they have been in this tournament, I wouldn't believe it if you told me that. Stompin, he had a great level at EML. He's kept that level here on the international stage, playing big teams. And the biggest one of all, Furia, in just a few minutes. Can he keep up? Or is this the end of the road for Stompin?
Oh, imagine the scenes. It's Stompin with all of his fan base, the new generation of Rainbow Six players, up against the might of the Brazilian fans. You can hear them. You can feel them when you're here in the stadium in Riyadh. The fan club from Furia is unmatched. Nobody can match that energy and that volume, especially not when they bring everybody instrument under the sun.
It's absolutely ridiculous, but I'm so here for it, and I so love it. See the players locked in, discussing it. And I gotta say, sending Doki for the interview on stage, not Alemão. Maybe what Philip said earlier is true. He owns Alemão. He always has owned him. Today, it'll be the same as always.
Do you think that was a deliberate decision from Alemão? He's often the one doing those interviews. Do you think he refused?
I see a world where that's possible, and I think it's important they did it because Alemão has been leading the team of G2 from the front as an actual captain for the first time, maybe since 2023 SI Grand Finals. If he goes in shaken, not trusting and believing in himself in the system, he might not show up today. So right now, Doki takes the interview, Alemão can just keep everything focused on himself and the match to come.
And to Doki's credit, he does look very chill, very relaxed. He said, I have nothing to say. We'll let our work in the server do the talking. And that's very much on brand for Doki these days. Man, he has matured a hell of a lot. But come to think of it, Stompin, born in 2007. How crazy that this 18-year-old steps up to the table to play with players of this caliber. Of course, Alemão, he was a major winner way back in Mexico with Team 1. We have championships for almost all of the players who are in the server right now, and none more than this entire roster of Furia back when they were W7M. They certainly carved their names into the history books, and then they did it again. They are the only ones to raise a trophy in the Siege X era.
That's true. Stompin, he left his ego at the door. He has been so humble, so chill, and every interview I see from Alemão, from Doki, saying he just loves the game. He just wants to play. He doesn't care about who he is or who they are. He just has this immense passion, and I think it's kind of bled into the entire roster. G2, they look hungry. They don't look like a team that's won much before. They look like a team that wants to win their first trophy. The first one, of course, with Stompin. But the thing is, sometimes bringing a young, hungry player can change everyone around for the better.
Yeah, very much. But of course, it is the Brazilian roster with their coach, Igor, standing behind them. Yes. He has been with them ever since the W7M days. And on the other side for G2, also a Brazilian coach. We have Ramalho, formerly of FaZe. Quite a history for him as well. These players all know each other. I mean, for goodness sake, G2 might be a team playing in the EML, but they've got two Brazilians and an American on that roster.
I mean, don't forget cameraman as well, right? Secondary support staff, so they even got some more legacy there. More people, of course, from the old school FaZe roster. It means the levels of G2, they can go across so many different iterations of this game, different meta games, the fast, the slow. And I think for this event in particular of EWC, G2 have been very strategically sound, good operator bands, having a very clearly defined plan what they want to do every single round, and not just been a group of good mechanical players. They have great teamwork.
And yet they also have so much variety in that playstyle. G2 are a team so unafraid to get aggressive, to go and get in the face of their opponents. We've talked about it. They go hard or go home. They're happy to have a round where they execute in that first minute. If they lose, doesn't matter. It's GG and go next. But if they win, they love getting in their opponents' heads. That is the G2 way.
But then here's the issue, because Furia, if there's one thing they are, it's a wall. They were the gatekeepers, the ultimate gatekeepers in the graphic from the desk earlier. They've stopped G2 twice before in semifinals, taking away the chance of a grand final, and mentally speaking, Furia, they're up there as the best in the game. They have played so many high-stakes matches. The comeback 2 years ago at SI up against FaZe, just surmounting round after round after round. You can never count them out.
And it was at that event in Sao Paulo where Furia, as W7M, knocked G2 out of the tournament. It was the last time that these teams met in the server. It's crazy to think that G2 have not played Furia as Furia yet. This is the first time, despite Furia having this organization for nearly 2 years now. Of course, for Furia, it's been quite a troublesome tournament. They were back from the brink, one round of elimination against W7M, and finally in Clearwater, after turbulent tides, it has been a challenging tournament for them, but now the story has shifted and everybody is saying that Furia could well be the tournament favorites.
Very well could be. They got that one trophy missing in their cabinet, that is the EWC title. And today they gotta get a W for a shot at the grand finals tomorrow to solidify that final trophy of theirs.
And as we get into the game, we must remember the stakes of this match for a spot in the grand final. It is the champions of Europe and South America, legends of the game who have not met in a year and a half. Today we travel back through time, through the lens of the two greatest dynasties Siege has ever seen. It's legacy versus the future. Only one will pen the next chapter of their story today at the Esports World Cup.
Going into this very quickly with the operator bans. Whoa, hold on, a gridlock ban. Okay, for a second there I thought I was trolling, but no, I have seen it correctly. That's gotta be the first gridlock ban at this event, unless I've missed something.
What is G2 cooking here?
So I know Brazil and Furia, and even FaZe as well, they like to bring out both the recruit operator on both sides of the coin, and of course gridlock when they're on the attacking side. There's two kind of good reasons for it. One side is, of course, flank watch on these staircases. The gridlock stingers can go out and you can't just comfortably sprint up the staircase. You gotta shoot them first, make some noise, whatever. The second is it's good utility burn against Jaeger and or Wamai. If you just throw those in there and get the job done. Plus secondary shotgun, plus the frag grenades. You have a ton of util. But it's still very uncommon. I said earlier, G2, they've been very great on their operator ban selection this event so far. They're going in strong with a very clear target ban in mind against Furia.
Yeah, and that really exudes confidence for G2, and no surprise, they've already taken down two behemoth Brazilian teams on Cafe thus far this tournament. Of course, they destroyed FaZe 7-2 in that 2-0 series in the lower bracket, and then yesterday against NIP, a very convincing Cafe win, 7-3, only dropping 5 rounds on Cafe so far in Riyadh. Furia have their work cut out for them, and what's more, they start on that attacking side.
It's important that we see G2 play very proactively because they've been banned away the Asami and Castle from Fury. That means you can't really hide around the building as comfortably, so you might have to take some uncomfortable gunfights. Laura suffers that in the beginning, put down to 20 health from the very beginning of the round. And he's been the spearhead for G2 for a long time now, both in Stage 1 and here at EWC, normally finding a pick very early on himself.
But I am cautious for G2 when it comes to these early engagements, right? Because Furia, on one hand, they've got the best entry player in the South American League. That is JV. On the flip side, G2 are actually one of the worst teams for opening kills. Actually, the third worst in the entire of EML at only a 47% opening kill rate. However, even when they do get that opening kill, they are the best team at EML at converting it. 83% of rounds where they find the opening kill, they win the round. So if G2 can start getting a little bit more entries here, that's going to turn everything on its head.
Right now playing sheltered roles, Stompins out of 90 upstairs, Narrative denies Laura the run out, but still applies pressure because she has to respect it. Meanwhile, Casey injured early on. Doki confirms the kill.
Oh, there is that early opening kill in favor of G2. However, a very big trade from Furia. It's always essential to even up the numbers. And guess what? It's the prodigy of Stompin himself who is taken down. JV, he's a prime entry player. He finds one on the ace. And now he looks for a little bit more, but G2 are falling back. Doesn't matter. Philippox will cut down Doki. Loira low HP after that early engagement. Him and Blaz need to get a little bit desperate here.
Such a communication from Furia. I mean, they're pushing upstairs, taking map control, and also saying, guys, cut the crosses. They're going to be falling back. Be ready for it. Now Furia, they're going to start going slow. Use the util. Player close left. Loira, I believe, 1 HP left on his name.
Oh, wow. He is so close. He's going to get drone. Oh, is that a missed drone?
Surely not. No.
He spotted him. And so does he go for the peak here? It's Herds. And his countryman of Loira on the other side. He does cut him. And Blaz has fallen. Oh, Loira's completely dead to rights as well. He tried to hide, and Furia says, you cannot hide from us. It's a dominant start here in the opening round on Cafe. The attack from Furia finding its success.
And already we see from the very beginning there, Asami and Castleband come into effect. G2, they can run away, but there's no coverage. Every angle is open, they're vulnerable, and their forces keep rotating around instead. This right here, that broke the entire round with JV, walking on a wide hallway, gets him to pick, and then follow up there from Philippox, cutting off the crosses. Furia in full control. If you give Furia space to work with, they're going to take it, and they're going to take it very quickly.
And Furia is so good at switching tack in the mid-round. As soon as they get that advantage, they're going to play really slow. Ooh. Look at how quickly JV got into the top floor, and look how quickly he got up out of his seat after winning that round, as we see the STC replays. Herds as well. I just love the line that Herds said in that interview, saying, Alamau, he is my son. I don't know how old they are. I think they're about the same age, aren't they? Alamau is...
The world Alamau's older, actually.
Alamau's 23, Herds is 24.
Oh, okay. It makes sense.
He certainly does own Alamau. It's funny, we see a lot of... he's a very lippy guy, Alamau, right? He loves to get up and about it. Certainly. He loves to smack talk. However, we don't see it quite so much against the Brazilian team.
No, I think he's... I think for his own mental sake, I think when you are actually being the IGL, the leader of your team, you might stray away from talking as much smack in the server because it might come back to bite you mentally speaking. Whereas Alamau in the past, there was a time where Laura was IGLing, Uno was IGLing. Alamau is now confirmed back as the primary leader. And I think he's now taking the role of leadership and not trash talk. And I think that's been the big change for him. But what I want to see from Alamau today is not to lose out mentally.
That's
if you're not doing stage interview and you're not going to call the right strats, what good are you, right? So I want to see Alamau, specifically on their attacking side, but just generally speaking, show us good leadership.
And that was historically the criticism of Alamau. Everyone knows he's an insanely talented individual player. He's also got some really good calls for the team, right? But in the big games, he's shut down. We saw it especially in Copenhagen. That was such a big moment, right? Right after their Montreal victory, the world champions, Alamau completely shut out of that following up competition. What do they call him in Brazil again? I'm trying to remember.
Judas.
He was one of the first Brazilian players to go overseas and, of course, join the big organization, the rockstar team of G2.
Crazy because if you recall back in Mexico, Team 1 against G2 on Chalet. I think Team 1 went down like 2-6 in round count. Alamau let go in his clutch like a 2v5 or a 2v4. And from that moment forward, they surmount the comeback. They beat G2, they send him home. Then G2, they buy him out just a few weeks later, a few days later. It's been G2 since.
That was when he put himself on the map with his first championship. Now Philippox looks to put himself on the map with the blitz. He goes in, he goes for the ADS, and he takes down Blaz. That's a very cheeky play with the sends to back it up from Nade. Those ROU projector walls cutting off lines aside, giving the blitz a path forward. However, the rest of G2 seem to hold on to their positions. They might have given up a little bit of control in the site, but it doesn't matter as they still have these crossfires available. Stompin here on the red stairs has a deep angle looking all the way, cutting that side in two.
Got a smoke from Blitz and Stomp from Sophia to help Furia push forward. Right now they got to analyze where are the three defenders playing from, what angles are safe.
Oh, there's the blitz, and the smoke goes out again. Nade finds his opening, but that's a nice shot from Stompin. A big opening from the blitz, though, very risky from Philippox. Alamau cannot afford to turn his head away. And so we see ourselves in a 1v2 for the young prodigy. Low HP, but a C4 available, and he's going up against that blitz. In close range, Philippox will have the advantage. And it doesn't seem like Stompin has any clue where these last two players are.
Has to now try and guess the angles. Has to see if he can wiggle with if he wants to. The splits though, right around the corner.
Oh, he's dead.
He doesn't see him.
Philippox, a massive 3K on the blitz. He is firing up. And what did he say to Alamau in the pre-show? He called him out and then he shut him down. It's a great opening start here for Furia. 2-0 attacking on Cafe.
You gotta look at how Blast died early on the smoking setup prep, right? When he saw the blitz, he was out of there. He was turning his back, running away despite not being blinded by the blitz flashbang. I don't know if G2 right now are unable to find their footing in the server. It seems like most players, besides Stumpin, are almost not wanting the gunfights. They're gonna, guys, let's run away, fall back, play together. But when Furia, they push this fast, you have to meet them somewhere and fight back.
The way that Philippox is using that blitz, he's not afraid to fight. He's so aggressive with it. He's aiming down sights and he hasn't lost a gunfight. Not even in all of those engagements did he actually successfully blind the opponent. He was just ballsy and happy to take it, seething with confidence.
No hesitation, and I think that's what I saw from Blast. They're saying, oh, do I stay, do I run? I guess I'm gonna run. That split second of, hey, what am I gonna do here? It's gonna just be the difference maker in some of these situations. I think Furia's game plan going into this is very quickly, we own Elamau, we're going to take control of the map. That means we're going to go fast, we're going to be confident, we're going to be decisive, and whatever happens, happens. We spoke on it earlier briefly. G2 has taken down both FaZe and NIP here in Cafe. That's 2 out of 2. But now Furia can look at those matches and go, how did they win those maps? How did they conquer the other Brazilians? Because we're not like those, we're a different kind of Brazilian team.
And Furia also, they themselves have played a European team on Cafe. It was just yesterday. It was against Virtus Pro. That was actually a pretty tight affair. Almost went overtime. It was a 7-5. With Furia, perhaps it was a little bit of, I don't know, hubris maybe from G2 to go and expect that a third time playing Cafe is going to be just as easy as it was against the other Brazilians. Furia
You're feeling good, you're feeling good.
Oh, well, that's the G2 way, isn't it?
All vibes, passion. Gotta get that first round on the board though for G2, and they're looking for their lineup rather. Very aggressive, good guns, line of sights, good scopes. Doki unleashed on the Mossy. Can take any fight, and if it goes down, it's all good in the world.
Now it is Furia who picked this map. So even though G2 are good on it, Furia are the ones who decided to bring us here, hence G2 picking defense start, of course.
Double Claymore is cheeky.
That is so very cheeky.
The pace though, right? We're seeing Syrup being brought out, the Twitch, half the round burned. No one's even seen the enemy players yet. Another run out, an air jab was there previously. Will be there again, but where? Oh, he found it somehow.
Well, it seemingly doesn't matter because there's been a lot of action going down on the site, and G2 are worse for wear, a lot worse for wear, as Hertz has also found his. Doki failed to get back to site. He was spotted as he went for that run out. And now we need the 2 Brazilians from G2 to step up against the might of Furia, who have, of course, slowed it down. This is what they do. When they have that numbers advantage, they say, guys, we've got a whole minute. We don't have to rush this.
Only some of the best teams in the world can do this. The pace change, fast, slow, and then you can see G2. They're not sure what's going to happen. Are they going to go? Are they going to wait? Are they baiting us? They're in their heads right now.
It's a big kill, though, from Loira.
Oh, yeah.
On the rappel, JV favored in that gunfight, but Loira doesn't care. This is a gnarly angle, but he might have missed the timing, and Hertz shuts him on down. Almost a second kill. Hertz backs in again. Every round, this man stands up. He is getting into G2's head, who have not yet found a round.
Most players haven't found a kill. Supporters of G2, they recognize this. I believe they called a tactical timeout after Arbiter ban phase. It's time for G2 to figure out their struggles. And again, they can't hide behind utility. Yasami gone, the castle gone, Mira open, not played. G2 been so great with their Arbiter ban selection. They can do something cheeky here, like let's say ban the Brava, stop playing Maestro, ban the Ashe, stop playing the Mira.
Wow.
Or ban the IQ and I guess play Information, which to be fair makes sense because G2 aren't sure what is going on in these rounds.
Oh, both of those operator bans, the IQ and the Jaeger, very unusual. I mean, you can understand what they're going for, particularly that Jaeger ban here from Furia. That's going to make it even harder for G2 to anchor up and set in positions, but it's G2 now taking their tactical timeout. Romalio, he's having a serious yap. He's got a lot of thoughts on how these first 3 rounds have transpired.
And I don't blame him, because a lot has happened that you don't want to see. So far on the scoreboard, 3 kills Laura, 0 Alamau, 1 Doki, 2 Stumpin, and 1 for Blast. So we're only really missing Alamau now in the server. In that 1v3 earlier, he was, I'm not going to say shaken, but he wasn't hitting his shots either. Oh, that's what happened.
That was the read from
poor
Hertz.
Doki, dude. He juked the air jab, still got fucking Moira. Beautiful.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, Hertz, great round from him, by the way. 3 kills, I believe. A good read. And G2 is starting to get a little bit repetitive, right, with that run out downstairs. Both times, I mean, it was red from the get-go, right? They had air jabs on it the very first time. G2 tried to go for it again, and all it did was get Doki caught on his retreat.
I will say, I don't really feel like I saw the full potential of the operator bans from G2, which I feel like I have not said when I watched them earlier. When you ban the gridlock, and as soon as you do like flank watching for burn, I was expecting Mira, maybe deployable shield in piano, you know, Jaeger / Romai, and it's bunkering down. Almost every single round, the G2 will overpeak an angle, go for a run out, or just lose a gunfight to Furia. And it's like G2 are seemingly happy to play that playstyle. I thought they would play heavily utility, heavily safe on sheltered positions. That hasn't been the word. And now with Jaeger being banned, can they even do it anymore?
Well, ironically, I feel like this is what G2's trying to do now. You get Mira, you get Smoke, you get Goyo, you get Mute. These are all operators that create a real fortress and these power positions that you can play off. They burn. But of course, that Jaeger being banned, we're not even seeing a Wamai or an Aruni brought, which are the 2 other catch operator options here that could protect some of these key positions from G2. And have a look at the flip side, like a hell of a lot of flashbangs, some nades on nade, ironically.
Diffuser, the diffuser, player who's player, nade who has nades. Couple of players now playing some funny games with those casters.
Yeah. And we have a caster called Ace.
We have a caster, yeah. Well, operator called Ace.
Yeah.
So Ace can be casting Ace playing Ace. Oh boy. Let's see again the pace change. Furia, apply pressure somewhere, hold the other angle. If G2 walks in the wrong direction, they're just gonna die from person outside the building. I like the Valkyrie, but there, Twitch being brought out gets the first Valkyrie camera despite the IQ ban. They found it perfectly easily.
If anything, the IQ ban has kind of just said, look, we're going to be bringing Valkyrie or Echo, right? And so guess what? The Twitch here is not only countering the Valkyrie, but it also counters the Goyo, and it also counters the Mira. So it's this trifecta operator. Like, there's so much potential out of JV. Even if he doesn't get everything, anything he does get is value.
Mind you, in Cafe, they're what we call dead zones. In piano, defenders can't really play, especially with the assignment cancel ban. So it's a big dead zone where Twitch drones will find any sort of utility. Same thing goes beneath the skylight. Defenders can't really play there. So there's a lot of good areas for JV to utilize. And I think, he got 1 Mirinto, got 1 Goyo, got 1 Valcam. He's going to keep going. Gets another Goyo if he wants to. Laura's going to be running back most likely here because, the pressure's too much. But the funny thing is, Furia are not even in the building. This is drone pressure. Okay, there is KC from the skylight, of course. But they drop back before a fight happens. G2 prioritizing time.
Almost a kill there.
Could have been.
Amazed that Blaz only took a tiny bit of damage there. Yeah, well, the benefit here of G2 losing top floor controls, of course, this is a reading bomb site. So even though they had that heavy investment of utility, they're fine to abandon it. They still have Smokes and Goyos on site, but they have to be careful not to secede the first pick. Herds almost falls. Furia have not made enough headway. They need a real entry, and that's what KZ is doing here on the Nomad.
They can continue walking. Oh, that's a great pick with Laura. They can continue walking default here if they wanted to. And they're waiting for the Goyo fire. Once that expires, well, Toxic bait. But with 40 seconds left, there's not enough time deny for G2. I don't think time is on their side.
I think we need more kills here from Furia, though. If Philippok's finding his first, of course, we still have numbers available for Furia to make this a very successful split take, and we know how good they are when the guns come to life. The plant's still not on the horizon here for Furia with 20 seconds left to play, and Alamau brings out the shotgun here, M590 in hand. He peeks up towards Philippox, who is not overextending, but the rest of GT need to hold their positions, and the plant can be confirmed. Here, nade forcing it down, and Furia collapse! G2 fall apart as the Brazilians storm through Cafe for nothing!
A beautiful top-down perspective of exactly what's happening out there. Furia knew exactly who had to cover what angles to ensure a successful plant going down. The planter in question had 1 point of health. Any toxic bait, any straight bullets, any wall bangs, he will go down. Yet, the cover is perfect. Alamau, you saw him on that white staircase, shotgun in hand. He was gonna go for that final toxic bait, but right before he goes for it, after having the server, he looks away, and then it caught off a white staircase.
And it was so beautiful from Furia. Oh, they are so energized today. They are hungry for another grand final. Man, it was quite a drought for this Furia roster after a whole year in 2023 into the 2024 SI, where they were indisputably the best team in the world. They won everything. Everyone was saying this is a new dynasty. Could this even be better than what the old G2 accomplished back in your heyday? And then nothing for 12 months. Nothing at all, making it to the grand final of SI at Boston, but losing to FaZe. And then finally, as Siege X dawns, they win the opening tournament in their home country of Rio, the Reload kickoff event. They won that, and they're hungry for more here at EWC. The only thing that they themselves have never won. A spawn peek from Loira, though. JV going down, like you said, no respect and no quarter given by G2.
Really big praise there to Loira to go for that play. I mean, if he dies, that's, could be statistically the round going, out for G2, but they keep the aggression up. Loira with a second as well. This guy has been the best player in G2. Someone's been phenomenal, don't get me wrong, but I think Loira and EML has just single-handedly won so many rounds, even games for this team. Finally showing up to that perfect form. It took, 4 rounds of losing to get there, but those 2 kills, this should ensure G2 like a 95% win rate as long as they don't throw.
We've seen a lot of throws this tournament from many teams, and unfortunately Furia was one of them in that W7M game. Man, how many times do we see Palu get a 1v2 or 1v3?
Too many.
Yeah, Furia are looking like quite a different story since then, but G2 on the flip side, I don't think they're going to let this one slide. I think they will lock this in, and I think it will be pretty confident.
Just gotta have the discipline, have the crossfires, don't get overzealous. Mr. Elamau on the bar. Said he's one swing. Let's keep it at that. Furia, what impressed me so much in that previous round is like their ability to just make something out of nothing.
And that they have done. Perfect timing, the frag onto Loira and the kill. And the fire coming out as well to force Alamau back. Funnily enough, Nade's sledgehammer on his back that he earned in Sao Paulo, actually revealing himself a little bit. His position spotted as that peeked over the top of the bar. But still, it doesn't net a kill for Alamau. The Grim Bees go out. Furia know that there's a player here in Closet. How are they going to clear him out? Stompin' hasn't really come to life yet in this game, but Furia, they found another pick. They've gone fishing, and it's an open season on Doki. Now an avenue into sight available with so much time left on the board, and Furia have brought the numbers back even.
No diffuser though, it's upstairs, gotta pick that up. Stompin' stuck inside that closet down by bottom red, so it's kind of a 2v2 effectively in the server. Elamau though brings them back in their favor, then dash shortly after. Now in a 2v2 with Stompin' still stuck in closet and no diffuser for Furia.
How do they get that diffuser back? How do they cross over to Brown Stairs? I mean, in theory, this is very doable, but of course, Felipox is going to have to cross Stompin's line of sight, who has just held his ground inside of the closet. It doesn't look like Furia are going for that diffuser, and Nade has fallen. Stompin spotted. Felipox needs to isolate these kills. He spots Stompin again. Damage dealt, but no kill as of yet. And G2 split up. These 2 players individually holding onto their positions, and the American clutches the round for G2. They're first on the board.
Stompin playing that perfectly. Disciplined, patient, understanding. My role right now is simply to not die. If I swing the door and I die in that 3-on-3, we lose that centerpiece off the entire bottom floor. And when his time was needed, he shows up, establishes the crossfire, and gets that final kill. It looks scary for a second. Great push there from Elamau. Not being scared to make that play. Goes for a second. We've seen the kill feed. Doesn't find it though. But again, Furia, despite losing 2 people earlier to a spawn peek from Loira, it still comes down to almost a 1v1. It's kind of ridiculous. Actually.
Yeah, I mean, that mid to late round there looked a little bit sketchy for both teams, if I'm honest, Pengu. Of course, G2 let it slip, let it get back to that 3v3, but then even from the 3v3, how is Alamau allowed to retake VIP like that killer player who's droning? How is a Furia player just walking and dropping into the freezer and dying without clearing his angles, looking the other direction? So a little bit of, I don't know if I want to say nerves on both sides in those dire moments.
I think Furia playing, just like, go for broke, just do whatever. Whereas G2 are the ones a little bit nervous, maybe.
Yeah, but they're also a little bit cheeky, aren't they?
Yeah, and the thing, G2, they have to be a bit cheeky. They gotta be a little bit disrespectful. They gotta be a little bit silly sometimes.
Worked for Loira last round.
Exactly, and I think it is their biggest strength. And I think, if anything, we haven't seen enough of it. They've been, I don't know, kind of controlled by Furia a bit in some of these rounds. But then again, it's Cafe on attack Furia with Asami Castle ban. I feel like a really good attacking team should be able to do what Furia is doing consistently. And if G2 want to, you know, do the exact same thing on their attacking side, I could see them find similar success.
And G2 are the best attacking team in Europe with a 60% attack win rate.
That's good.
So they're confident going into the second half, but let's not end it at a 1-5 for them. Oh, here's a big spawn pick opportunity. Loira really wants to contest it with the pistol. KZ is favored in this engagement. He's going to have to get out of dodge, though, with that impact going out. Loira was just scaring him off. But now, G2 know that there is a Ying on the board.
Good information in terms of operators. We know there's a Dokkaebi as well. There's the call, so G2 will know they're going to play for some sort of mini execute. When the cannons go, they're going to be flying in the windows.
Oh, they do. So do the smokes and the fire. In he goes, but Philippox catches him. Philippox with a big double kill. Doki might be able to even the numbers up for G2, and Philippox, while he tries, cannot go hunting for it. Diffuser needs to be reclaimed here, but look at this aggressive play from JV. He is traded back by Doki again. And we settle into a 2 versus 2 with Furia needing to regroup, needing to get that diffuser back, but with plenty of time to do it.
It's not about planting, it's about kills. JV pushed forward, said, guys, I'm going to keep up the pace right now. Help me if you can. If not, I'm going to go in solo. That he did. Half the round to go. Furia now in a plan B situation. And the thing is, when you're 2v2, you cannot go for a plant because one guy's planting, one guy's covering. You're effectively 1 versus 2 in that position. They know they have to go hunting. They're going to find one player from G2, either Blaz or Doki. Then they can go for a plant. Or the Furia Classic, I'll just go kill, kill, kill.
Was good info on one of those players, but Blaz catches KZ, who was baited into trying to take down Doki. And now Philippox, he's got to get it all done. A 3K is all he finds in the round, and he is taken down. G2 find their second as the first half sunsets. Furia are still in the lead.
I think 2-4 half is great here. I mean, I kind of expected a 3-3, and it could have, should have, would have been, but it wasn't. 2-4 is great on both sides here. Comes down to how good can G2 really be in the attack. Are they really the best attacking team in Europe? Or will they falter? Because this is Cafe. It can get a little bit tricky. Asami banned first from G2. Could be a Castle, could be a Mira, could be anything else. But the goal here often on Cafe for pro teams, it will be to make it unfun to be on defense. Be those long lines of sights from the rappels on the top floor, just destroying you. And there it is, Asami plus Castle doing the same as Furia. The Furia themselves, to take away the Monty, the #1 kind of leadership operator for LMAO to be the best captain he can possibly be. Then the Grim for information and execute denial.
So as we move into the second half, obviously most people will look at Cafe and think that's a defensive side end, right?
Like Furia have X Rebel team.
Yeah, well, sure, there's a couple of reasons, but even the stats from this tournament do show it. I mean, Furia were defensive-sided when they played against Virtus Pro. G2 were as well when they played against NIP. But the one game where G2's attacks really shone on Cafe was actually against FaZe Clan. They won 4 out of their 6 attacks and then won their first 3 defenses seamlessly. That was how they achieved the 7-2. But of course, 4-2, that's the best they did. That was when they were smashing FaZe. They're going to have to do that here against Furia, and even then, that just pushes overtime.
That's true, that's just overtime. Might just mean it's going to be a crazy game. Furia's first round here, a little bit different than the norm. Echo being brought out, movable information. I like this because they shoot Valkyrie on a very proactive setup, which again, when you don't have the Castle and the Asami, you gotta be running around a lot more because there's no comfort space on the map really, is the Yoga drones are movable. You can check for a run out, for aggression, to retake an area, and I just walk around blindly in the building. Fury also extending around, they're playing piano, they're playing bottom garage, have reinforcements downstairs in reading library, below the bomb side. So they're playing all the way across the entire building. They're going to put up their feelers. Where is G2 attacking? That we can counter. Whereas G2 said, we're going to play in these corners, and these corners, and that's it. Furia come to us.
Oh. LMAO finds the first pick. I don't know how JV exposed himself, but that's the Warden taken down. I think LMAO tossed a flash through the window and baited out a peek from JV, who of course was immune to the flashbangs. Echo spotted. I believe that ADSs were also spotted.
What is that?
Yeah, KZ looking for something, but doesn't find it. He's going to open up an avenue for him to go for a run out later, but he's not going to go for it just as of yet.
You see G2 covering each other in the angles on the rappels. Doki on piano. LMAO on the wide hallway. Nate going out. That might be enough.
Oh, it's perfect, but he still finds a frag on the exit. Doki absolutely destroyed, and Deimos taken down. Meanwhile, Blaz has somehow hit the deck. Furia are so tempted to go for it.
Yeah, risky revive.
Very risky. Philippox
I think he
He's heard the
honestly.
rappel. Is he going to go for the jump out? Of course, he's going to have to hit fire. If he does go for it, he doesn't risk it.
Smart man. Jump back, get a double, run this one. If you lose, if you die, however, without getting that kill, then you and your team, they will lose instead. It does mean G2 burns time. Gotta hit the reset button right now, get back into their proper positions. Blast low on HP, but they do have a spare Camps of Fire in pocket still. Flashbang Swell on the Nomad of Stompin'. So plenty of util for G2 to go for any sort of execute.
A lot of options here for G2, and they've got the numbers as well. 1 minute to work with. As they drone up, only 2 of those drones left.
Getting ready. Stompin' approaching Cigar. Blast a new balcony, Rappel, Laura on stage level piano. We're gonna try and get pixel control most likely here. If they get full piano control, then they can get those long lines of sight in their favor. 40 seconds to go. I want to see Blast get involved here on the Capital.
Philippe Box, if unaddressed, can deal so much damage from that position in Pixel. 30 seconds remain. Oh, KZ's been spotted, and this player on the rappel should be able to take him down, but no! He swings Stompin', and Stompin' is eliminated. There's no chance for a refrag. In fact, Philippe Box doubles down. Alamal's got to clutch up. KZ trades him back. Blaz in a 1v2. Low HP, no diffuser to speak of. Into the crossfire he goes. And Nade finds the first round of defense for Furia.
It's such a shame of a way that G2 lose that round, because if they were a little bit cheeky and just a little bit more disrespectful, they could hit the go button 5-10 seconds earlier, but they wanted to be perfect. And because of that, I think that's where the mistiming happened. They were waiting for that final player, Laura, to go in the correct window rappel before they're getting aggressive inside of Cigar. And that's where they found the timing here for KC. I'm gonna swing up. Then they had the red ping from the Yoka drone as well. Perfect information. Furia, they just find the perfect second to swing together. And they all commit to it. No one sits back watching them. They're all getting active, pushing W on their keyboard and going forward into G2's attack.
And this is how you kick off a semi-final. 5-2 in the lead for Furia after what was an exceptional attacking half. G2 might have salvaged their dignity, but they need to match that energy from Furia on their own attacks. And right now, yes, a good start, finding a few kills, punishing some aggression, a nice little nade and fire push out to try and clear that pixel position, but it's not enough for G2 if you fumble the 4v3s. They only have one more round of bandwidth here, otherwise it's Furia map point.
I don't think Furia is going to allow G2 to execute. We're not going to see a 5v5 tank going down. We're not going to see Furia sit back and watch them or hear them plant down that diffuser. I think that their entire game plan right now on defense is to disrupt G2's plan A. That means a couple of funky gunfights, aggression at certain moments. G2 need to either match this and understand, hey, we cannot play for our plan, we gotta expect the gunfighting to happening, or they gotta play literally perfect Rainbow Six Siege with no mistakes. Last round they lost because of a 1 or 2 second mistiming. Yeah. They weren't perfect, but that's so hard to do. So hard.
But G2 themselves, they're no strangers to playing like that on the defense as well, so they should have a good read of what Furia are doing.
They should.
If Furia want these late round 1v1s, 2v2s, 3v3s, they don't want, like you said, G2 to have the manpower to execute. And we're seeing that here from KZ. He wants to get aggressive. He might expose himself. It's a very tight angle held by Loira, and you're not going to win that if you're KZ unless you hit the most gnarly shot ever. I cannot believe the confidence. I mean, he sprints straight into it, and Loira catches him out. He was hoping that he would march on backwards, and Herds would be able to find the angle here from the fireplace window, but not so.
That's the early aggression. G2 ready for it, waiting and watching.
What's going on?
LML shield, Philippe falls. Hurts the soul player upstairs. Wall bang by Lost Pistol as well.
That is ego from Alamal. He calls him a bot. Furia have 2 players left, and now there's no choice but to get aggressive. So G2 with the minute and a half in the tank, they can sit back, relax, wait for the aggression to come, and start detonating those fuse cluster charges on the bomb site. So much time to work with here. You really can't go wrong here for G2.
This is the classic G2 kitchen attack. Ignore VIP, drop down the shield element, and go for a plan attempt. Except this time, they got 3 picks. No one's in VIP Furia, which gives G2 every single thing they could possibly want in this round to be victorious. They just need the final piece of information. Where is JV and Nate? Because they're in these funky positions. Nate finally gets droned. Bit of vert, he runs away, gets shot down. 1v5 JV 92.
I mean, he's good, but he's not that good. The first, the flash to miss, a second to follow. And yet no swing because G2 know they've got that plant going down as we speak. Stomping with the backstab from down in garage. And G2 find their first attack round. Only trailing, but by 2.
You know, a great player once said, if you want to know the state of G2, just look at Alamau on the player camps. You can tell in an instant whether he is out of this one or mentally still in there.
Oh, he's in it. That's
that
for
player
sure.
was Fabian, and I noticed it too. When he looked to his right to fist bump his teammate, he's still in there. He's not giving up. He's still showing up, and he's leading the team on the fuse, even getting this wallbang kill.
Yeah, there's so much aggression from G2 here. So much from Alamau, the confidence, and yet still the wherewithal to play slowly when they've got the advantage. They're starting to read Furia. Like you said, G2 basically had playing aggressive defense play style, trying to make it a late round 3v3, 2v2. G2 can either match that aggression, rush somewhere, or they can play perfect siege and bait and wait for Furia to give them freebies. That's exactly what they did.
That they did really well. Even Loira outside of that the garage door finds the first pick and then doesn't expose himself to the dining window that we saw. They were trying to go that 2v1 play. So these small things are going to define so many moments here on Cafe. G2, had they not blundered that first one, it was a 4-4, which I think is very telling of this best of 3 to come.
Yeah.
It's going to be close.
Yeah. Well, Furia this time, as we go to mining and reading again, oh sorry, fireplace and reading again.
Yes.
They're going to bring a hell of a lot of hunker down utility, right? We got Mute, we got Malusi, Smoke, Jaeger. It's just everything you could possibly want to lock down places on the site.
Yeah, JB is looking for a runner with the impact grenades downstairs.
I mean, I love that. He's still got barbed wire in pocket, by the way.
just one at least. He can put one down somewhere.
He's tempted.
It's a good old 4+1 strat. 4 people working together for the prime objective, and then JV making his own plays elsewhere.
He's got his YOLO license.
Yeah. I think it's good because I do think that if you want to have the best possible round outcome for Furia, you need to apply some pressure to G2. Don't give them full map control because look at this. They'll take it fast up by stairs with Loira. Wow. It's a shotgun here.
Very fast. There's no way Philippox loses this though. Loira might get the first bullet, but Philippox gets the last laugh and shuts him on down. No more Dokkaebi for this round, and Furia are in control.
Such a big kill for both teams, whoever gets that one. Philippox, funny enough, was shooting the drone on the first shell, then Loira after, so he gets full value out of his magazine. Hertz falls on their, Hertz kills Blast rather, who was on their rappel. And we see again, they're playing Jaeger, who cares? Aggression, shut them down, they're gonna keep up the fire. This time Alamando gets the kill.
Yeah, I think Hertz maybe overstayed his welcome a little bit on that windowsill, but it doesn't matter too much. Furia are still in the driver's seat. How do G2 get back in this? Well, I can tell you what would be nice. Stompin', so much hype behind the guy. He's great, he's played all right this map, but he hasn't had the standout performance that we come to expect from him.
The wow factor, but it's so hard to find no matter who you are against a team like Furia because they don't give you anything for free. Nothing comes easy against this squad. But I want to see Doki's, Deimos trackers combined with Stumpin's entry capabilities working together. Try and find some of these isolated players because look at KC. He has no respect below the skylight, walking around, no one's there, because G2 are attacking downstairs instead.
And JV's just waiting for it. He's heard that barbed wire smashed, and he knows that his moment will arrive very shortly. The Deimos comes out, and it's Philippox who's getting tracked. It's the top fragger. He is white stairs, and he has no more gas remaining. As the Banshee dismantled, G2 figuring out the timing of this to move in together, but Doki falls! He's on the ground and now finished off, all up to Alamau in a 1v3, and he's caught in this cross. Furia know exactly where he is. He's just baiting, waiting for a pick, but he's not going to be given an opportunity. He might find the first, but the reload forced. It will need to be an ace, and KZ says no. Furia, they've put themselves on map point. They continue to fight G2 for every inch of Cafe.
One more round to stop G2's reign of terror on Cafe against the Brazilian teams. One more round of aggression, of controlling the pace, of dictating what G2 can and cannot do inside the server. The very first opening pick between Philippox and Laura on the bottom right staircase defines so much in that round. If Smoke dies, no Toxic Babes, no stall. They can't deny planets easily. However, if Laura dies, you lose map control, and of course that global gadget of the Dokkaebi, which we didn't see any value of. That could have been so good. And of course, numbers advantage. You said it, G2 85% conversion rate when they get opening kill into a round victory. They need that 85% to happen. They need the opening pick to slow down, stabilize, and then keep pushing forward.
We had an early tactical timeout from Romalio. So that's not available for G2 if my memory serves as well. G2 actually lost the defensive round following that tactical timeout as well. Yeah. While we did see, just briefly a moment ago, the coach camps, we saw Eagle and Romalio. Eagle is not taking his tactical timeout. He doesn't want to give G2 the chance to talk. Need it. And Furia certainly don't need it, that's for sure. They've got 3 map points now ahead, and they're on that defensive side.
Over the bench, G2 banned out the Valkyrie, of course, to just ensure their attacking lineup can be more flexible. Don't gotta worry about the IQ. Maybe don't gotta bring the Twitches often either. But then here, they're like, okay, fine, we'll play the Echo. We'll play the Clash. We'll give you different problems to solve. And even the Kaid. What Fury are doing with this defensive lineup is they're giving G2 like 3 or 4 different problems that they need to worry about. Kaid Claws needs EMPs and information to figure out where that claw is. Echo needs information like IQ to figure out where the yokais are. Clash needs fast, soft destruction to clear out the Clash shield. G2 are going to be stretched so thin on their attack, either they got to be able to solve every single problem a little bit, or solve one problem fully. So again, it's on to Alamal, the captain of this roster, to figure out how can we get this job done the best.
Oh, what is this?
So risky.
It's almost shot on the retreat by Alamal. I mean, Alamal should surely win this. There's no way Hertz gets this. Another sprint. Another peek. Surely not again. Alamal's meanwhile find KZ. So Fury are investing a lot in trying to take down Alamal. And there's that oh so rare opening pick for G2. Can we see that 87% conversion that we were talking about?
Has to be. I mean, this is the final chance of G2. If they lose one more round on Cafe, that's it. Good read on the rappel, upside down. Nade comes out. It's going to force Hertz down the hatch instead. So G2 getting good progress upstairs. The only thing they're missing is a foot in the building. Stumpin has shut the red hatch. Going towards Cigar. But he's the only G2 player inside the building until just now when LMR drops as well. They know they have top ball control. They can start doing that vert destruction. If you're a G2 fan, you're happy. 1 minute, 40 seconds to go. No vertical C4 in sight for Furia. The only real issue here is Echo combined with the Clash. They can retake the staircases. They can go for aggressive plays if they have the information.
Well, it's map control for G2. EMP, wrong.
Wait, he actually got it.
Wrong button, but I guess it doesn't matter. That's the funny thing about playing that striker. You got to remember which gadget is your primary gadget and which is your secondary. The Ram getting to work as well on the floor. A lot of this map is going to be exposed here. G2 have, in theory, all the ingredients they need.
Fury are very far back, playing towards top wide, basement, or downstairs rather, and then reading a hallway. So an easy plan could be the play here for G2 instead of mining. Could be. They're not ready though. G2 are in a lot of spots, but not ready for an execute.
Yeah, but they're just waiting for these peaks, and they may well come out. The Lion to roar as well. And G2 are just finding kill after kill, dropping down into the site. Loira, a flashbang to go out. Felipox will not likely survive, but Nade comes down to his aid. And now it's these two to clutch against 3 players. Oh, don't lose that fight, Stompin'. You can't afford to. Felipox is trapped on the site, but he's got the Bearing 9 in hand, and they might just line up for him. The stars may well align, but it's a 1v3, and the nade from Plaz locks it in. G2 holding on to Cafe with all their might.
And they keep it cool and calm and say, you know what, going for a plan is risky because if the planet goes down, if we lose a bad gunfight, that could be the round. Let's play numbers advantage, wait for their aggression, hold those angles down, and kind of worry Fury about, hey, we're setting up, you can't let us do this. And fairly enough, and rightfully so, Fury, they lash out too early. But because G2 are waiting for that aggression, they shut them down immediately. Furia will call their tactical timeout because they want to get it done right now before this gets too close for comfort. I was worried about Blance being outside the building there, but he found a freebie. Yeah. It was a great place to be.
Again, G2, happy to lock it down, play it slowly. I mean, we saw something similar from Furia's own side, and now Furia themselves have taken that tactical timeout. This is the last one available for either team. And of course, Romalio is going to make the most of it. Here's Igor now. What does the team need to hear with 2 more map points available to lock in one of these next 2 rounds?
I honestly think Furia could do a cheeky swap here where they've been so aggressive the entire match, they can kind of just slow it down. G2 are being slow themselves. If you play a Goyo or a Smoke or even a Mira, things you can hide behind, wall deny, You can just kind of burn down the timer, force G2 into an uncomfortable execute position, make Alamar have to work his brain, because right now it's been more about teamwork, coordination, putting 2 guns against 1. Furia will actually go downstairs to bakery service, or kitchen and service rather, which statistically, I'm not a fan of this, because for the defending team, we don't have a lot of win conditions. When you're attacking this bomb site, if you get full map control, which you almost always do because roaming is difficult, you break the verticality, you open up the hatch for freezer, you drop down and go for plant. I mean, the second they saw the bomb site, Alamar's on Q-Shield, because that's what they want to do. And strategically, there's no way for Furia to stop them from doing that, really. Not unless G2 make a massive mistake somewhere along the way. So I feel like Furia has less outplay potential in this one.
Attackers are heading out. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're going to play passively, you're picking a bomb site where, I mean, G2 have 2 great options, map clear into a freezer execute or the bakery execute. Now, well equipped for both of those in theory. I mean, this is largely going to be a freezer execute based on the amount of vert involved, but if G2 had to pivot, they could.
Yeah. And it's a bomb site where you don't have a lot of map to work with if you're Furia, but they've actually made a play elsewhere. Hertz is hiding inside of Piano on the stage, so they're showing a turtle setup, right? Tubro, Kite, Aruni, Smoke, Wamai. This is screaming 5 guys on the bomb side, but because Hertz is hiding on the very top floor, they're probably not gonna drone him. That means if he can go big and go for a good flank, a kill, a backstab, that could be their win condition. That's their wild card that they have. It's actually falling back.
Well, they're really not going to contest this for very long. They've got to worry about Garage. Oh my god, there's 3 players from Furia here. Lyra, hold on to your horses! Aggression from Furia! And the opening kill. G2 just had 1 man looking to lock down Garage. But what can you do when you've got 3 hungry Furia players coming your way?
So awkward. So Hertz was hiding, got drawn down, sprints downstairs. Laura doesn't make the connection, doesn't watch the staircase, but the hallway instead and gets triple swung. G2, they have traded a body for full map control. They got the Ram, they got second shotgun from the gridlock, and they got the fuse as well for some vertical damage. They still have the right tools. They are playing without one of their star players in Laura. They gotta burn through time now. Kite Claw on the hatch, 2 Girl Cannons to follow up. They gotta get that hatch open as soon as possible. Again, time will become a problem for G2.
There is a Twitch drone in sight for Blaz though. Surely he's got so much information. He's flicking all of the drones right now. G2 actually still have 6 up. 1 minute and 5 seconds left into the round as they can continue isolating these players. But what's the next step, right? Are they going to clear Whiskey? Are they going to try and clear Closet? Or are they going to drop into sight without any of that control?
I mean, the classic T2 strategy is you ignore VIP entirely, drop the hatch and go for a plan. But Laura normally watches Garage and he's dead. So now we gotta see Elamar be like, oh guys, what's the backup gonna be? Either you still go for it down a player, but if anybody dies, it means there's no plant cover, then it falls apart.
And just look at the bodies here from Furia. They're saturating the Whiskey bar. They've so much, in restaurants, so much control, so much freedom. For Furia, G2 are not restricting their movement.
Did G2 get the hatch? I hope they did. Yeah, they did, but they're getting smoked out now. 2 Brawl Canister, C4. Again, time will be a problem. 20 seconds, 1 more Toxic Babe. G2 gotta push that button very soon.
Without Lyra outside Garage, how do you deal with Philippox? The Nitro Cell comes through, hell of a lot of damage, but no kill as of yet. G2 are in the building, but KZ and Nate on the side might just be the death of them. Stompin' and Blaz the last 2 remaining, but there's just 5 seconds left and no time to get around it. Furia are calling! You think Cafe is your friend, but we are not FaZe, and we are not NIP. Poised to pounce, the Panthers are hungry, and G2 is back on the menu.
The streak on Cafe ends, and Furia shows why they are so good in this server. They changed the pace from fast to slow, back to fast many more times, but in the very final round they show us, hey, let's just play nice and easy, make G2 work through their struggles, and time will win us the round. Furia, they have depth to them. And maybe that's what G2's been missing in their opponents, because FaZe and NIP both fell flat last time they played each other.
And Furia came into this game swinging a 4-2 attack half on Cafe. This is not the Furia that we saw 2 days ago, struggling against W7M, throwing 3v1s, throwing 2v1s. They're looking once again like championship material, like we saw them all of 2023 and in Sao Paulo 2024, like we saw them in Rio just 3 months ago. They're back and they are here to play. G2 on the verge of elimination, but they must fight back on the second map. We'll break it all down with the analysts.
excellent win from the side of Furia, starting things off 4-0. This was Furia's map pick, but G2's opportunity to prove to us that they have a dog in the fight. But the first part, it just didn't look like it.
When you go onto Cafe and you get to start defense, you get the best leg up of any team on almost any map in the map pool. And when G2 lost 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then we hit that 4th, I said to myself, there's really not a lot of teams that will ever be able to come back from that deficit on your defensive side. And unfortunately, it was just too overwhelming for them.
Starting off 4-0 in attack is crazy on Cafe.
Oh, yeah.
But again, it's a team that right now was sitting on 10 win streak, now 11 win streak on that map.
Yes.
Who's absolutely crazy on it. It's not a story of G2 not playing well, except maybe for that first round where they're in most positions.
A little bit of a slip up.
But then for the rest, G2 is playing well. But Furia, they're playing like a world championship team. They're playing right now, and I'm not afraid to say it, like a team that would beat absolutely anyone on their path. It's beautiful to see not only the sheer gunplay, but the coordination between them, the abuse of the right strategies and the right meta operators, both in attack and in defense. Honestly, that Furia looks unstoppable.
Dare I say that watching their strategies and their set plays throughout that map, I think I could put them in a server, and if I said, I want you to run a bottom floor take and not speak to each other, I think they could still do that flawlessly. Everyone knew their part. All of the cogs in the machine were well oiled. And I tell you what, that is a well-practiced team, because I don't think there's many people that are going to be able to rip that apart.
It's also a scary team to look at, because even when things are not necessarily going their way and the clock is ticking and you're down to those last very few seconds, they are still able to bring it back and close those rounds out.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take an example of 2 rounds. 2 rounds on Cafe where these guys were absolutely impressive. We start with round 2. They're on Bakery right now. And as you can see, they're facing an extension on the side of G2. You have a smoke preventing the shield, the blitz to run in. And at the same time, you're going to have a Legion that's also helping him. And we're going to see here how the Zofia is impacting it, the blitz rushing her and flashing and getting rid of the smoke instantly, covered by the Sense wall. Now that is some great usage of both Sense and the blitz at the same time. We're moving on round 4, 20 seconds left, 4v4, defensive setup. They should always lose that one. Instead of going for a default plant, they push deep, kill the only anchor preventing the plant, then Nate goes for the plant, and look at the position from everyone else. JV gets the cover from the DMR. At the same time, Felipox run down the stairs. It's just beautiful to see all of these guys are there to clutch in those really important situations.
I don't even think it's necessarily clutch. I think it's I have identified we don't have laundry control yet. Usually in this strategy we would have laundry control. We don't. So what's the redundancy for that? I need to go for a deep plant. I need to clear the couch position. Okay, check that box. Now I can safely plant. It's almost like Furia knows that if I get to that point in the it's almost like a recipe. I get to number 7, I don't have the ingredient, I change the ingredient.
And another ingredient that Furia had for this time around was just the sheer confidence that they had on the server. Herds getting out of his chair every single round.
Oh, production slow-moed it for me. Thank you very much. I really wanted you all to see. This was the first round. He said, look at me. I'm watching you. What are you doing? And I think the fact that you can see each other from across the stage very visibly, ladies and gentlemen, you are rocked. If you look up and you see that, you're rocked.
And that guy has been doing it every single round.
The only thing the rounds that they win, though.
Yeah, but I will say this, the thing that's crazy, he does that and he targets Alemo almost all the time.
Every time.
He's
every
like getting in their head rent-free, and I think, again, like between him and Alamau, there's like a little bit of this rivalry of like, oh, he's my son, or like, who's the worst player? You know, we've seen it in some of the content that we've produced, but we are also ready to head into the second map after the break. We'll take a little bit of breather, just like G2 is doing right now, and we'll come up with the second map of this best of 3 series, so don't go anywhere, because trust me when I say you don't want to miss this.
feel very confident with my team at the moment. The roster change we made, getting Stompen, is life-changing for our team. We feel like we're the best in the world right now.
Wizard needs to find this last kill or stick the kit. He will go for the latter inside of Mask. Alamau to creep forward and find the kill and gets it done for G2. The EML champions progress forward to the semi-finals and knock out the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Well, careful opponents, the king is coming for you.
We are one of the best teams in the world. So now it's on our responsibility to get the trophy and to get the first EWC trophy to Brazil.
It's a 2v2, a 1 versus 2, and there is a new Apex Predator at the top of the food chain.
Hey Alemão, you think you got the GOAT on you? Stomp? No bro, I have heard Philippox, Nade and JV. We are gonna smash you, so watch out.
Alamau said the king is coming for you, but Furia are owning the server right now. It's 1-0. A comfortable win for the Brazilians on their map pick with their sights set on one thing. It is the Esports World Cup Rainbow Six X trophy. The first time it would go to Brazil, and they are the last hope of their region. They certainly wouldn't want the Brazilians on G2's side to be the ones to raise it. It's 1-0, but G2 spirits look unbroken.
Yeah, unbroken so far, but they go to Lair next, and we just saw the highlight reel a few seconds ago. It was a close one up against NIP, and I think a lot of people online said if NIP didn't troll in that very final moment with 2 people down into Chunk of Fire, they probably would have taken G2 out of this tournament. So the fact that G2 has to go back-to-back on Lair, but only a 1-day break, well, actually technically no break, just back-to-back on days, could be a little bit of concern.
Yeah, I mean, that map on Lair against Ninjas in Pajamas came down to overtime on the third map. G2 were pushed to their limit. And of course, G2 also beat NIP on Cafe, where we've just seen them fall to Furia. So there's no doubt that we are looking at the Brazilians as the favorites at the moment. But G2, like we've been saying this whole time, their spirits are looking very much unbroken. They're looking extremely chill. They've cruised into the server looking as cool as ever and as confident as ever. Almost as much shit talk from them as we pretty much ever see. Alamau, of course, always getting lippy before the server starts as we're about to get into the next map. What are your thoughts on Lair?
You know, I'm not a huge fan of Lair as a map myself, but I did say this. When we see the best teams in the world play Lair, I really enjoy watching it, and this is a match of some of the best teams in the world.
I think you told me exactly that Lair was one of your least favorite maps when bad teams play it.
Yes.
But when we see the best in the world, yeah, it's a very different story, like you say. G2 looking very confident. You mentioned before that Fabian once said, you can tell if G2 is working hard, if they're working well, if they're feeling good, based on the expression on Alamau's face, and he has quite the smile on his dial.
He does. Maybe to some people's surprise, because should he be smiling after what happened on Cafe? Maybe not, but it's a best-of-3 series, and everyone here knows that. It doesn't matter what happened on Cafe. Last chance in the past. It's about what happens right now, in this very moment. You live 3 minutes at a time in these kinds of matches. One round at a time until the very end.
And so we find ourselves in the second map, and G2 searching for a lifeline. Furia, they have looked in form. They are better than we've ever seen them here at EWC, and they have their sights set on that trophy. G2 fight for survival on the second map. It's Lair.
Another multi-ban coming out. I think there's going to be a trend going all the way to the third map if we need to go there. Again, just trying to target ban Alamau to not make them able to problem solve as comfortably in the server. Kaid and Bandit banned up by G2, having a big focus on opening up the walls that are going to be on the exterior leading to the bomb site. And Fury is saying, we don't care about the hard breach, and that's not going to matter because the walls in a perfect world should always be open for the attackers. Instead, we're going to ban operators that you would use after those walls gets opened up. The Monty and the Ying, the more execution-enabling operators. Less chaos in the server now for G2.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
G2 starting on the attacking sides. It's their map pick. Fury elected to go defense. We're going to Master Office. First up, and that clash has made an appearance. However, Nade is doing his best to hide it. Any drones from G2 likely to find him? I think not. He's going to stay hidden in that corner of the objective.
The issue is, if you don't know Clash is up and available and being played, and you bring out any of those shield operators, the Fuse, the Blitz, or the Blackbeard, you're not going to have a good time.
10 seconds
The
remaining.
electricity, when Clash activates your gadget, is going to shield guard break you as a shield operator, which means you can't really do anything at all.
You get stuck in that animation. We saw it the other day in that match on Nighthaven. I can't remember which team it was, but it was a Blackbeard, and he was just there stuck. He literally couldn't do anything. Can't put his shield away, can't put his gun out, can't reload, can't knife. Absolutely nothing. Completely animation locked. Aggression from Hertz. Really making a statement at the start of this round. Takes a hell of a lot of damage. And speaking of those shields, Alamau at the last moment switched off of the Blitz in favor of the Ashe.
Get that self-destruction. G2 right now, they have a lot of verticality. They have good execution. They had hard destruction with both that Bandit and Kaid being banned out, which means should be free. And it's why Thermite is so great here. If you bring the Ace, you can get Impact Trick, for example. With the Thermite, you ensure the wall gets opened up nice and big for the inch pop. You can the bomb set later on. So I think G2 right here, they have the perfect tools for what's happening in the server. Just a question of execution now. Can they deal with the clash? Can they enable Loira downstairs? Yes, he can. He enables himself, finds Hertz with one bullet through the floor as he was put down to low health earlier on.
Oh, and a second to follow up as well. Yeah, great start for G2. Furia now have to decide, well, we've lost our Izami, we've lost our Smoke. These are great late round operators. Do we get aggressive on the back of it?
Oh, they don't know.
The Lion's going to lock in JV, can't move. But I think there's some suspicion. Loira has an idea of where he is. The nade comes out as JV repositions. He's just waiting, but Doki is still suspicious of his position.
He's playing very far away. There's a gap here to be found from JV. Trying on the staircase, shot a bit, but gets away with his life intact. Now tracked by Deimos. Took a bit of time. G2, though, with 2 numbers advantage, can make quick work of this round whenever they want to go for it.
Forced back by the Deimos tracker, and he's going to go straight back downstairs, but the Deimos would not have seen that happen. Meanwhile, it's an aggressive play from Nade inside of the site. He gets aggressive with the SMG. JV does come back to site and find 2 kills, but he's the last one remaining, and he will need to ace up. A nice shot there onto Blaz with the pistol. Reload that Scorpion, son. There's a real chance for you here, but not with Stompin using the Clash Shield against him. It's a solid start for G2.
Very solid indeed. I mean, finding those early picks. Now G2 also know exactly what to expect from Furia, right? It's going to be that constant aggression, never letting go of the speed button whenever they want to go for it. Because they'll just go. Go, 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 go. Let's look for a kill. Go for a flank. We saw Ayla downstairs trying to do just that. And I think Furia might be forced into reconsidering their approach here if they can't make this kind of aggression work on layer.
Well, they can always slow down that early round. Yeah, G2 really do look confident here. When it comes to those early picks, like we've said, G2 tend to struggle. They only won 47% of their opening engagements in the EML. But once they do, they win those rounds 83% of the time if they do get that opening pick. Furia on the flip side, you know what was interesting to me when I was having a look at the Furia stats from the SAL? In pretty much every single metric, Furia are not in the top. It's all phase. It's all W7M, even sometimes NIP. The only stat that Furia are actually excelling in is JV, specifically his opening kills. He has the most in the league. But as a team, they're not the best at attacking, they're not the best at defending, not the best at opening kills or getting plant down or anything like that.
They've had a slow stage, to be fair.
They have.
I mean, even this tournament, losing 3-7 to OXG in the opening day, they went lower bracket from the get-go.
Yeah, and it goes to show, I mean, Brazil is such a competitive region. It's part of the reason why we see so much success from teams like Furia because, look, they play these events and then they go home and they play such profound competition. They really do.
Like, the issue with APAC is you have one or two great teams usually in every sub-region. You go back home, you play like 6 or 7 other bad teams. Quote-unquote bad teams, right?
Yeah, it's much harder to get really solid practice. And that's why the rich get richer in the scrim scene, especially in Brazil. And Furia, well, they are quite wealthy at the moment, but there's a nifty prize pool at the end of EWC if they can get through G2 and through that grand final.
An early call from Dokkaebi of Loira, instantly answered by most players of the Furia squad. I think this matter of, okay, let's call them now, ensure top floor is clear. If no one hears anybody, we just rush on in. That's the first 60 seconds spent, G2 taking 1 floor. Of course, you gotta go downstairs and take the first one as well. Alma is on the blitz, will drone first, check the corners, make sure there's no crossfire, then can proceed downstairs with the shield.
There is a lot of map to take here for G2, and I think that they've done a pretty good job. But again, same for Furia, they're just playing safely. And Furia are happy to take a kill if it'll come their way, but they're not going to overstay their welcome.
Gotta get Elamau activated now, onto Philippox. Ideally a player downstairs on the window to the rotate. I mean, you should just get this kill on Philippox. If he runs back for free, it's gonna be a lot of time wasted.
Spotted by the Deimos, out comes the smoke babe, out comes the blitz, the flash doesn't land, and look at the confidence here from Philippox, but here comes the fire from Tachanka. Nade to the rescue, and a smoke to back it up here as Philippox holds his ground. Doki will fall. It's been a massacre on the staircase, and Philippox is the culprit. He still holds on. Another gas, the last one remaining, shot out of the air. A flashbang available for Blaz, and it goes out. Philippox might indeed peek through it, and Blaz finally puts him to rest, but at what cost?
Expensive one at that. No one broke the castle barricade downstairs, not fall the blitz to the gas. Hurts kneecaps somehow staying alive there. Wow. On back 30 seconds. C4 and pocket of Furia, pre-placed, primed and ready, and of course fire from Nate to Shanka can stall our plan forever basically.
Oh, out goes a flashbang, and so Nade doesn't have eyes. Loira jumps straight in on him. A big opening. But time is ticking, and G2 need to get around it right now. Stomping to force that plant down as the Rayora gate locks out KZ. He's just waiting for it to open. He's waiting for his moment, but G2, meanwhile, have stolen the show, and the side is theirs. The plant is down, and KZ and JV need to try and retake it. It's going to be a massive commitment now from JV to try and get the job done, but G2 have the site on lock. Massive from Blaz, massive from Loira, and of course, Stompin as well. The Rayora working to perfection, and JV showing that it doesn't matter. G2 can still get the job done.
Probably the most convincing round for G2 so far. They're controlling the pace in the server. They recognize, guys, they got the plant down, they got the mirror window. What do we have? A single flashbang from Loira gets tossed in on the rotate. They sprint on in, they take control. Stomping, quick follow-up. Rayora gate on the door, and plant gets activated. Beautiful, no hesitation, full confidence. G2, they don't look like Cafe affected the mental whatsoever.
Which is pretty incredible. They went down 4-2 on their defensive side on Cafe and still came through big time on the second map. I'm surprised at how unfazed they looked on the cameras, how much Alamau's spirits did not wane. And Furia yet to find their way into Lair, and again, it's an attacker-sided map.
I will say the mini play from Furia last round. Unlucky. He's saying, wait. He's going, nope, I'm busy. I gotta get this done. Gotta put my mirror window. In a hurry, man.
Got a lot of work to be done.
Any sort of fire has the same effect on shields as electricity.
The guard break.
Yeah, the guard break. So that's why Animal was like wobbling around, because he got hit by a single tick of fire by Tachanka. That meant that Philippox was going for a melee swing, guard break him again, and then take him down. A great mini play, and honestly, I thought that was going to be a lock on the round there for Furia, but I was wrong, because guess what? Loira was still alive. And that's the kind of Loira performance that we see from him every single game, this entire stage so far, just always showing up out of nowhere.
Yeah, Loira has really earned the name Demon.
I'm glad he kept it.
Yeah.
It was gone for a little bit, then it came back.
Feels appropriate.
It's very appropriate. He is the one who knocks, often making the first move.
What about this round? What's the play here from G2?
I don't know.
It looked good on 2 different bomb site attacks so far. Whether it's a direct bomb site with some early picks or whether it's a late basement execute with some heroics from Loira. Now, this is quite a different bomb site. Often it turns out that the top floor is instrumental in holding on to that bomb site. Was that a successful Hibana trick? I didn't quite see.
I don't think it was, but I also didn't quite see it myself. Now, I feel like with this lineup, G2 has to attack upstairs. There's no Sense Wall, Ying is banned, there's no Grim available. I mean, this screams roam clear and gunfighting to me with Lenmar leading the charge in the Blitz. So far, they're waiting. Blast has a really good spot here as he's in the building, but he's waiting for his teammates to get close first, and a 3-2-1 counter and a call to go.
Here goes the flash, but the Warden is the one holding the angle. And so JV, he will be droned. Hertz finds one, JV. Meanwhile, spots Doki coming up behind him. He's done an excellent job of holding his position, even though his teammates haven't done the same. He spots 2! Almost a third for JV. Blaz all alone and needs to clutch up from a 1v3 down to a 1 versus 2, but so much time to work with. The Frenchman has to do it all.
Miscommunication. Laura did not clear the hallway, didn't know Warden was in the spot, despite the fact that Blast knew himself and joining him out earlier. Might cost him. Jumped up the hatch.
And I don't think they'll know about it, but of course now there's an opportunity for Nade to retake upstairs, or Hertz, who's already up there. He needs to get this plant down as soon as possible, and he no longer has the sound coverage. However, Nade actually locked himself out of the site. Blaz looks to go for the kill instead, but now he's caught in 4K. He needs to go big, and he's worrying about Hertz up above. He's so exposed, he needs to bait out frags, needs to make it a 1v1, and so he swings on Nade. He does get the kill. Hertz up above on the mirror, but the problem is there's nowhere that's a safe haven for Blaz. Hertz needs to watch actively, but make sure not to lose his life. He spots the angle, and he takes down Blaz. A valiant effort, but not to be for Blaz, and Hertz finally puts Furia on the map.
Practically an unwinnable round because Furia plays it strategically well. As long as they retake top floor control, but those long lines of sight opened by Blaz on the ramp himself, actually, no place is safe to try and get down that diffuser. And I mean, again, miscommunication, it's a rare one to see from G2 at this event, but if they're communicating clearly to Loira and Blaz, hey, Warden is playing close on my door, behind the deployable shield, and they take down that player first, well, 2 more players would have been alive for G2 in that round, and that would have been enough to get down that diffuser.
So Fury have got teeth. And we see the Blitz ban come through, as well as the Mirror. We've seen quite a bit of Mirror from Furia. I wouldn't have necessarily picked it as the one breaking point that G2 would get rid of.
No, they were playing Ashe a fair bit, especially now with Blitz being banned. Animal was being Ashe earlier regardless, so I feel like that's a bit of a unlucky situation.
I guess it's like, well, what else would you get rid of?
Yeah.
You could have got rid of the Warden.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, if you really wanted to like Flash, Warden.
The Warden was quite a problem last round. I mean, not to mention JV found a big 3K, but could have been a hell of a lot more, and they were trying to flashbang him. Like, that was their way of clearing him. It was flashes or throwing bodies. So, yeah, it would have been nice to get rid of that Warden. Anyway, it's not going to be picked this round. It's the Clash instead.
I do love the Blitz ban, though, just saying, Alamau, maybe you are a problem for us. And it just goes to show how much value Fury is putting on his particular role on the shields.
But what do you do? What can we possibly do when you ban out the Blitz? What options do... Oh, hang on, he's going to play Blackbeard.
Had you banned that? Oh, I mean, few shields played on Cafe as well.
I mean, they're happy to play all 4 shields. Except poor Osa, who doesn't get much love these days, sadly.
Yeah, in this case, Blitz gives you close quarter greatness with the flashbangs. Blackbeard gives you frag grenades instead to clear corners and pieces of utility. So I think G2 are happy with this. They are playing the glass though. That's going to be the other pocket operator. Stomping, of course, bringing that flexibility, playing some thermite, playing some glass. Getting very involved right now at the execute stage of this round. And I think G2 for this one, if they can get to the bomb site with 4 or 5 attackers intact, they'll be very happy. Just gotta play it nice and slow here.
Well, like we were talking about on Cafe, Furia did not at that time want G2 to get into an execute position. Now you look at the lineup from G2 and it's all about that execute. Glaz, Blackbeard, Lion. And so will Furia continue to play aggressively as they did on Cafe?
They kind of have to. There is no Tashanka. The Clash is kind of an aggressive operating stage. You put down that shield, you start taking challenges. It counters the Blackbeard. The CBD Sap guard breaks you.
I mean, that's the concern here for Alamau, isn't it? He needs to not expose himself, but Stompin is actually going to go and peek on through that smoke. But it's easy here for Furia. All they have to do is sit back and not peek the smoke, and they won't be victims of Stompin's class.
Again, opening kill is so important. G2 again trying to play perfect siege right now. One more smoke in pocket, one more frag grenade from Alamau.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, the verdict could be good.
This is how we kill the Clash with the Deimos death mark down below. And so Nade goes sprinting onto safer pastures. He finds this solid metal floor where he's no longer vulnerable, and he can just wait this out. But of course, that does mean that Blackbeard has a little bit more mobility.
Yeah, so instead, using the Toxic Babes from KC as a countermeasure to stop any kind of push from G2.
Oh, big from Loira. Herds almost got him on the repeak, spotted him first, but Loira gets the better of him. Almost a trade as Loira receives a pepper of damage. Furia still holding on. We need once again Doki to activate on the Deimos down below and start to put some vertical pressure on these players on the site. And so the Clash again gets targeted by the Deimos. And meanwhile, KZ trades directly with Stompin as he erupts onto the site. G2 looking for more and more as the death mark fails, and Doki still down below has not found his mark. An aggressive play from Doki. Eventually he does as he makes his way back up from the lobby stairs. He's been spotted. It's all up to JV. Nade's on the floor and the pistol comes out for the Ella. Alamau and Loira piece this together. As JV says, keep on crawling. I need you to come to me. He wants to get the revive, but no! He body blocked him, and Loira mops up the final 2 kills. G2, another attack round on the board.
He was saying, help me, pick me up. Instead,
he said, get the hell out of my way.
He took him down with him. He couldn't get past him, couldn't get to the rotate. He dies. Doki finding that valuable kill on the Deimos, going for a backstab, getting good bits of information. And honestly, I think the saving moment there is the fact that Stompin got the initial trade with KC, just spamming that shotgun shell. If Stompin dies and KC lives, that changes the entire outcome of that round, as KC was watching the walk-in on the door and the breach. I was getting worried for D2. I was gonna say I would love to see Alamau rotate outside, go in that single window, because jumping in with any other non-shield operator is guaranteed death. And the Clash was still by that bomb site, but they made it work. Again, T2, they said, we trust in the execute. We just gotta get into the right position and again, play as perfect siege in that round as possible. And they played it perfectly enough. Furia, right now they seem to have one tempo, and it's to wait, go and strike back. And G2 have figured that out now. So G2 are going pretty fast in the early stage of the round. They get good, fast initial map control. Then they slow down a ton. Just waiting for Furia to make a mistake somewhere. And in that round, KC over swinging, that was the mistake they needed.
Yeah, and the Glaz did end up unlocking the round because in the absence of that Clash, he was distracted by the Deimos. Yeah. It was just KZ on the smoke. Like you said, he overswung. And while he did take the Glaz down with him, that's worth it for G2.
KC kind of had to do it. That's the thing. So like overswung might be the wrong word of the wrong use of a word for me, but it's one of those where if KC somehow doesn't die and they don't get to use the full value of the smoke for G2, they don't have a second attempt at it. So Stompin had one go, KC had one go, and they trade on it.
And now Loira has picked up the Nook and is looking for a lurk. It could be Lurky Loira here. He's waiting, and he's
always intense.
Just around the corner from that player. I think
no support.
JV might have heard him. Out goes the impact grenade. It's a duel. And JV left worse for wear. Loira, a nade goes out, and he baits him to perfection. Another kill coming out for Doki as KZ, well, he's been put down. He has been suppressed in this map. Only a single kill, and he's died every single round. G2 have a 2-player advantage. They further that now with the Lion scan and immediately the Dokubi's call, suppressing any opportunity for Furia to fight back.
Furia have one shot here, keep up the aggression. If they fall back towards the bomb side, they have nothing they can do strategically. They know they have to go for kills or stall down G2 on time by staying on the roaming game. And G2 might slow down a little bit because they're like, oh, they're going to watch the bomb set instead, actually. They found a gap.
Yeah, but I think Nade has a feeling that he knows about it. Doki, though, is going to force down that plan. Is there going to be a line of sight? I don't think so. The fire might take him down, but Blaz mops up the final 2. And G2, oh, they've barely broken a sweat. They're up 4-1. And it seems to be a reversal of Cafe here on Lair.
They have such a good read right now. This is more like G2 we saw yesterday, the day before that, where they are the ones in control. They got good adaptations, and they're playing the right operators every single round. Big praise to Loira. He was in a really tight spot, getting impact grenade on that wall, had to problem solve it. And look, no drone, no teammate, no Dokubi phone call. It was just Loira on his lonesome and Stompin. Great movement, gets that pick as well. I mean, they won every single gunfight.
They did. Gnarly entries.
Locked.
Yeah, you can see Absolute perfection from G2. Everything according to plan and everybody firing. Now, Furia, what have you got to cook in this tactical timeout? It's time for Igor to step in.
Very curious what happens. Should we go the third map if it stays like this on Lair? Because if you're Furia, it's a tough one. You're in full control on Cafe. Your play style is working perfectly. You go on Lair, you try and do a similar thing. It's not working even remotely. Despite double down on the shield bands targeting Alamau, he goes Blackbeard, he finds a way. He goes Ash, he finds another way. It seems like G2 are not as prone to target bans as Furia might have thought. Right now, they might slow it down. Tashanka being brought out again. I like this a lot from Furia. Again, having plant denial, slowing down G2, recognizing they're a bit slow on the server. But it will come down to gunfights, I think, regardless of the operators, because it has been a very, very bloody 2 maps.
Yeah, and neither team wants to play for like a passive execute. They want to overwhelm the opponents, and they want to get numbers, or they want to fight it out in a 2v2. And while I see that Tachanka on this bomb site, and I think about the NIP G2 match from yesterday, with that last round clutch from Alamau on the smoke after the Tachanka fire, makes it possible for him. I think that's exactly what Doki is referencing, in fact, when he sees that Pox has brought out the Tachanka. He says, hang on, guys, this is exactly what we did yesterday against NIP.
It's funny because there are 3 bomb sites where Tachanka gets to play in the professional level. One is right here on Lair, one is like Bank or Basement, another one is top floor CEO on Consulate. It's one of those where you can sit back far away and just kind of chalk in those fire canisters, what do you call them, Shumia launcher grenades. Shumika. And just get a good bit of value. You play Tachanka, you go for a rip down the door, run out, it works. Not going to criticize it.
Blaz has had a good game too. He's usually not the top fragger here for G2. It's usually Loira or Stompin that we're singing the prayers of, but Blaz taken down early. That's a big kill for Furia. Already on the back foot. Let's see if they can get back into this and dance it out. 5-1 would be a dream for G2.
They're chasing him. They want that 4v4 instead. Asprey, he's stuck on this door. He has to fight it out.
This is so well played, but there are 2 players there, and Stompin comes into support on the Thermite. It's risky business to be taking a fight like that, but that's the confidence of this young gunner.
No hesitation. Track him, hunt him down. 3 people working together. Now back to a 4-4 with still 2 minutes to go. If they had spent like 40, 60 seconds chasing Hertz downstairs, that is so worth for him. The thing is, with Blast missing, they're going to be lacking some supportive jobs here. He often locks down the rotations, watches the flank. There is now a bigger chance of Furia to go for a backstab. So if G2 wants map control, they have to be cautious. Leave him a flank drone instead. They only got 5 left in their pockets to use. So far, almost all of G2 are outside the building. Still looking for the push for now.
And by using a lot of that time, not only getting a player spawn peak, but chasing a player downstairs, it means that they're lacking on drones. So drone work in this late round, like where are you going to push? Are you going to go for an R6 room execute? You're going to have to clear out Pox's position, or are you going to go ops into sight?
Or up the staircase. I mean, Doki just lives in this hallway apparently.
I didn't even know, but yeah, apparently completely left open.
Interesting. So Fury actually playing very passive for Plantanai for the first time this entire game so far. Well, there's 60 seconds to go.
On the back of their tactical timeout, perhaps that is where they change tack and they look for a very passive plant denial focused hold. Out goes the fire again as Ella gets targeted by Loira on that Deimos. The death mark comes out and he goes hunting. It's going to be a duel here around Bathroom and around these narrow hallways. The Scorpion is such a demon here in the hands of JV. Nade has also found Stompin, but Loira's nade finds him. KZ comes to life as well, but Alamau puts him down. A 2v2 as G2 inch closer to the bomb site. Furia are isolated. And are they able to play plant denial? Still so much utility available for Philippe Pox, but Alamau is forcing down that plant, and the smoke cover means that G2 will be successful. And now, in the post plant, it's up to Nade and Pox to bring this back and take matters into their own hands. Out goes the fire, but Alamau swings it with the pistol, no less. Nade now in a 1v2 to stave off a devastating first half here on Lair for Furia. He needs to go hunting, but guess what? Doki's playing Ring Around the Rosie. He'll keep on running away, and there's no chance for him to find both of these kills and go for the counter defuse. Alamau, a couple of love taps from way down south, but Nate is left hunting for anything. What the hell can he do? There's no time. Doki calls him a bot in the old chat, and G2 lock in the 5-1 attack half.
It's creative, it's good problem solving, and it's clean Rainbow Six Siege. Doki, once known as the Ash main, no brain, all aim, plays the capital, good use of fire, the smoke, and the 2v2 played out perfectly once more for G2. The biggest praise this event has been their synergy, their communication, their ability to play together off one another. The timings are so good. Laura on the backstab, jumps in bathroom window, somehow gets the nade kill. They get a perfect 3-2-1 countdown. And an explosive team effort of an execute. Fury go on the attack, but unlike Cafe, you can't just spend the cans in the Asami and play off the window repels. This map is all about getting inside the building and having to fight very hard for map control on a horizontal level. And G2, no doubt about it, they're gonna fight for map control and stick their guns because they are feeling hot.
That they are. Now we've had the operator veto come through. It's given a chance for both teams to talk to their coaches, and I'm sure that Furia are very glad of that. They've used their tactical timeout already, and despite that have gone down 5-1 on their defensive half. And here's a replay of the kills that we saw from Alamau in particular with that pistol, a 1-360 trick shot. That is just classic G2 through and through.
You see the exact same thing from G2 here as you saw before. The Tachanka coming out for plant denial. Alamau on his iconic Ella. One of the... Actually, Laura and Alamau both playing Ella very often compared to most people before the Shadow buff, with the recall getting a bit better. Alamau specifically on Oregon Basement back when I was in the Pro League map pool, playing Ella Shotgun, being a complete menace on any of those staircases. So G2 had a very different look, playing a lot of utility. I love the mute here as well. Stompin's Pro League debut, of course, at G2 on Lair. He was playing mute in the hallway of server, like he is right now. That was when I first saw him. I was like, you know what, maybe this kid is actually good, because he plays discipline, he plays patient, doesn't overswing. I thought personally, without knowing much about Stompin, it'd be like a all aim, no brain Ash main. I'm like, we don't need more of those.
No, we really don't. And I don't think he is.
He's not. He's playing... He plays good gunfights, doesn't take high risk, playing those 50-50s at worst, or 70-30s for himself, plays good positioning, good timing, plays flex, plays support, plays util operators.
It's very early days, but I mean, a lot of people are talking about Stompin and saying, like, this is a once-in-a-generation talent in esports. And it could well be the case. The thing that has impressed me the most isn't just his in-game presence, but his out-of-game professionalism. This guy is
aura?
18. He's got aura. He's 18 years old. He walks up to you and Anne in the airport, shakes your hands, introduces himself. How intimidating would it be to be 18 years old and coming into an esport that has been active for almost 10 years now and be introducing yourself to legends? Alamau, I don't know what's going on there. You got a little bit too attached to your pistol from last round, and he decides to swing out of nowhere.
That is definitely a question mark moment because, I mean, look at the timer. Almost half the round Burr and Fury making little to no map progress, and now you're giving a lot of space up for free, leaving Laura pretty much alone. I mean, Stompin's in the area, but still, it's not pretty. The Bok downstairs doing vertical destruction. Either Laura has to get help or has to fall back. No spare reinforcement, though. So that rotate towards the bomb site will stay there forever.
How long is Laura going to hold on to that position, though?
Maybe until the end, actually. It could be a play till you die situation for him, honestly, because Stompin's never support.
He does have a one-way as well, does Stompin, with his Keeper barrier supporting him. The flashbangs are great. Is there an entry on the back of it? Just the drones, actually. They're not looking to take any risks, but they have forced Stompin away. Loris continuing to hold on to his position despite KZ down below on the buck. The gall of this man to continue contesting. Eventually, he will fall back. A minute to go. And look at this. G2 have just peeled back the layers. They still have a mirror window to work off of.
If only had a spare reinforcement, though. They're all wishing for it, hoping that would be the case, but it's not. The bathroom hallway next to Blast there is so important. If the attackers of Fury jump in bathroom and get control for a backstab, that could be the end of all. So Blast has to hold on. Trust your teammates. They can hold the front. Laura finds one. He's still alive.
Flash goes in, but Blaz still holds his line. Bit of damage done, but no kill as of yet. But Stompin! I don't know how he snuck back onto this balcony, but he takes control of the mezzanine. He finds two, looking for another one. JV finally settles him. Loira goes hunting. Hold on for a second, G2. Don't wet your whistle too early. That was very aggressive. But thank goodness they locked it in. Furia, again, they keep throwing everything they've got at G2, but they cannot find a round. And it's a 6-1 domination on Lair.
It is criminal what happened in that round. If you look at where Loira started the round and how the outcome ended up happening. He gets 2 kills, stays alive, fights the Ying, fights the Verge, fights the drones, fights the entire damn team. Then Stomper with a great 2K as well. That felt like a 2v5. Animal died early, and the only other action was Doki with the final kill. 4 kills between Stomper and Loira in that round.
Yeah, I mean, they're just the GOATs. Look at them. The way that they've played in this stage, certainly.
It's been so good.
An all-time duo at the moment between Loira and Stompin. So Furia, I bet you didn't see this one coming. It's 6-1. After such a good cafe too. I mean, G2 really have not let Furia into this game.
Granted, Furia, they were a little bit slow at picking up Lair, if I recall correctly. It's a newer map in their map pool. I think Reload was the first event where they brought out in Tier 1 level of play, internationally at least.
I can't remember off the top of my head,
I believe
but
it was
sounds
Reload.
about right. And they haven't played at this tournament so far as well.
So it is one of the more surprising. Maybe we bring this out when we feel like we need to. G2 picked it, of course, because they like it, and you assume Furia don't like it a lot.
Funnily enough, though, the one map that G2 lost early in that sent them down into the lower bracket was actually Lair when they played against Shopify Rebellion.
On the 5-7 loss, that was very close.
Very, very tight. G2 have been undefeated ever since that. Aside, of course, from dropping a map, not just here to Furia, but also yesterday to FaZe.
Nope, to NIP.
Sorry, NIP.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you, Harry.
I remember because, what was it? G2 stopped Falcon's like insane win streak on Bang. They were like the Bang team. And then NIP stopped G2's streak on it as well. That fun fact was like, it was NIP they played, yeah.
All right.
So Loira, where he's playing right now, by the way, playing on that bong store between the sides. One of the hardest spots I've played my entire life. I scrimmed this map against an EML team before Combine, and I died here every round. It is unplayable. He's also dead.
Yeah,
it's unplayable.
It doesn't help when you just completely abandon your position and give a free kill up to Furia. So there's one. The Dokkaebi call on the back of it. Late round, this is likely to be an execute using the Sens. Out goes the exothermic, and there is now a gaping hole on site.
I think G2 knows what's coming. We've seen this push so many times in the past. Comes down to the pre-fire through the sense wall, some Tachanka in a good spot. But with Fury getting man advantage, this is not going to be easy for G2 at all.
Well, there's a hell of a lot of coverage from the Sens.
Fading it.
KZ deactivates it for now. The fire comes out. Meanwhile, Blaz has found Pox. Where has the Dokkaebi gone down?
Upstairs.
I think so. It looks like a ill-timed backstab for Furia. Gets G2 back on top.
On Rocket, maybe, yeah. Backstab, you're right. A second. Wait, hello?
Oh, no?
Just like that? They're gonna steal the round, James.
Oh, this is ugly. Furia, you can't afford to be losing like this. If we go to map number 3 of Chalet, Furia need to keep in form, and Blaz is still waiting! A triple for Blaz as he hits double digits and is hungry for more. KZ finally puts him down, but it might just be too late for Furia as the plant needs to go down here for Nade, but it is a 1 versus 3. He baits it and he waits, biding his time. The first one found, the second one will go begging. Furia through the first punch, but G2 whip out the katana. 3 maps is just what we deserve to settle the score.
So we've had one team destroy one on Cafe. G2, they strike back on Lair, looking like they are much stronger on this one. But the third map is Chalet. If you recall, Furia, back when they're known as W7M, they created how current pro teams play that map of Chalet. And G2 need to overtake them and become maybe the best team in the world on that map to take down Furia and go all the way to the grand final. It's not going to get easier, it's only going to get harder from here on out.
Yeah, but for G2, losing the first map in a reasonably convincing manner to go and do that, 7-1, Furia barely got into it. There were a few brief moments that Tachanka on the basement objective as well. Alamal struggling on the shield bands coming out. G2, doesn't matter what Furia threw at them, they always had a response. And even from the start of that map, despite being down on Cafe, Alamal, you could never see a crack.
No, they look confident, comfortable, and maybe it's true, maybe the vibes are just so good that they have become the best team in the world. At least on Lair, they very much look like it. Composure is so important, and Furia, they've been in big finals before. I know it's a semi-final, but they got what it takes to bounce it back.
Yeah, and guess what? Stompin and Laura have arrived in the server. G2 are here to play. Of course, next map is coming up very shortly after this.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
I'm with your call.
I have a fire.
Still.
Oh, what's left?
Still.
One shot, middle, main, fucking main, top main.
Main. Last
guy main.
Yeah, bomb, Carl.
Yeah, you can plant. Last has you.
Everyone, guys. Can you call if you go server?
Yes, I can. I can call.
But it's late, okay then. Stop.
Nice!
Let's go, bro.
Let's go, Loira!
Guys, let's go.
Holy shit.
I said, bro, we're gonna flash and go electric, bro. You see, I hit part of the guy.
Let's fucking go, guys. Huge round.
Let's go, Loira. Indeed, an absolute game from this man on the server today. G2, you know, game one looked a little shaky. Game two, it's their mapping. They brought it back.
As they should, as I was hoping they should. This is the semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see a good match. I was very worried after Cafe. Leo looked over at me and he's like, I'm not sure how Jess is feeling, but it turns out map picks are map picks for a reason.
Exactly. I think we saw both teams play on their best map each time, and the same level for Furia and Cafe that G2 was playing at on Lair right now.
Let's discuss win conditions specifically. Starting off with G2, because you highlighted Loira earlier today, and like this man came out to play.
Yeah, I'm glad he did because he's had a field day here at EWC, and I think that this is the LAN environment that he loves. He seems to be very calm in and out of the server, and he's come into today and he's kept consistency. And a lot of players will have up and down games, but Loira has shown that it doesn't matter who he's going up against, he is able to bring the flame, and I think that's what G2 needed. And it also, I think, gave a little bit of confidence to the others who maybe weren't having the best of games. So I liked that about him too.
I think it's going to be tough to have a clear win condition on the side of Furia. Because right now, what are they losing to? If you look at this, it's the defense side, where they lose 5 rounds in a row. Now, the biggest problem that I see, they went for turtle setups, gave too much space, and lost. They went for extended setups, got completely destroyed on the run, and lost. How do you adapt when you're Philippox? It's really hard, because everything you're throwing at them, they're solving. So one thing that I'd like to see, because they're going to go and play on Cafe, at some point they will be in defense, ban the crowd on Chalet, sorry, at some point they're gonna need to ban the crowd control appearance. Ban the Deimos, ban the Blitz, at some point ban the Dokaibi, try those extended setups, and at this point it just comes down to momentum and flagging power, and they've got the best player for it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the Furia roster that was playing under W7M that was like down, I don't remember how many rounds in that SI final in 2024, and they still managed to bring it back. So when it comes to pressure, when it comes to back against the wall, when it comes to being able to lock in when it matters most, this is a roster that is no stranger to that. But then on G2 side as well, they have that momentum going into Chalet. They just won their own map pick. That first game was done and dusted. They recovered from that mentally. So if I am Furia right now and G2 too, to be completely fair, I still think it's a 50-50.
I think, flip a coin. Although, with heads having a slight edge and maybe G2 being the heads of the flip of this coin, just being that Chalet has been a comfortable playground for them. So for me, I look over towards Furia and I'm like, you've had some shaky showings on Chalet. It hasn't been your playground, whereas G2's looked pretty comfortable on it.
I think that was true up until EML. EML played it, they beat Secret, but then they played Secret again, lost it quite convincingly. It's been the same problem for Furia, lost it to W7M during this tournament. At this point, both teams have lost it the last time they played it. They're not looking too good and too comfortable on it. But if there are two teams that had cut everything from one day to another, that's G2 and Furia. Two of the best teams in terms of fragging power and mentality, clashing on the map. Except for Border, that has the most fragging potential ever. That's gonna be crazy.
I was sitting here thinking, what is it? What's the X factor that can break away from one of these teams here? I truly think, given how much they speak about prep, and this is from the Furia side, that how much have you prepped Chalet? You probably prepped the first 2 maps expecting that. That's what your analysts are for. They do a lot of prep going into that. But sometimes you never really know the decider as an analyst. You kind of guess where it's going to go, and sometimes you don't even expect to go there. So how much prep have they done on it if they are a prep-heavy team?
Another advantage that we could potentially be talking about as well is the fact that when we're looking at Furia, they do have their support of their fans here. Everybody's here, you know, the crowd is going a little rowdy. Some might say a little too rowdy, and that we're gonna leave that one up for debate. That's not our area of expertise. But for Furia as well, this is something that they have experienced before. Whereas when we're looking at G2, it's not always that they are able to bounce back when their backs are against a wall. But this best of 3 is now down to only 1 map left, and that is going to be Chalet, the decider of who's going to be in the Esports World Cup final for Rainbow Six Siege X. Chalet coming up.
Ain't that the truth, Genie? One of these teams is about to step up to the plate, step up to the challenge to take on whoever wins later today. But of course, only one of these teams can progress. Is it going to be the legacy or the future? Is it going to be Furia with all the trophies, everything they have raised, the one thing they have never, the one piece of silverware they've never put their fingers on is an EWC trophy? Or is it to be G2? Once upon a time, that name really meant something in Rainbow Six, and they're looking to re-establish it. Here, one team will leave.
I feel like we started this event just on a barn burner. Lower bracket, so many good teams, early exit teams like FaZe Clan,
Falcons, first rounded, the reigning champs. Let's not forget that.
Yeah. No. And yet we're here with G2 Fury somehow still fighting it, doing it big, in style. Missing a player from G2, by the way, on stage.
Yeah, I don't know. Can we call him out?
We can call him out.
Call him out. As we see the coaches getting ready, putting their heads together, apparently Doki is still making his way from the laboratories. And this is exactly what they were talking about. And the analysts, Furia, of course, their fan base, they are so passionate. We first heard the drums in Sao Paulo a year and a half ago, and they have certainly made their appearance here in Saudi Arabia. A very long way to travel all the way from Brazil. They have gone global. They've made it here to Riyadh, and they are making some noise. We're about to get into this. It's the third map. And of course, like we've said, the grand final appearance. It feels like this match perhaps should be the grand final, but we have to say goodbye to one of these teams today.
You can see Adam out, not wasting any seconds. There's a lot of specifics right now. Pushing the positioning. In the in-game chat, you guys can't see it watching the stream, but Animal was actually predicting what Furia was going to ban. But the ban phase as well, so they are ready.
G2 are putting their heads together. Furia are beginning to set their sights on what could be the latest trophy in their cabinet. It's two great dynasties going head-to-head, and the final map comes down to Chalet.
Let's see, so Alamau, he was asking for a Maverick ban incoming. So let's see if they're gonna entertain that thought. Grim goes first, second goes the Ying, which has been a stable ban now for Furia across this best of 3, which, I mean, I know G2, they can play it, but now you're leaving a lot of other things open, right? They've been target banning Monty on the first 2 maps of Cafe and Lair. Now, Chalet isn't a massive Shield/Monty map, but it will be an opera that G2 can crouch down for the first time in the entire BO3, and if they struggle for whatever reason, we know Element will bring it out, and Furia hasn't seen that in this BO3 at all.
And you said it was a very different map, but on Lair we did see a lot of that blitz play from Alamau. It was really
Blackbeard
good.
as well.
Furia, of course, banned it, yeah, and then he moved on to the Blackbeard. Not only do we have no shield bans coming out from Furia, leaving all of the options open for G2, but we also have G2 getting rid of that Clash, which is the primary shield counter. So while we are on a different battleground here, and Chalet doesn't lend itself quite so much to shields, it's still, like you said, a tool in their arsenal.
10 seconds. You got Dogaby. I mean, you got so many Flex operators open, actually. It's kind of scary.
5 seconds left.
So we've seen 2 dominant maps. Furia took the first one. It looked like easy peasy. Then G2 says, we'll just 7-1 you, we don't care, on Lair. Now I'm curious on Chalet, because it's a very different kind of pace in both Lair and Cafe, rather. So Chalet is a whole different ball game.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a very different map to play, especially as a defender, right? Like, there are so many windows on this map that you could be exposed to. It's a very claustrophobic map. Kind of like a bigger border, really. Still very aggressive and very dangerous, and there's a lot of explosive potential for the attackers on this map. The big thing I'm noticing in the operator lineup from G2, though, is we've got both Deimos and Dogaby open. Loira actually finds the opening. Where was Felipox? This could be aggressive, though. Loira's a little bit too much up the blue stairs, and he's found by KZ, who immediately gets traded back again by Stompin. So it's just an incessant back and forth between these teams. G2 ending up in the advantage.
It's TDM. It's like when Furia were defending on Cafe. They're spread out so thin across the map, they can't help each other. What they are doing, they're locking out G2 from the entry points.
Blaz was watching that angle for so long.
He's going to assume this is clear for sure.
Oh no, JV,
oh my God.
That is dirty. Such a quick on the trot. Yeah, rush, and immediately the Dogaby call comes out. He's trying to cancel those tracks.
They could plant here, though. They all 3 on site.
It's aggression from G2, but they don't want to continue marching on forward. Alamau takes a hell of a lot of damage, but that C4 does not deny the plant. Doki overextends, overplays his hand, and Furia in the post-plant have a lot of options on how they want to play this. First, they got to get rid of Alamau here in Connector. Stompin from the main stairs. It's a trade. I believe they know about it. Stompin makes it that 1v1. Herds spots his position. Flashbang goes out. A second one available. But he's got information from Alamau. He also has the option of opening up Vert, but only with the rifle. Herds, how are you going to play this? You're the one who's got to make the move, but still a flashbang in the hands of Stompin. Herds is starting to get on that diffuser. He fakes it, and Stompin baits him out as well by sprinting away. And the timer has ticked away. It's perfection from the Prodigy. A big clutch in the first round.
Big smiles. First international event first Pro League stage, a 1v1 against Furia to start off the third map to go into a grand finals.
And he acts like he's done it 100 times
so
before.
Easy, but that's the thing, James. Stompin has played so many 1v1 tournaments. I generally think in these moments, that's what's shining for him. He's not nervous. He's played that exact moment probably 5 times in the past at least on that specific bomb site.
And he plays it so smart as well. The way that he fakes it, he plays off audio, waits for the diffuser hit, sprints down, and then sprints away. Doesn't matter if he lost the fight, he won it on the mental game anyway. There was no time for Herds to get back on that diffuser, and yet he's going to get the kill. He's going to do it anyway.
There's again a good read from LMAO. Strategically, he said, guys, they're roaming heavily. They're not going to be playing everywhere, so that means the side is probably going to be free. They rush it. 4 versus 3. Yes, one guy went down outside a trench door, but then 3 different attackers. They got down the blue staircase in towards side, get down the diffuser. So Furia being red, they're being adapted versus. G2 can just keep doing that, read the situation, make the right call. At this point, we've seen everybody really get warmed up in the server. No one's missing their shots.
No. And Stompin got a 3K to boot that round as well.
Yep. When you give him that kind of momentum,
oh yeah,
if he keeps it, it's going to be a game.
It took him a minute to warm up on Cafe. We said his name a few times.
It was so hard.
Yeah, what's going on here? G2 didn't look too great on that map. Saw some big moments from him on Lair. And here, kicking off Chalet, looking like the king. Oh, hello, Herds. Big shot. He takes down his son. LMAO's out of it. Now, there was a drone in the prep phase from Loira already in the objective. There's so much info for G2, and they capitalize on it, evening up the numbers. Oh, a big jump from Doki, straight into the bathroom.
Off pace. It works. Stumbles in piano. Doki's inside a bathroom. I mean, they got most of this top floor control. They're just going to wait for you to walk into the angles.
Furia are lacking on information on the side as well, and now they're lacking on players.
Got him.
It's a 2v4. Loira finally put down, but a big 180 from Doki. Herds is the last one remaining. They know just where he is, and they can lock him on down. Lock him in place with the Lion. As Doki forces the plant, there goes a nade. He peeks on the back of it, and Stompin confirms it with the DMR. G2 back-to-back rounds to kick off Chalet.
This is dangerous. When you're giving G2 these kinds of rounds, we just say, screw it, jump inside. No frost trap, was there to cover the window. They weren't watching, they weren't ready for it. Doki turning up the aggression. I feel like Doki's been on support duties a lot in this series so far, playing the Capital. Look at that. Straight on in.
Wow,
gets
through the dread
job
mine.
done. I guess he grenaded the frost trap early in the round because he had no nades left in the pocket.
Oh, what was that from
that's the catch.
Felipox?
Okay. And then this turnaround as well.
Notice the holo pick from Doki as well. I mean, there are a lot of line of sights on this map that are very long, but he's happy to play that holo because he knows he's going to get in and amongst the action. He wants to be able to go for those quick close-range engagements, go for those flicks. And while Furia have their fan club on the stage watching and cheering and making noise, G2, they're making noise in the server. They're letting their gameplay do the talking. They're also getting a little bit lippy in the chat. Did you see what Doki said? We have a second monitor where we can see the chat.
I didn't see what Doki said.
He said, shake for me.
Shake for me? I mean, Doki did say in the beginning, we'll do the talking in the server. I got no words for you, Felipox. He doesn't care about it.
He's got plenty of words now.
They got to prove it first, and they've been doing that just now. Furia said so many times before, not a team to tilt in the server, but how they're losing these rounds is tilting for any kind of player, especially in Furia. They're the kings of that kind of playstyle where they steal the show. If you had blurred out the names of these two teams, I would have thought Furia was attacking last round against G2, but no, G2 doing it to them.
There's no doubt a lot of the inspiration for the modern G2 playstyle came from the success of Furia in the W7M era, when they won everything in the year except EWC. Ooh. Hello. Long angle. Felipox needs to be careful. A couple of rounds now he's died in a bit of a silly spot. That run out last round, very much ill-advised. Don't peek early here. LMAO's baiting you.
Yeah, they have a choice to make. Do they send a guy downstairs to chase him, or do they just leave him be? Because they know he's on that basement staircase. If he's so busy upstairs instead, library, balcony, piano, hallway, want to clear the shield.
Here come the flashes. Here comes the nade as well. And it should detonate, I believe. Indeed it does. A second one to follow to force him off that position. This is perfect from Doki. Great usage of the striker, having both the flashes to clear the ADSs and the nades to follow through. Now Furia rely on KZ, the Warden, playing at mezzanine, but Hertz has been shut down on the staircase, leaving KZ all alone. A shoulder peek from Doki. Now he knows exactly where the position is, but coming up from down below, it's the Nook. Sneaky little Alamau finds his kill and finds a 2-player advantage for G2.
This is perfect. Has to beat the flank player as well. Oh, he gets shot down though. JV Demon in hand finds an easy pick to Alamau. Slow it down, G2. You got the 4v3.
Oh no.
Nate through the vert as well. Furia finding kills, seeing that out of nowhere. And G2, they might start shaking because this round was so winnable. Now back to even ground.
They're getting targeted, but of course he can find refuge on a mute jammer. The death mark will fail. Blaz already crossed inside. He might find a kill on the back of it, but the double swing and the Brazilians are coming back. But Nade and Felipox are so low on HP, and guess what? It's Stompin. He has not yet died here on Chalet, and he looks for more. Laura finds one. Him and Stompin put things together and put Furia to bed. 3 on the trot for G2.
Ridiculous display of gun skill right now. G2, they have their mind games and their mini games. I saw Alamau before they loaded up on the server being very verbal. His hands getting involved, talking a lot of stuff about strats it looked like, pushing in together. What we saw in that round is so genius. They have a player in office holding the blue staircase angle, then they can send the second player just peeking the mezzanine hallway. So they're baiting the player in blue stairs to swing up to try and go for a crossfire. He dies. Alamau on the nuke walks straight past the default camera that they left up on purpose, by the way, because it could have been shot by them earlier, and just gets the backstab. So it's these very small things again that are completely stealing the show. Fury don't know what's hitting them. And it's because G2 have so many different things happening at the same time.
And now Fury are going to take their tactical timeout. I'm worried here, Pengu.
Stompin 6-0.
Stompin has been farming. Romalio now has a chance to talk to the roster as well. G2's reads on this attack have been so accurate. Furia, they've been rattled. They've lost their confidence. Look at Hertz's face. Look at how it panned out. The read from Alamau was perfect. He walked straight past that bulletproof camera with the Nook active. He couldn't be spotted, and a 3-player crossfire from G2 just to flush out KZ's position at pillar.
It's such good step-by-step problem solving, and the thing is, when you play Rainbow Six Siege and you look at everything from like a top-down, we gotta deal with the blue stairs, the mezzanine, the flanker, everything. It can be so chaotic in your head. When you're a high-level IGL in-game leader like Alamau, you're able to take these pieces and just do it step by step. Okay, who's touching flank? That's Splash. Okay, don't gotta worry about that right now. Who's holding blue stairs? Who's pushing the hallway? You two? Okay. When you give individual players those specific kinds of jobs, you're making all those big problems into very small, manageable, smaller problems, and step by step you can work through it, and then when the plan comes together, you see what happens. It's so good, Siege.
10 seconds remaining. Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, that it is.
5 seconds.
I'm worried, Pengu, because we saw Furia take tactical timeouts on the previous maps and fail to convert that to round wins, and they really need it now. Yes, this has been an attackers series. Both teams have been better on their attack than on their defense here. And it just goes to show that's what happens when you have this level of confidence and when you have such a good read of your opponent. But that's not going to be an excuse that Furia are going to be satisfied with. We need to see more from them on their defensive side. 3-0 in the lead for G2. There's a world where Furia can bring it back.
Really like the operative banshee from both teams. Of course, the Fenrir enabling D2 to do more VAT plays, walking in, taking gunfights on even footing. Furia target banning Deimos. That has honestly been a problem on all 3 maps, especially on Lair. And now you don't got to deal with the mute every single round. D2 slowing down the pace, playing some Brava, some Nomad, some Capital. They want to try and play for an execute and a setup. Still hold those angles, expect that Fury aggression. Claymore is risky, but out the coverage. I was saying it though, it's risky, my friend. Casey goes for a free pick swing.
No response. Doki taken down. 1 player eliminated from G2. Restricts their ability to go for these explosive plays. Restricts their ability to split up and play from everywhere. But Loira does find his. I'm not sure where the pick on Hertz happened. This is well played from Blaz on the windows.
He's so important. If he dies, the entire middle of this bomb set opens up for Fury. The rotations are now enabled. No assignment to cut off the rotations. Close that gap on the window. The thing with D2 is they lack presence in the building. They're on the rappels. They're watching. But where's the entry going to be? Laura off his balcony, stomping, Slayer and rappel. Only Elma in the building downstairs in kitchen. He has to, actually, he's in car garage in the basement actually. He has to make the first move. Furia, for once, they're not swinging. They know they're in a good spot.
Yeah, patience may be the virtue for Furia.
They have to be patient. If Philly swings his door and dies, that's a win for G2.
And Pox hasn't got a kill yet this game. Smoke. Now Nade can see through that for his smoke, but yeah, what is this? It seems to be a bait here from G2. They're just waiting for the chance. Alamau, though, straight up from White Stairs. He holds Shift W. He rips the rug out from under JV. And now stomping, planting. G2 have stolen the objective, and Furia need to fight back.
They know.
Alamau's got this on lock, though. R4C in hand for Epox. 0-4. He's only found 1 kill so far, as Nade and KZ need to make their way back to site. But Stompin, look at him. He lies in wait. He's got the crossfire with Blaz. The Frenchman goes hunting, doesn't find it. Nade up against 2. A 3K from Alamau on the Ash, as Nade goes for a slow peek, just waiting for his countrymen to find him. But a 4K from the captain. And they are untouchable on Chalet. G2 will not let up.
This is such a statement game from Alamau. The one thing I wanted to see in this series was him leading from the front, not being scared, not shaking up against Furia, because they have a bad history of Alamau losing to this particular team. And he is showing up in big style. At first, he was IGLing, he was playing the shields, going for plants and trying to go for executes. Now, he's entry fragging in a position where if he doesn't win that gunfight and finds that player on the bomb site, they don't get in. G2 probably don't win that round. Everything relied on Alamau, Ash charge breaching, rushing up the waste main staircase, and takes the round into his own hands. He gets all the kills. Stomp and plants, round is over, 4-0. Every time we see Alamau on the player cam, we have to keep talking about it. He looks like he is hungry for this victory and not choke in the slightest. It's a new kind of G2. Yeah. It truly is.
It's amazing what changing one player can do to a roster.
Yeah.
I mean, Stompin, he's making everyone else on the team look better as well.
While he's being so good himself.
He's 6-0. He's farming, right? But Alamau is the star of the show in that round.
Yeah.
Loira has been the star of the show for a lot of this as well. Doki has had some incredible moments, as has Blaz. It's such a well-rounded roster.
I think what we see from 4 players, Loira, Alamau, Stompin, and Doki, is we see what they do, and it goes appreciated. It's all the things that we don't see that Blaz does that actually goes a long way. He's always covering good positions, watching drones, playing an important spot on the map, whereas if Blaz isn't on a big window rappel, they can rotate around, Alamau's rush doesn't work. So Blaz is playing a super unappreciated role, but it's vital for the success of G2.
And G2, like you said, they love to vary up the pace. They'll play slow in the early round, then they'll get a little bit of ground. Oh, Loira, I'm not sure.
Philly?
Okay, Philippox was aware. I thought that he perhaps hadn't heard Loira. Philippox has the dining room on lock. Meanwhile, Alamau with the blitz has found his way inside. He's looking for a little bit more. Be careful. It's not easy, especially not with a goo mine in your foot. This could be the read, but Herd sits Blaz back down again. G2 are left trailing, but Stompin and Alamau, well, they've been perfect in this game so far. Here comes the shotgun from Stompin. 1 shell remains. He doesn't get the kill. He looks for the reload, and the impacts come out. They both go down. Is Alamau able to reconnect with his teammate and pick him back up again? I'm not sure if he's got the chance, but he might just try. Philippox is still on the floor, but I think that Nade is coming to support. He spots the player. Gas comes out. He needs to take the fight with the pistol, but all of Furia are there. They fight tooth and nail for control, and finally they get themselves on that scoreboard.
Comes down to some creativity from the side of Furia fighting back. Philippox been so quiet on this map, finally shows up, gets 2 important kills. And it's a big part of the entire round from the very beginning. But the damage is already done mentally, like 4-1 is still a great lead for G2. Furia, they gotta show us more. It feels like even in this round, it's G2 choosing the pace, they're taking control. Furia just about answering back. Not really taking charge of what's happening in the server. Alamau almost had that one, but 1 HP, couldn't cut it, of course. Would have been ridiculous clutch at that if he had won that.
Well, at least Furia have that one round on the board to build a bit of confidence.
They
but
need more, James.
They need a hell of a lot more.
2-4 half. Give it to me.
2-4 is just the beginning, though. Attack has been so good for G2. Furia struggling on their defenses here. They struggled as well on Lair. We need them back into it. G2 have well and truly controlled this game. Even that round where G2 lost, it was still G2 in control of it from the get-go. It was aggression from Loira, aggression from Alamau on the blitz.
That's exactly it.
How the hell do you read an attack like that?
I would like to see Furia just play a bit closer together. That's the one thing they did really well last round. When Alamau, and I mean the entire team was fighting in that, bar hallway by bottom blue staircase, there were 3 different defenders from Furia actively in a gunfight. Furia from the beginning of Chalet, they've been spread out very thin in different areas. For example, right now, Hertz, solo in Solarium, nobody nearby. Nate in Kitchen, solo as well, nobody nearby. When Furia, they meet contact on their own, they are on their own against global gadgets like Lion, like Dokkaebi, or Shield sometimes. I want to see them go 2 versus 1, 2 versus 2, play more together. C4 is excellent! It flies at the window, Blast goes down, but it catches him.
And Nuclear C4 all the way out on that repel. Blaz shut out of it. No more Dokkaebi calls this round. And while there has been a trade, Furia still keep their head above the water. Stompin finds his second death in the whole map as KZ continues to roam up above. And Alanau is just waiting for him. G2 have really slowed down, but if they can keep finding picks and bringing this back, then maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe their patience will be rewarded.
It's only a matter of time. Again, Furia trying to play together, going for solo swings. The pace off. KZ catches the timing on Doke in the vault in. He's injured. They trade. It's a 1v1.
Out of nowhere. Minute and a half remaining.
They're going to rest.
It's Herds versus Alamau.
Free plant.
Nade might get revived here by Herds, but that means it will be a 1 versus 2. Oh, this is very, very late. The timing here as Herds waits for his teammate. Him and Nade put together. Alamau has to hold the fire on! Alamau! What the hell was that? How does he clutch the 1v2?
He stands up, looking across the stage. He knows what just happened. One of the final nails in the coffin to send Fury out of the tournament. He popped the Goyo Fire, and guess what? Nade with 20 HP was a player picking that direction, and it took him out immediately.
I'm lost for words. How did that happen?
Out of nowhere.
Furia played it so well.
Yeah.
Yes, Alamau got in, but they had info he was planting. They knew that they could drop back down the hatch. Both teams knew everything that was going on, and Nade comes back, low HP, but he's supported by Herds. Both of them pincering around the pillar so that they can peek him at the same time. Yeah. Alamau plays it to perfection to pop the Goyo Fire and go for the second player. Unbelievable from Alamau. And G2, they have cemented what has been an unbelievably dominant half over Furia. These attacks have been insurmountable, and now Furia have to do it all on their attacking side.
Double shield ban by G2 against Furia, who quite literally don't... I mean, okay, they did play some blitz on Cafe. Philippox did great on it, but the whole reason why Furia struggled after their massive year of success was because the shield meta came about, and they aren't really a shield meta team. I will say this though, if you want to crouch some easy aggressive operators to get inside the building, shields will be those. This could be G2 being one step ahead of Furia, just saying, you know what, you're not even going to get the option of doing this to us. Gone on the shields, you can play the Blackbeard, we don't care. KC will pick it in this first round as well. Combined with a few... Is that going to be... It's a few shield and Blackbeard. Maybe Fury, they are a shield team now, Jim. What? They've gone double shield on Fuse Blackbeard.
I mean,
I've missed a chapter.
The read of G2's life, apparently. Or is this just Furia going for broke? Double shield and the glass.
No?
The line, I mean, it reeks of desperation here from the Brazilians. 2 more rounds and G2 have this in the bag. How can you afford to take risks like this when you're facing such a scoreline?
They can rush it. BP upstairs holds the library. Fuse shield can plant, glass smokes cover. That could be an easy 1-2-3 execute because they're all outside the bar window. When they want to go for it, they're going to go for it.
Here come the smokes from Glaz. First blood drawn by Furia, but they do fight back and the plant is going down. A blind shot without the smoke vision. And Felipox sees the player and takes him down. Now he needs to get aggressive, but he's spotted by Loira in the post plan. Furia have to hold it, but G2 wastes no time getting right back onto it. Where does Stompen go? Does he look to play outside of Mud? KZ has the shield, but he's looking to play aggressive. Same to be said for Nade. All he's got is this piddly little pistol. That's all he's got to deal with, and he's meant to be contesting players here. As Loira gets on the plan, Nade finds the first one, traded back, but KZ is there to support. He's got the double kill. Furia will not lay down arms.
Such a risky rush of a strat for Furia, but it's played so beautifully. G2 had one way to respond realistically in that round. It was a C4 tossed early. The glass popped the smoke, shot a bullet, waited, C4 popped. Now you're going for a plant attempt. And yes, G2 they find some picks, but they got a retake into a post plant, which is almost impossible in Rainbow Six Siege because they're outside the building, far away. No retake possible for G2. But Furia very much still in it. And yeah, double shield ban, but guess what? They found a way regardless by playing Fuse Shield to win that round.
I can't believe that. That's the desperation, right?
It's so unlike Furia's usual playstyle.
I mean, it's not like they're using the Fuse, right? They just want the shield.
They want the shield.
They Monty and Blitz a
but
man.
going for shield plans in a glass, I don't. Furia's not the team that does that, generally speaking.
No.
They can do it, and they will do it sometimes.
Apparently.
But first round on the flip, that's incredible.
Well, we know the best teams in the world are ones that can play so many different play styles. Even though we do go through eras and metas in the game, teams that really master the current most effective way to play the game. Furia did that as W7M. I think G2 are on the verge of that right now with this hyper-aggressive, very modern play style of Siege. Everything is clicking since Stompen has brought himself into the roster, but Furia not ready to call it a day. They may be trailing by 3 rounds, but that does not mean it's a done deal.
See now what kind of pace we can see from Furia. I mean, they want to control it. The Kings of controlling the pace against their opponents. And G2, they've been so good at keeping up on Lair and here in Chalet. The thing about this map that's kind of tricky is that there's so much map to work. We said it's like a bigger border. A lot along the side, a lot of action out of nowhere. Laura in the basement, bottom west main stairs, finds Hurt entering on the IQ. Not a big loss of the operator, but again, Furia playing from behind 4v5 has to now find plays elsewhere.
How do they find kills? They can go fishing. Aggressive shield plays from G2 and Stompen aggressively swinging this window. KZ caught off guard and taken down. No response yet from Furia as Nade hungry for more. We need another one of those grenades used to flush out the position of Blaz holding this shield on the office balcony. Here comes a nade from behind him. Another one has to support, but his shield's still intact. Nade still has 1 grenade left available, but Furia have not made their move on Blaz yet.
Positioning is good right now. G2 recognize we can sit back. We got our shields. They've missed the first nade. I mean, I think at this point you gotta clear the shield itself, not the player position. Oh, double nade, that's genius, but he can play the angle.
Oh.
Gets injured, nice try, perfect timing from Furia.
I think they know about it too.
Yeah.
JV having seen it, now they don't have to focus up on that player, but still there is a numbers advantage. Loira has been taken down below. That is a pivotal kill. That is so much ground given up now in favor of Furia.
That was going to be a C4 for plant deny. G2, they got to find the kill now or stop pushing forward. They have info from Doku's injured.
Doki.
He's been... okay, no mind.
I don't know what happened there. Alamau's found one. Alamau again doubling down. G2 are laughing. And they found themselves within reach of greatness again. Furia. This is where it ends. 4 rounds in a row is what they will need to push this game the distance. Is this how the champions of Rio go out of EWC? 6-1, 7-1 on Lair, and now 6-2 the score here on the final map. The Brazilians need all of the noise from the crowd here in Saudi Arabia to stay alive in the tournament.
I'm so confused what happened. I thought Doki was the injured player, and I was like, they revived him and he gets a kill?
No, that was Blaz was injured, yeah.
I was very confused there for a second. That's my bad. It's a matter of G2 playing it well, sitting back when they have to. Okay, the nades come out. That's the counterplay from Furia. Then they wait. They do a 3-2-1, 3 people swing together. And do the Furia against Furia. You lash at the same perfect second. Because they had numbers advantage early, because Laura got the opening pick, they will be in the better position. G2, on their attacks, they showed us confidence, they showed us quickness, they showed us effective entering in the building. Furia seemingly are going for either direct attacks or very slow approaches so far. And I mean, the most dangerous thing for me is when G2 are up this much, 6-2, they can make the crazy risks. Doki goes for a spawn pick on Solis, dies early. The thing is, it's 6-2. You can afford to lose this round. You can afford to take the risk. Stompin's looking for because this is a go for broke strat. They want to take this round and be the ones who choose that they're going to win.
But they don't care at all.
They're ready for it.
Not rattled in the slightest.
And they baited.
Oh, audio heard. Worrying about the Claymore being placed. KZ doesn't feel safe to do it. He wants to sprint on past and he goes for the Claymore. Now it's down. Stompin suppressed for now.
Fury has a problem solved still. I know they got the opening pick, but what they lacked before was getting inside the building and getting that foothold to work from. And we see in G2, C4s in hand, Stompin by the piano window. They have these mini plays to try and even back the man count and stop Furia from getting what they want.
And G2 are just waiting. Despite being a man down, the time is their ally. Furia have to make the first move. I mean, the Stompin is still peeking this bloody window. This guy just doesn't let up.
It's a go for broke strat, James. They're going to full commit to it. They can't protect this shield from nades. They have no Jaeger, no Wamai. They have to fight back. I mean, you could fall and leave top floor, but as long as G2 has top floor control, they see the bomb site downstairs.
What's the plan from Furia? They spot an aggressive Loira inside of office, and here comes the breach on the office wall. Loira wants to keep playing aggressive, but now he's going to be trapped. The breach is open, and he needs to deal some damage from this position.
He's been so good in this series. Has the confidence, and again, can't quite really run away. Has to fight it out. Furia, they've left the area, though. They're going for a rotate out of library.
What's the plan?
No, now they're giving top floor control. Laura has the red. One guy will watch him. 3-4 guys will hit the bomb site.
This is really dangerous from Furia. Such a gamble! Stompin looks to retake ground! He rips the head off of Hertz! A 4v4, Furia are back in it.
That could be it right there. He gets
another one! He's not going to stop, James! Nobody can stop Stompin!
They're on site.
Back into the side now from Furia. It's desperation, but they do find the kills, and it all comes down to the young prodigy for G2. He's found 2 kills thus far, and Furia forcing that plant down. Stompin has no idea where these last 3 Brazilian players reside. He's been spotted on the camera, and he needs to go for broke. He needs to send it, but look at his opponents. Nade on the Blackbeard, Felipox and JV taking the long angles. There's no way in hell that he can win this. Vertical play from Felipox, and they taunt him until they put him down. Furia are fighting tooth and nail. They will not give up.
Such a risky rotation. They're leaving one person upstairs from Furia because if he dies, they know the verticality will work against him. But they lose that player. They say, guys, now we gotta go even faster into West main window, take the bomb site, watch the heads go for a plant. Stompin was somehow the last guy alive despite taking gunfight after gunfight the entire round. When you go back to this one, G2, they wish they had Doki alive, the Solis, to see the drones, maybe catch the rotation, just have one more buddy to watch that West main window. But that was G2 playing 4 versus 5 from the very beginning, and still...
And yet it was that close.
Yeah.
Furia, with all the pressure on Furia's shoulders in a moment like that, they still have the ability to say, okay, flip the switch, go. We got absolutely obliterated by Stompin offside. Let's leave him be. We know that that's one player above. We know he's looking to get fed. We know he's on fire. Ignore him, and we will go and hunt the site. Furia still have that in them. But do they have enough in the tank for 3 rounds to push overtime? I mean, we've seen greater comebacks from Furia.
We have. It's happened before.
That's the problem with Fury. You can never count them out because when you've seen what they achieved in Sao Paulo 2 years ago, you just can't look past any scoreline. You can't ever count out this 5 roster who have been the best team to grace Siege for the better part of 3 years now, and they have not made a single roster change since, as W7M, they lost to G2 in Montreal the last time these two teams met.
It's a very personal match. Of course, LMAO as well, leaving his region to join Europe, now playing his fellow countrymen from different sides of the world here of representation. LMAO's been so good, 11-6 to his name. On the scoreboard, there's only one player missing right now from both teams, that's Blast. But I will say this again, he's done a great job doing the things that we don't get to see a lot of. Supportive work, watching important angles and playing the cutoffs and the crosses. Often the anchor player as well, ensuring that no side is going to be vulnerable for a rush. Furia, 3 guys on the windows, looking to clear out utility, spam some flashbangs, soft destruction, flourish drones. That's step 1. By doing this from the roof, they can now spin the utility early and all become free guns later on. So if anything goes the wrong way and they lose a player, they're not going to die with that utility in their pocket.
And that's
they're
definitely
getting step 2 done as step 1.
Yeah, what they need from Furia, right, is that ability to be able to flip things on the switch, like we saw last round. So yeah, use that utility early on, tick those boxes, and then be dynamic.
Normally you'll take office control first, master bedroom, then clear, but because you do it first, now they can take the risk. I think they've got it done, at least. Forrester is looking for... Yeah, they got the shield, if there was one.
There's still mute jammers.
There wasn't actually a shield. I just checked. There's not a shield from T2, actually. But they burned something.
Well, of course, there are my magnets. Loira is still just generating one more. This has been a quiet round here from Furia. Slow and steady, measuring twice, but when will they cut?
And also, it's been quiet and maybe in the wrong way. They have gotten decent map control, but clearing this mirror window position, I can only think of one thing. The counter fire from Philippox has to be perfect against the Might Disc from Loira. Philippox right now is outside the piano windows in a good spot to get it done. Loira, their round can be won or lost from this position.
Oh, how do they deal with the mirror window, though? They haven't got any util to clear it. Blaz and Loira jump into the fray. Now Furia, desperation. It calls for a moment for somebody to step up. Philippox with the smoke, but Alamau, he holds his ground and he waits. 2 players from Furia about to round this corner. Philippox, he runs past and Alamau exposes his position but finds the kill. A trade from Pox, but 4 players still alive from G2. As Philippox and JV are searching for their way back into this round, searching for their way to survive here at EWC.
They gave up top floor. Fury gotta work the doors for 25 seconds, 2v4, full information. G2, they're just waiting for the right moment to strike.
And there's no way for it, not when Doki is coming up behind. 1 kill for Doki! The Brazilians might have won the crown in the past, but today, Furia are shaking in fear of the future. To rise above, you must first topple the kings. 900 days since raising their hammer. G2 see the silverware, and it's theirs for the taking.
Beautiful game from G2. Alamau standing up, arms up, saying 0-1. Because this is the 3rd era of G2 that they said was going to happen. I didn't believe it. Most people didn't. They haven't won the Grand Finals yet, James, but they've gotten that far, which I think beats most people's expectations when we started that first stage.
Alamau has always talked big.
Yes.
But let's be honest, he's always pulled through. We saw it way back in Team 1 when he raised the trophy in Mexico. We saw it when he joined G2. He was cruising his way to Montreal where he took the final, and this was the players that he played against in that match. And since then, it has been a rivalry over and over between Furia and G2, the 2 greatest teams in the history of Rainbow Six, the 2 dynasties that they have forged lay side by side, and now G2 set their sights on a 3rd era. They will be in the grand final here at the Esports World Cup.
And Stompin, first international event, FaZe, NIP, Furia holding his own, clutching a 1v1, putting up good numbers, 0 shakes from this kid. 18 years of age, going to his first event, first grand finals, looking like one of the best players at the entire tournament. We don't see this almost ever.
No, we don't. It's some mad street cred, some serious scalps taken by Stompin. Furia, my God, where were they today? They've played so hard in this tournament. It has been such a tumultuous one for them. Remember that W7N game?
Yeah.
How many matches, how many match points Furia had to fight off this clutch from Alamau? We're all going to remember that one. And of course, Everyone from G2, even backstage, the staff watching, elation in a moment like that. I'm so glad we got to see that because you see how much it bloody means to G2.
Yeah, I mean, again, the player cam showed it. Even when they're down, when Cafe was looking kind of scary, they were like, guys, we got the next map, best of 3, don't even worry about it. They knew that Cafe didn't matter what happened there. They played the long game. No mental boom, no tilt. They stayed true to themselves the entire way through. Every team talks big, we're fine, you know, we're just chill, no worries, whatever. Very few teams actually could show it in the server like G2 did today.
And G2 might have faltered in a best of 1 at the start of the tournament, but in the BO3s, they have been unlocked. Tomorrow, they will play a best of 5 for another piece of silverware to be added to their cabinet. We've got an interview on the stage. Ian, take it away.
Look, everybody's talking about him. It's now time to talk to him. G2 Stompin is standing by for an interview. You said recently that you had a dream of playing on a big stage in front of people watching. You've not just done that, you have secured your spot in the grand final of the Esports World Cup. I'd love to ask you if you can believe it, but I feel like you can believe it.
Nah, I can't believe it, to be honest. I'm grateful for all the fans, grateful for my family, friends. Thank you guys so much.
You have made such a drastic and dramatic impact to this G2 roster and performance. How big of an ingredient do you think you are? Be honest, come on.
I don't want to take like full accountability. They're still all good players. I'm grateful to be on this team, but I definitely helped a little bit. I'll say that.
A little bit? I'd say a lot of it. We could see you sandwiched between 2 world champions in Doki and Alamau. How much are you learning from these big guys and big characters here in the scene?
I learn something new every day, especially from Carl Alamau. He's the best IGL I've ever played with, and I'm grateful to be on his team.
You've got one more step to achieving something absolutely wild at just 18 years old, and it is a grand final for this piece of silverware to the right of you. Who do you want to face?
I want to play against SSG because we've already played Secret twice.
So what you're telling me is because you've beaten Secret already, you want a new challenge?
Of course, yes.
I love that. This guy is potentially, for me, the future of Rainbow Six Siege. Do you feel the pressure at all? Because I saw you before the game. You sat there chilling, you're chatting, you're so calm and composed and confident. How do you carry yourself like that at such a young age?
I don't know. I think I've just gotten used to it over the years, playing in front of so many viewers that I've just adapted to it fast.
Yeah, of course, you're a big star online as well. You've got a lot of followers. Is there anything you want to say to all of your fans watching back home?
I love all my fans. Thank you for all my friends that are watching this live right now. I appreciate y'all so much. Shout out to my family too and all friends.
You're looking forward to crushing a key?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to let you go and do that. Thank you and congratulations once again, Stompin. I said it, I'll say it again. This is the future of Siege right here. That guy is an absolute megastar. Over to you, Jeannie.
The entire roster is star-studded from the side of G2. I mean, we even struggled to pick who to put as the MVP of this match. Is it Stompin? Is it Laura? Alma came online. Doka was having a couple of rounds. It's just incredible to see that when it comes to G2, they really are locked in. And what Alma said at the start of this event, where he's like, we are the new and improved G2. We are one of the best rosters that we have right now in the world. I mean, they put their money where their mouth is.
Finally, a super team that looks like a team, and look at them. Look at that team play as they're crushing their opponent's key. The Furia key, the most important one of the hardest one to get. The only remaining Brazilian team is now eliminated from this tournament. Goodbye, says G2.
When they get to pick the 3 keys that go in their trophy, I'm on the G2 hype train. I've joined it. Congratulations. This has never happened to me, so now I've finally joined on the G2 hype train. And now that I'm here, when they do get to pick the 3 keys, Furia will be the very first one they pick because, as you said, it's one of the rarest one can ever find.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons is also a key that you can pick there, but I feel like knowing G2, they're not going to pick a key that they personally didn't crush with their own hands. So it's also a little bit about like what you put into it. But I mean, incredible performance from the side of G2 that we have seen today. And this was supposed to be their biggest test. This was supposed to be like, you're going up against an international roster that has won the last international event that we had, that's won an SI title, that's won a major title and another major title. And this was the only title from the side of Furia that was lacking. And once again, they just fall short at the hands of G2.
I mean, the reality was, it was only close on Furia's map pick. That's it. On Cafe.
I genuinely cannot believe
for the rest of the matches and the rest of the map, you look at this and you have a G2 that's just everywhere above them.
You know, that's the classic G2 content game. They have to like sprinkle it in somehow. They had to do it for the first map. They had to do the G2 content game. Then they came online. And we've also struggled, as I said, with picking the MVP. But the Sony match MVP, regardless, is going to be going to Stompin'. I am pretty sure. But Jess, it was a bit of a difficult debate here.
We all debated about this because everyone saw me going Loira this, Loira that, but then stomping throughout this matchup. And it is about the whole match,
the
right?
Flexibility, you mentioned it before.
I know, and
for Loira.
he did so much as well.
It's the same thing as well for him, right?
Yeah, and I think as well, we spoke about that clutch that he was able to pull out, and the fact that he's coming in as a rookie as his first LAN, I think that's very difficult to do, so that does bump him up above Loira in my head. I did sit and think about it a little bit. I went, it's really tough in your first LAN. There's a lot of pressure.
True, actually.
And overcoming that mentally gives you an extra tick in the box for me.
The craziest thing with Stompin is that he never gives his life away in a stupid way. Like that's crazy. Like he always is playing somewhat safe, but then anytime he needs to go and play aggressive for his team, he will go and get there and somehow get the kill. And even in a situation like this should be an instant trade from Furia.
Yeah.
He just turns his back, 180s, win the gunfight. He gets away with so many kills that he should not get, and at the same time, does it in the very important rounds like this one where he clutches.
I think you have to give a shout out to the fact that he came from the console community as well. I also started as a console competitive player all the way back in the day. Then I moved to PC, and you play fundamentally differently on console. You play a little bit safer. You can't move as fast. There's a lot of fundamentals and mechanics that you play differently with. So I think given where he came from, it's nice that it's translating positively to the PC world.
Yeah, I think translating that, first of all, from console to PC is already a feat of its own. You're then joining a roster like G2, who there's by default going to be expectations on your shoulders. You're 18 years old. You're going to your first LAN. You're playing against a Furia that every single round they win, just get up out of their chair and start shouting at your IGL. Like, there are so many different hurdles and obstacles that he had to overcome, and he's done that with flying colors, which also to me brings the question in terms of the systems that G2 has in place to be able to accommodate these players and help them grow so quickly.
You've got the core. You've got the core of Doki and Alemao. Players that have known world championships and have won 6 invitations. Players that have all the experience to take on a young rookie like this and grow him, teach him the ropes. You've got the staff of Ramalho that was previously with FaZe. You've got Cameraman, a player that has played for so many years at the highest level. You've got a wealth of experience, and he lives with Doki. He gets that experience all the time in and out of game, and on top of that, he's got the training of Jinxie. And that's a big thing for me. You guys are laughing. I am dead serious, playing every day with Jinxie in front of 40,000 people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me tell you, that builds your mental 100%, especially against the best trash talkers NA's got on console.
There's no one that trash talks as good as console. I'll be honest. Like, I've seen
no one trash talks as good as NA.
I mean, it's just.
I mean, Brazil's up there.
That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, Brazil does do some beggars, but I think he's just born in the flames. He's bred in the flames, and he's come out and he goes, "Well, this is kind of cool, calm, and collected for you. I'm not too worried about it." And I think you're right. The experience surrounding him is a nice little sandwich around him that he goes, "I feel comfortable. I can, do the things I need to do for my team. And if flexibility is part of that, well, I'm all part of that."
Thing as well when we're looking at Stompin' is we have a lot of different plays that we want to highlight from him, and I think as much as in the server he's popping off, out of server as well.
I loved this 1v1. I need everyone to focus in on this, because when I said he was born in the fire and the flames, this man was born in the 1v1s. He came from the world of 1v1s, and when he's put in one, I don't care who you are. When you go into a 1v1 with Stompin', you need to play 150%, dare I say 200%, because if you want to win a 1v1 against the 1v1 king himself, you be ready to do what you need to do, and the man played that picture perfectly.
Yeah, and that's what G2 really needed today, especially when you're going up against Furia. You cannot make any mistakes.
Yeah, you need some fire, right? And I think a second clip I wanted to show as well, a second moment for me was round 6.
Clutch.
Round 6, Alemao's clutch was absolutely crazy to me. The fact that he goes there on Thermite, look at the first player drop from the hatch, take that gunfight. At the same time, he shoots the Goyo canister that's gonna kill the Goyo, and then he picks left and kills the other player. Look at the player action. This for me is the most important. Everyone stands up. Loira stands up. Ramalho is having fun. Alemao is teasing Furia, not saying a single word, and Stomping is having the time of his life. Look at these guys. They're playing with it.
And you know what's even worse about this? In the previous round, Alemao ran in on Ash and got like multi-kill and took site by himself. And he's not the kind of player that, especially as the IGL, that you want to be coming in and essentially shitting on you, right? You have shit-talked him. You don't want him to be running in and then absolutely taking your site and ripping you apart. And that's what he did. So I think it was a couple of rounds of really big hurt from Alemao. And at that point, when he stands up and looks at you, yeah, it's over.
You kind of know it's locked in and done. But with that as well, Furia has been sent home. And we have Philippox for the exit interview. So let's head over and see what they had to say.
I'm here with Furia's Philippox. Now, Philippox, you and your roster, you've done tremendous things in your illustrious history in this game, but it doesn't make it any easier to crash out of a semi-final of an international tournament. How are you feeling? And I'm sorry.
I'm not feeling good right now, of course, so we just lost. Once again, we couldn't get past the semi-finals here in the Esports World Cup. And that's the only tournament that's missing in our trophy room. And we really want it really bad, so it's a tough loss, I can't lie. But props to G2, they were playing really good Siege. Stomping is his first season, and he's already in a Tier S finals, so of course, it has all the trash talk, all the stuff, but props to these guys, they're playing really good Siege, and amazing tournament for them.
Yeah, of course, the trash talk is there, but the respect is there as well. Even in that third and final map on Chalet, I'm standing there waiting by thinking this could flip because you guys are known for coming back. And I feel like you must have had the feeling within you as well that there was a chance, right?
Yeah, of course. We never stop believing. That's a thing from our team. You guys saw we come back in possible matches a lot of times. So yeah, we kept saying our calls that don't stop believing, and we really did. We really did believe that we could come back, but we didn't this time.
You obviously won R6 Reload over in Rio, so you did kick off the CJX era with a win. Not successful here, but you'll push forward, moving into Munich and beyond, and I imagine you've got lots more silverware in your sights.
Of course, never stop working, never stop trying hard. If I stop doing that, I'll stop playing Siege because I don't see the point in doing something, in getting to represent an org like that and not doing my best. So we are going to come back, see the mistakes and try to improve more and more.
Furia will be back, and shout out to your amazing fans that came all the way across to support you. Unlucky, and we'll see you next time, all right?
Thank you.
Cheers.
What a champion mentality from the side of Philippox. I think this is something that we can also really commiserate Furia on when it comes to the fact that they play their game, but then once it's, not going the way they planned, and even if they win or they lose, they will always be very sportsmanlike in these interviews.
100%. They play the trash talk game, and the entire time he does that and then goes off straight after exit loser interview, and the first thing he says, he's praising G2 for their level right now. For me, that shows champion mentality. And I will say this, Philippox scores on the last map, the first rush with Glass and the plant on library bomb site, on bar bomb site, was incredible. And then he also called a rush on site on dining bomb site whenever they lost the Yela. So for all of these calls, he never gave up. He was always there. That's the beauty of Furia. Real champions in the making, but not champions this time.
Yeah, real champions indeed. I think as well what we really have to highlight here from the side of Furia is just the fact that this is a team this is the only international title that they wanted. So there was a lot of pressure on them coming in here and winning it. But instead, G2 are the ones to take it away. Doki joining us for a bit of a chat. How are you feeling? Because you were so hyped running into the studio.
I've never used a mic like this before, so am I holding it right? Is this
You're
good?
doing great. You're doing great.
Okay. Yeah.
Just don't start doing this.
No, I'm doing really good. So happy. Just we haven't beat Fury in 2 years, so
does it feel surreal?
No, because we deserve it. We worked really hard, so it doesn't feel surreal. It feels deserved, like earned. But they pushed us for 2 years, but here we are.
When you mention that you guys have worked really hard, has there been anything that you've done differently ahead of this specific matchup against Furia, or is it more the components adding up together over a longer period of time?
Yeah, I'd say like more so just a lot of practice over a month, but like huge prep to cameraman and Ramalho, our 2 coaches. The amount of work they put in behind the scenes is like insane. We are not a team that VOD reviews as a team. We don't need to do that as players. We can just relax after the game. Our coaches put so much work in. They stay up until 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning watching the enemy teams, creating a game plan, and they just tell us what to do the next day, and we trust them. So it's like, it's the perfect situation, to be honest, as a player. You can just focus on the game, trust your coaches, and they do a great job. So yeah.
Initially, as a team, when I saw you guys play ML, I felt like, okay, they're amazing, but that's like honeymoon with every team, right? Do you think you've passed that stage and right now you're maturing as just an amazing team together, gelling well? Or do you think it's still the honeymoon period?
Yeah, unsure, to be honest. Like,
yeah.
I think we're definitely in a honeymoon period. We were in that same honeymoon period when we won SI, when we picked up Benja before. But however, the difference is I think we have a lot of young players on our team. I'm the oldest player on the team now, and I'm only 25. Just like
that's like esport retirement age at this point.
I retired 3 years ago, and we're the same age.
Yeah, God damn it. No, but we have a 20-year-old guy, 18-year-old guy, like so young guys that have a full career ahead of them, and they're just going to keep getting better and better. So I don't see how we can be in a honeymoon phase. We have the 2 best players in the world in Loida and Stompin. I really believe they are the 2 best players in the world. Stompin has a lot to prove still, but Loida he's insane, right? Like he's just
so consistent.
He's insane. There's nothing to be done. You can't do anything.
How has it been for you then, as the older unk on the team, taking these players under your wing?
How has it been for you as the worst player on the team?
What? Why would I say?
No,
yo, do not put words in my mouth. I said, how has it been as the unk, taking these younger players under your wing, having them live with you, just the experiences overall?
I'm still young myself. It's like I don't know. I don't see myself as the oldest. Like I'm immature and funny, crazy guy. So it's like everyone else in the team is doing all the work and telling me what to do. It's not as if I'm being like, oh, I'm Mr. Mature. I'm not. I don't care. So yeah, I don't really notice the difference. I'm just doing my job. I'm not playing the absolute best, but I'm filling the gaps that need to be filled. So I don't care if my teammates are carrying my old ass. They can keep going all they want.
I'm actually very interested in how you feel Alemao is feeling right now, because you've seen him through the highest highs and also some really low lows. And now he's willingly taking the IGL role. He's willingly taking the captain, the leadership. How do you see his evolution now that he has a team that fully buys into his vision?
Yeah, I mean, the calls that he made today are just insane.
Insane,
like,
honestly.
I don't know if you heard, but like they're just insane. Like,
no, but like, you guys in attack are crazy, and you adapt everything. It felt like it was on the fly.
We don't. Yeah, it was on the fly. We don't practice half of these things. Like on defense, yeah, of course, they're set strats like we're seeing right now, but like. There's me. Oh, wow.
This is a highlight package of you because we thought we'd give you, a little bit of recognition because, you did come on here and say, oh, maybe I'm not putting up the biggest numbers, but at the end of the day, you do fill in the gaps that need to be filled and you are still a backbone of the roster.
Yeah. I've just realized I really need to shave. So thank you, cameraman, for telling me that. I'll be shaving for tomorrow. No, but thanks. Yeah, it's a team game. It really is a team game. I think we are all bought into that vision as well in the squad. Like, no one thinks, like, oh, I need to drop these amount of kills to win the game. It's a team game. Everyone's playing so good, communication so good. It's great. Yeah, bye.
Bye.
It's been 2 years of dominance. Bye. See you later.
This definitely is that key that you would like to add to the trophy, no?
Oh, Furia phase in NIP. That's my trophy right there.
Okay.
Okay,
Brazilians. The Brazilians.
Brazil is gone.
A lot of people say thank you to G2 for, depending on what kind of fan you are, in terms of getting rid of those rosters. But you still have the finals coming up tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we have SSG that's going to be going up against Secret. You guys have played Secret a couple of times in EML.
Yeah.
Are you looking to have them again in the finals? Considering the form of both of these teams, I don't want to know your personal preference, but if you've looked their games and if you've played against them, do you think there is a clear advantage for either one?
I'd say I want to play SSG because of Benja. He was our ex-teammate. We won the SI with him. But I don't care. G2 isn't going to lose a best of 5, so yeah, see you tomorrow.
All right. Well, I love the
G2 are not
confidence.
losing a best of 5. I don't care.
Clip it, ship it. G2 is not losing a best of 5. You heard it here first. Your guys are going to be back tomorrow for the grand finals for that BO5. We're going to be back in a little bit with the second BO3 of today, which is the semi-final between SSG against Secret. So stick around to see who's going up against G2 tomorrow.
I can call your vert, okay? I can call up. Revive.
Both match. Dropped.
Nice! Oh my God! Hey, look at me! 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 It's me and you, boy! It's me and you! Oh! Oh!
the semifinals.
It's kind of funny how all these teams are picking Night Haven and Clubhouse against us because they think SSG doesn't play them. And we've hammered a lot of teams on them, and it's just a warning sign, honestly, just to not play us on those maps.
Fire melting, but they get the kill. 2 left of life for SSG. Time is running out. Canadian has to stick to plan and make sure he doesn't die.
I think for SSG we might have a little bit of an advantage because Benja, he's my old teammate, so I know him a bit and I know how he plays.
There's not a lot of options here for Turd, but neither for Team Secret as both of them must follow the same angle, and they refrag him out.
I'm not really worried. I think we have been playing super good this entire tournament, so I think we can do it quite easily.
As they look for something, anything to make this winnable, but Mowgli's taking him down. Speakeasy against 4. The APAC dream riding on their shoulders, but Weibo will fall apart.
We have nothing to lose, honestly. You know, we were in the dumps during the NAL stage, and we came back, won NAL, and then now we're going in the semifinals. So if anything, all these teams should be fearing our confidence in how we're playing.
Steady. The swing to come from Newest, though. He's the one that forced the fight. He hits the shot into Canadian. Spied up close. They trade, and with that, SSG take the round.
I know you're going to be shaking in your boots about what map you're going to pick. We're going to come in with full confidence, and we know you're going to be in your pants.
You can prepare how much you want, it's not going to be enough.
Welcome back to Rainbow Six Siege X at the Esports World Cup, where Ashen's famous quote still stays, "You better not be shitting your pants." We've heard it yesterday, we're hearing it again today. They have genuinely crawled out of that dumpster of the NAL, and they're now here in that lower bracket run here at EWC in the semifinals, a team to be feared. I'm Ginny, joined with Anne and Jess. Welcome, Anne.
Thank you.
You're in for another treat, the second semifinal of the day. Let's go.
I am. Yeah, and I got to watch the first one, obviously, whilst not working it in. What a game it was. If we're going to get similar quality from this game here, we are in for a treat, and I only really want to have that happen as well.
Oh, I definitely think that's going to be the case. I mean, SSG have a lot to prove here. I think, to be completely fair, they were doubted when it came to the NAL. Then they come here at EWC, even though as that first seed, still had a lot of questions around them. But this roster genuinely is proving that the changes that they've made, but that Newer's added into the system, is working out for them.
I think the best part of all of this is both of these teams have a lot to prove. SSG already proven in the NAL, coming here and going actually in a LAN environment, in a team environment that we're currently in. I think it was Fultz who said, this is the best team I've ever played on. And that's a Fultz who's already won a world championship. Think about how heavy of a statement that is. And that must mean the quality of the teamwork right now is at an all-time high.
I mean, to be fair, if we're looking at it, right, after they faced that loss against W7M at the first day of the tournament, they haven't even dropped a single map since then.
They took it personally.
Yes, a 2-0, but it was good stuff that we're seeing from SSG in that game.
Yeah, and this is one of those rounds I wanted to highlight. They can finish a round in 2.5 minutes. They can also finish a round in 45 seconds if they want to. SSG has a breadth of set plays to work with, and whether it's slow and steady or fast and with pace, SSG doesn't really care how they need to bring it to their opponents, and Team Secret needs to be really careful about this, because stylistically, they're the exact same way. They love to go fast, they love to go slow, and SSG is already going to know all of those tricks. So what do? You can't change it up now, baby. You're already halfway through the competition.
It's a peculiar situation to be in for the side of Secret, but of course there's going to be a lot of prep that both of these teams have done coming into this. I think a big advantage for SSG is always going to be that mental side of things. We've seen how you literally, I mean, they've said it themselves, right? You can beat up in the map, Fido, you can beat us on the server. There's one thing you can never beat us in, and that is the mental side of thing, and that's only going to be further highlighted as Milash has a little catch-up with them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're in SSG just crossing over here. Now, you guys look locked and loaded for this semifinal against Secret. It seemed like when I was just talking to them a few minutes ago, they were chill, they were ready for it, they're excited to be on a semi again. You guys have been used to the stage over the past year and a bit. How does that feel?
Honestly, all that really matters for us is coming in with confidence. Confidence is key, right? We checked our boxes before the game. We did a routine. You know, this game is no different than any other that we've ever been to, being honest. And right now we're riding a lot of momentum, I'd say. And so we just got to keep riding that wave, honestly. So we're feeling really good right now.
I mean, after the Shopify Rebellion game, it seemed like that wave just keeps on soaring. You guys are really riding it to the end. We'll see how that game goes. But I mean, you got call out behind you. Seems like it's a very regimented space. Do you guys keep it up even when you're on land? Because that's like a it's a difficult athletic system to be in.
Yeah, of course. Today, I think we went to the gym at like 10:15, and then we got our heart rate up, got our workout in, went to breakfast, and then slept, roosted after that. So, yeah, we did our full routine, all that stuff. Nothing changes whenever we go to LAN. We just make sure we do it all together.
You got your favorite pre-game workout to do?
Just anything push or pull. Push or pull. Anything push or pull movements before the game, that's what I love to do. Warms the wrists up well.
Let's be honest, every day is chest day.
Yeah, that's everyone's favorite day. That's the only day, right? Yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. And then Ashen, go get ready for your game, buddy. Let's do it again properly. There you go. That's SSG. They're blasting off the semis. We'll see him against Secret.
Okay, I'm Milosh. And is that Ashen admitting that he likes to skip leg day? I don't know. I mean, it's not that that's needed, right? Because you're on the server. But Secret is going to be their opponent. And this is a roster where we had question marks in regards of how much they're going to show up, especially on that first map. I felt like June was one of the players that we're highlighting of like, okay, you need to lock in. And once he did on that final round, I feel like it's only been upwards for Secret ever since. But can they keep that momentum?
I'm just glad that Savage came on here yesterday and talked about how people may have been underestimating them.
I'm so glad.
I think they are the ultimate dark horse for this tournament as well. And two big reasons why is they are the only team that hasn't actually got that regional championship coming into the semifinals. And then also, this team has never played a semifinal before. That is a huge thing coming in this for them. When they played against Weibo yesterday, that's how they got here as well. That was a 2-0. Do we really think they got fully tested during that game? I don't think so. This is going to be a different kind of beast.
This is my one little asterisk moving into this game is that SSG has been tested before. A lot of these players have played at the highs of highs and the lows of lows. A lot of the Team Secret players are probably having this little feeling of confidence after the Weibo game. I probably wouldn't. Weibo played really, really badly. I'd be re-locking in and rechecking myself as a player going, we got a nice win. That's great. We moved up in the bracket. But now this is the real test because Weibo was a little bit of smoke and mirrors, I think.
I think that's obviously like a fair statement to make when it's like, okay, Secret played Weibo yesterday and that could be smoke and mirrors. But I think it's also really important to keep in mind that they did knock Falcons out of the tournament.
That's true.
And that was a really, really close map. Max OT, last round, one-on-one. So I do feel like we also, like as much as maybe they haven't been as tested as SSG, which I would agree with, it's still a team that we really do have to give the flowers to. And I think Joom is one of the players as well. Like this is just a dark horse, I would say, when it comes to how they've been performing. And Joom has stepped up on LAN too, which is what we wanted to see.
Yeah, I highlighted him as one of the MVPs from the other day, and I think for him as well, it's something that he's been quiet about. He hasn't necessarily been as loud as his teammates like Mowgli and the others, but the fact that he's been quietly sitting there getting the job done and getting a job done very, very well has been awesome. I don't think we speak about Joom a lot, and I think there's been a lot of contention about his roles and how he performs them. I'm glad he gets to come here and shut the haters' mouths up a little bit.
Yeah, so am I. It's incredible performances seeing from him on this roster. We don't always talk about him. Like you say, it's not always those consistent numbers that he keeps dropping over in the ML, but being that MVP yesterday, really deserving for a player like Joom.
Yeah, I think as well, just being here, being with the team, having that LAN experience all in all has been great, and he's genuinely enjoying himself. That's terrifying.
That's terrifying.
I don't know what to say. Like, cameraman, what were we doing?
That was a moment where I realized that Joom was having way more fun than I gave him credit for, because I said he sat there, he got the job done, he wasn't really animated like the rest of his teammates, but the moment the Key Crusher came out, he got active. He was like, I'm involved in this.
I love that statement of he got active. I do feel like in general, when we're looking at Secret, all of these players are getting more and more comfortable as the LAN environment goes on, and they're more showing their personalities. We're seeing the comfortability when it comes to them playing on the server, on LAN, in front of their opponents, but we're also seeing their personalities shine through. Noah was very vocal in the interview yesterday, which is absolutely beautiful, but let's see how it is ahead of the game today.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you see, Team Secret are heading in. Look at these pretty boys coming in. Now I want to catch this especially pretty boy here with me, Savage.
Hello, hello.
It's been a good time seeing your progress over the past year with this team and how you've gotten here. How are you feeling ahead of a big game in semifinals?
We're very happy, to be here, as always. Like, we've put the work in, we've put the hours in, and, we came from, something very different to this, so we are very happy to be here, but we're going to make sure we make the most out of it. You never know when it's going to be your next time in this kind of position, playing this well, so I just want to make sure we try to go for the title to make the most out of it.
I mean, you have Demon Joom on the team now that's kind of looking in his own way into crushing keys. You got no one else getting a taste of opponent blood. Is this something that motivates you?
Of course, like everyone playing well just makes you even want to play better yourself. You know, you don't want to let your other teammates down. You don't want to make sure like you also step in to put the work in and make sure like you get the results on, you know.
I mean, the results are already in. Semifinals not too bad if you ask me. Thank you very much, Savage, and I'll let you go and get ready. Go ahead, all yours. I have my headphones because I'm too old. I'm not like Gabe. He's young. He can handle the music. Anyways, let's get this game started. We got Secret ready to go.
We have Secret ready to go indeed, and so is SSG. But two players in particular that we really want to keep a look at today is going to be Noah and J90. Both of these players have been instrumental in the success of their rosters, and today will be no different.
And here's the funny thing. I mean, when we're looking at Secret, we're looking at one player to really stand out on the entry, because that's what we're looking at for these two players. We think of Mowgli. That's what he's been doing during the EML. So Noah isn't necessarily the player that I think of to be making these entry engagements for the side of a Secret. But then on the other side, for SSG, J90 isn't the player I think of immediately as well when it comes down to those entry engagements. So the fact that these two players are leading that for the team, Noah actually being the best of the whole tournament in regards to those entries, is impressive. And I love to see that, these kind of players getting active on that part as well.
I love that we labeled it tip of the spear as well, because I actually think the tip of the spear will be the win condition between these two teams. I said stylistically, they're incredibly similar. They love to have set plays. They love to play methodical. The utility is important. Team play, end of rounds. Oh my goodness, it's great. It's the best of Siege fundamentals. So where's the difference maker? It has to be in the entries. It's actually the early round. And given I'm always speaking about the mid to late round, I'm going to be interested to look at the first 30 to 40 seconds instead of the last 30 to 40 seconds.
It's also really interesting that you're bringing up like the difference makers, because of course like the players are going to be the difference makers here because they're the players. But the map veto is also going to be really important when we're looking at the map pools between SSG and Secret. So for the map veto, and as we're going to bring it up right about now, we're going to Labs, Bank, and Clubhouse.
Yeah. And this is a big thing, because what did Ashen say when he started talking about this game? Nobody should play Nighthaven Labs against us because we've been smashing these teams. They have been doing that. They beat Falcons on it, then W7, and they lost it to. For Secret, it's been a perma-ban. They haven't played it a lot.
All right, Team Secret 7-1 match code. They're ready to go. I tell you what, that pick of Bank and that pick of Nighthaven, I'm getting flashbacks to the G2 game we just had where they both smashed each other on each other's map pick. We could see that happen again.
Absolutely, but this is NA against EU, the classic in Siege, but also in esports in general. SSG made that lower bracket run, looking to prove themselves, whereas Secret are out for respect. One slot left in the finals. Question remains, who can do it?
Siege X at the Esports World Cup. The bracket is almost complete. We've just seen G2, who, by the way, are back, book their spot in the grand final. Now, just one more semi-final remains. It's a best of three, of course, to find out who will join them.
It's a big ask for any team to qualify first and be invited to the Esports World Cup and compete on this stage. Just another for them to show up and be awarded their team keys. Every team has been walking with one of these, and so many so far have been smashed. There's one still left for today.
The thing is, right, look at this. If you are watching at home, you won't realize this is gold, and it is heavy. Listen to this.
We have to go to the gym to do that.
Yeah, this is good stuff, and we've got one more to crush here tonight. Now, two teams are waiting right there, ready to make their entrance, one of them for the final time. Let's bring them out, starting with Team Secret. Call them underdogs, call them the dark horses. They well and truly, absolutely deserve their spot here amongst the best. They've performed, they've outperformed, and now they are looking to secure that spot for a shot at this.
Look, I'm an EML fanboy through and through, but they got tough opponents on the other side. Let's welcome them to the stage. Blasting off, it's Space Station Gaming! Here they come, full thrust onto our main stage once again, this time in the semifinal. A big fight that they have a classic EU versus NA bout, one that they've been quite successful at over the years of competition. This is, in their own words, the best form SSG has ever been at. So far, they've proven it against every region. Let's see if they can do it again this night.
Noah, come over here.
Ashen,
please come and join me.
Come on over, buddy.
Right, we're going to have a face-off ahead of this massive matchup here. Noah, you were vocal and very proud last night with your victory. Final words to this man, who we know loves to, I'm not going to say the S word, he loves to trash talk. What do you want to say to him?
It's going to be a fun game. It's not going to be a long game, but it's going to be a fun game.
Okay, I mean, you've been talking a lot, Ashton. You're known for that. What do you got to say back?
I mean, he can think it's not going to be a long game, but it's definitely not going to be a quiet one, so he can think all he wants.
Fair enough.
You ready? Guys, shake hands. Two phenomenal players. One of them is going home.
Honestly, no matter how you cut it, the story of both of these two teams making it to the semifinals is an incredible one for themselves and for the entire region. So, for one last time, our final semifinal. Who joins G2 in that grand final tomorrow? We're about to find out. Let's go.
The nighttime may have chilled off Riyadh here, but the Esports World Cup is only heating up after G2 takes their big victory against Furia. We have one more semifinal matchup between Space Station Gaming and Team Secret. My name is Samuel Stokes-Stewart. I am joined by Jesse J. Chick, and we are about to jump into Night Haven Labs in between two very hotly contested teams. Jesse, how are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling real excited, Sam. We got SSG versus Secret, the best team in North America, going up against maybe one of the dark horses of Europe. Team like Secret, who have been around for quite a long time, making top 8 all the time, but constantly failing to make the distance, right? Often getting gate-kept by Team Falcons, but with that foe vanished by SSG, the gates seem to be wide open. Team Secret have looked absolutely fantastic throughout the tournament here in Riyadh, but SSG have as well. So we're going to get an exciting game here in the semifinals. They promised it wouldn't be long. I don't think that's going to be the case. 3 maps on the docket. I'm expecting we'll play all of them.
I'm feeling that too. It's got a certain vibe to it. There's a certain air around this semifinal. The deeper we get into it, well, that's the only way we'll be able to find those answers. A lot to say about both of these squads, Jesse. I think we should start with Team Secret. They were actually the first domino to knock Falcons down into the lower bracket, where they were suffocated by Space Station Gaming. And then obviously they end up going on to beat W7M. And so far, it's been so good for them, especially after that big win against Weibo yesterday.
It was really interesting, Sam. After beating Falcons, Team Secret had an interview, and they were asked who they would rather face between W7M and SSG, because they were going to play the winner of that game. They said they wanted to play W7M, because they thought they were the more well-rounded, better team. Then, yesterday, after winning in the quarterfinals, they were asked, who would you rather play? Shopify Rebellion or SSG, because they play the winner of that game. And they say Shopify Rebellion. Every time Secret have had the choice, they've chosen not to go against SSG, whether that's because they don't respect them, whether because they don't think it's going to be a great game. I don't know, Sam, but whether they want it or not, they're loading into the server now, and SSG are on the other side of this very close stage.
Well, it's bound to be a hell of a bout. Let's jump into Night Haven Labs now and see what our bands are going to be. Can Team Secret, the dark horse from Europe, take the series away from Space Station, our lower bracket juggernauts out of North America? Only, well, these bands will really tell. To really assist us with Night Haven Labs here as we jump on in, it's going to be Habana as well as Kaid off the board, and a Thermite and Bandit band to boot.
Yeah, I mean, fully focused on the walls here on Night Haven Labs makes a ton of sense, right? We often see the Kaid Bandit combo. It's the most common pair of operators to ban for defenders, or for attackers, I should say, on Night Haven Labs, and then 2 hard breachers, again, super standard to be removed. That IT wall is probably the most important wall in all of Siege, maybe only second to like the CC wall on Clubhouse.
There you go.
So incredibly important to keep that closed. Also really important for Connector. You can use it down in the basement for the outer walls. Can certainly be impactful elsewhere on the map, but when it really comes to Nighthaven Labs, those walls are the key focus that most teams will focus on. Sometimes you'll see a mirror ban. There's a really good mirror map, and immediately Mowgli's going to jump on that. Sometimes you'll see some shield bans. That's a really powerful tool here on Nighthaven as well, and we're initially going to see Newers flirt with that. Still time, of course, for SSG to change their minds, but plenty of tools still being available for both sides, and we'll get to see an exciting match, I'm sure, as the first round gets underway.
Top floor ready to go here for Team Secret as they have strewn along all of the different pieces of utility that they wanted to bring to the table. Things like the mirror window, as referenced by Jesse, and everything else in between. Definitely looking for Noah, especially for these keeper bears, to see how he wants to apply these. Usually you see these over inside of garage rafters. That's exactly what we've seen right now. Juma also bringing that Clash along for the ride. Might be something that is targeted down the line from SSG with that third band after round 3. But we'll have to see once we do cross that bridge. As for SSG, they have access to a lot of pretty solid hard breach still. I know we have the Bonda gone and obviously the Thermite gone too, but Ace still up, which is something you got to be happy about.
Yeah, I mean, this mirror window causes a big problem because as soon as it gets opened by the defenders, here it goes. It's really risky to start opening these up the wall, but looks like we are just going to see them open it up without too many issues. The Ace charge will start to make a hole that you can then run through as long as both explode. And with the second one here, it does look like they'll have a crouch hole to get in through IT. So quite quick, I would say, to be able to open up the most important wall on the map.
Most definitely. Utility not really able to find its mark either, making things a little bit more complicated for Team Secret as they're trying to find some way to fend off SSG. Benjamaster taking a little bit of damage, but that's just from that Clash that's sitting right here inside of jungle. They have surrounded this space, but it's still going to be difficult to try and operate around Joom, just given the circumstances of him being Clash. It's so easy to play around this shield and keep yourself alive. And as long as he's able to make some solid moves and have Mowgli's assistance, it looks like it's going to go off without a hitch.
Yeah, that's a big pick. I mean, long range, you find the captain of SSG, take down Fault's a really nice opening, and this might put a bit of pause in Space Station, right? A little bit nervous now to start walking in to this part of the map. They do manage to bash the windows, Sam, but it's costing them a lot of security.
It's getting very difficult just given the map control here, Jesse. I mean, how do you operate around this tiny of a space? The answer is you don't.
Wow.
Team Secret eviscerate the offense, just run them right through the meat grinder.
And I'll tell you, Sam, one thing that Team Secret have done is they've described themselves as an aggressive team that love playing against aggressive teams. They really like being able to shut down teams early when they try to make their entry points. They didn't let them get any space inside a jungle. Immediately, Secret were going to contest them. They got the initial long pick on the mirror window. Beautiful play by Mowgli. Joom was assisting from over towards the electrical side of things, and they just kept swinging close with the shotgun. Mowgli ended up getting 2. I believe it was Adrian that got the last couple playing here on the smoke. Really beautiful stuff coming out from him. You don't often see teams get that aggressive, take that many gunfights over towards jungle, but Team Secret were feeling themselves. They felt like they had the advantage with the mirror window never being smashed, never being countered, and so they had the ability to keep playing aggressive, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah. I think it really just comes back to that point where we saw Mowgli get that nice little pickup off that mirror window. That just starts to set the tables up where you can gamble a little bit more, Jesse. You know what I mean? You can put those chips out there and see if something comes back. Worst case scenario, you equalize, you still have the site control. You're probably still in a pretty positive route towards success. So Team Secret, they gamble a little bit extra and they pay off with massive, massive wins. So well done to them in this very first round. But it's going to take a lot more than that to shut down Nighthaven Labs overall, as SSG have been making a mockery out of every single team they've played on this map.
Yeah, they're of course 1-1 here at the Esports World Cup. Did lose it in their opening game against W7M, but then had a really strong bounce back, taking out Falcons right after. So they've looked very comfortable on this map, and they do seem to run it. There's a good reason why they picked it. Team Secret currently 3-game losing streak on Nighthaven, falling to Fnatic in Malta, Fnatic then in Belgium, and then an 8-7 loss to Falcons in the EML. So close games for sure. But you do sometimes see that slip away from Team Secret. Regardless, they'll be happy with this start. And they go to a bottom floor bomb site, but a very heavy roam, Sam. There's a lot of players here on the top floor.
Oh, it's getting scary. Very terrifying, and somehow it's Joom from behind. Ashen isn't aware of the other player assisting with this angle, and he's immediately decimated. Fortunately enough for SSG's sake, we'll be able to at least get some semblance of value out of this situation as we'll be able to take down Mowgli. But so far, not so good for Space Station. Team Secret, I was going to say, probably hoping that SSD show up the way that they did in that W7M game, because they were asleep at the wheel. This time, not so much asleep, just kind of getting beat over the head.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit solo on that entry point. Nobody behind Ashen on the blitz. Thought he could do it all himself, but Jum being the protector from down behind was a really big difference maker. Most of these players have now fallen back. Noah still sits in cafeteria, but not really near these SSG players at the moment. Deep into Animus already is Fault, so sniffing the bomb site currently with still a couple of those players that are up above on the defense. It'll be interesting to see how they respond to this.
Oh, this is actually quite the interesting prospect, isn't it? We have some players over here to the right-hand side of Adrian, also Fultz here inside of Animus. Noah with a nice kill. An aggressive swing. Fultz will take him down, but so far, Secret's aggression has been working perfectly up against Space Station Gaming. Might be able to find another one, looking for that. If Fultz is capable of getting this, it will be an ace to clutch things up. Another Goya out here, and that will be it. As the fires nip at his heels, he will go down. And that'll be 2 rounds here for Secret as they are starting to build on these blocks on the defensive side.
Just a sliver of HP, and of course with the Goyo canister, that's going to be able to take him down in the end. So nice try. Doesn't end up coming out to be that big of a deal in the end. Without the man advantage, it was always going to be a tough push. They had cargo control, they had Animus control, and that generally is the recipe, but having cargo without being able to clear out Noah from cafeteria, he just made the push all the way up through the hallway. We didn't quite catch it, but managed to get a good flank onto the players that were cargo, got a couple of kills in that action, and then everybody else able to collapse just alongside Noah. So good late round moves coming out from him, but for me it really does come back to that roam game. Secret were playing together, SSG couldn't quite manage the same. So we'll get a 2-round lead now from Team Secret and immediately attack timeout coming from Callout.
Yeah, you never really see an early one like this from Space Station unless it's of the utmost importance. Callout ripping that, won't have it for the rest of Nighthaven Labs, but more than likely hoping to adjust things on this offensive side. Give SSG a little time to breathe. And, I mean, at the end of the day, obviously, get a dang round. That's the biggest issue right now. They really haven't even had an opportunity to open up the door to a situation like that.
Yeah, Callout actually had a good conversation with Gibson yesterday after their big quarterfinal win and talked about his TAC timeouts a little bit. And what Callout said was that my team is the most mentally strong team around. I don't call TAC timeouts for the mental. I call them for strategy. I talk about the push we're going to go for. I talk about the hold we're going to go for. I wonder if that holds in a game like this, where you are 2-0 down. Team Secret are playing very fast and aggressive into your pushes. Is it maybe more about resetting the mental? He claimed that that's not how he calls them. This is a strange situation though, Sam. I mean, it's a high pressure game here in the semifinals. Ultimately, we will not get the answer to the question, but it's something to think about.
Give me about a minute and a half, better we can figure it out.
Okay.
Because, I mean, if we look at the previous 2 rounds, very similar circumstances in the strategy, right? They try and find out where one of these Secret players are. They try and go for more of an aggressive take. Last time around, or rather the first round, obviously, things got a little bit convoluted. The clash is there. There's a lot of things going on. The follow-up round, SSG go for that immediate stretch and get decimated upstairs, at least for Ashen's sake. This time around, it's Newers after Jum hops out on Warden and decapitates him.
Yeah, I mean, the desk was highlighting just how good Jum's been, how consistent he's been so far this tournament, and that'll be a great entry to keep things going for Secret.
They just want to make sure I eat my words, huh?
Well, I mean, it's the same playbook, Sam. You aren't wrong. It just feels like every single round, Team Secret are the ones that are getting active. They're taking the initiative. They're the ones who are making the fight go to SSG, and it really does feel like Space Station are getting caught off guard more often than not. Maybe they do need to start slowing things down a little bit, start being a little bit more respectful of the moves Team Secret could make. Seemingly catching them off guard. They know where the Suzami is positioned up top in rafters, but clearing out Noah is a much more difficult task.
Very nice find from Benjamaster. The communication, the teamwork there to break up that Kiba barrier. But Team Secret still looking so very solid and still more than willing to put it on the line. Mowgli, SMG-11 in hand, flirting with IT while there's 2 people here, so a chance for a refrag if things do go awry.
Adrian's still playing up there as well on the clash, so plenty of players to play with. Savage makes the fallback. So it's just these 2 now from Secret up on the top floor. This move from Faults will start creating a little bit of a pinch pressure, right? With this move on a jungle, the hard
words about electrical.
Oh,
Mowgli,
Sam.
he slipped through the cracks, M590 in hand. I was terrified for that man inside of electrical, but Fultz will nip it in the bud. It's a 3 versus 3, but everywhere they step, Secret is prepared. They're looking dastardly at the moment.
Secret keep making moves. That's the crazy thing, is they're always in control of what's happening in the round. They're making a swing. They're taking the C4. They're going for the big flank to catch off guard SSG. I mean, it has been really tough to see this now. Space Station in the 2v3 up against the Clash. Adrian does have his gun out. Usually you'd expect a Clash to keep the shield up in the man advantage, but might figure that he's better holding on an angle or playing behind his shield in a more flexible position. 30 seconds to make this push happen, and it's going to be double players coming in through Garage.
J90 trying to find an angle. He'll tap Joom once, which that 417, just so much damage. What a find here from Savage. Slips underneath the stairwell for 2. And it's 3 rounds on the defense here for Secret.
It's too clean, Sam. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Team Secret know exactly how they want to play these defenses. Probably expected Space Station to pick a map like Nighthaven Labs because they've played it so often in this tournament so far. It's not been a good map for Secret. Maybe baited SSG into this a little bit. It's very obvious Secret came in with a really strong game plan on how they wanted to play it. The Clash gets removed as a response. Sure, right, Clash is really strong. We saw her both on rounds 1 and 3, but to me it didn't feel like the Clash was the big problem for SSG. It's not necessarily going to solve things for them going forward, and without access to the ace, Heartbreak is just going to get even more awkward in the second quarter. Oh boy, this is a rough start for the Astronauts.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. Hopefully they don't suffocate here in the vacuum of space. So far, not so good, but I mean, could be some change-ups on this follow-through for the site rotations. You know, you did say that the Clash ban a little weird, you know, given the last 2 rounds, but I will say that first round they did have a lot of value there on command.
That's true.
Over there in jungle, right? So we'll see. Maybe that has an effect. We do have the Blackbeard coming back in. It's not going to be on what I believe last time with Ashen, but doesn't really matter at the end of the day. The Op will work its way back in. We will have a Glaz as well, and the Dokkaebi to boot.
Still keeps the Mira on the board for this bomb site, though. The most banned operator other than the electricity operators on Nighthaven Labs, and so we saw how powerful that was previously, both in terms of trying to keep the wall closed and also now protecting jungle spawn peak. Oh my god, Sammy almost hit that head.
He did.
Matter of inches separating that bullet from that skull, but he doesn't manage to get successful, so runs back inside. No harm, no foul. Benja down below, I think, might be a difference maker, Sam. This will be how they try to counter that Mira position.
They know that there's a buck down here, though. And oh, the aggressive swing from Noah. But is he aware that there is just secret ants lying around this space? No, he's not. The downstairs riddled with players. Adrian able to take out Benja. SSG feeling like Nighthaven Labs is their home, but it's more like a house of horrors every time they step inside.
Yeah. Jeez. Good response. They understand that a buck's a really strong counter to the way that that was just played. So why not now go down below and fight the buck head on, even if he gets 1-for-1? That is absolutely worth it. The Mira window makes this so awkward, Sam. Super dangerous. He needs help from one of his teammates to hold the window, but it seems like they might just be giving up on IT. Thinking it's too dangerous and going to waste too much time. They're just going to have to force it instead with the smokes of the Glaz and the Blackbeard instead.
You almost have to. Nice little find there as Joom's trying to get a little cheeky there. Swing on the far side of the door, but I mean, this is still very difficult for SSG to try and operate through. Fultz on quite low HP. They won't be able to get that IT wall open. The Nitro Cell takes away over half of Newer's life. Ashen will be able to find one. No dice, though, for SSG as Mowgli puts him to the sword. But it's down to just Savage in a 1 versus 2. Very low HP on both SSG members. Completely doable, but Fultz finds the head. And that's the very first round here for Space Station. Still a long road to go to try and tie it up on the offensive side.
Back-to-back rounds where Mowgli on the top floor of Nighthaven Labs gets a 2K, a really important 2K on the Mira. It's not really an operator you associate with Mowgli. Through the EML, he only played Mira a single time for the entire round, and that includes reload as well in that stat. So it's not really an operator he's comfortable or common on, but on this bomb site, it seems to be the play that's working out the best for them. Always has such a huge impact on when he chooses to make his swings. In round 1, of course, it was jungle where he got that value. Round 4, of course, ended up being over towards those rafters positions. So Really nice stuff coming out from Mowgli. 4 of his 6 kills happening in that role, and we are really seeing Secret playing well so far today. SSG got their big round instead. They do battle back a little bit, but we're still seeing strong stuff out of Secret. They're not over the hill just yet for Space Station.
No, they're not. And honestly, Secret just proving themselves time and time again throughout these playoffs. I think a lot of people just underestimated them given the circumstances of their run there in the initial group stage. You know, best of ones, you run through them very quickly. Granted, W7M and Falcons is your teams that you play against. Not exactly slouches, but still, I think that people were still kind of doubting them just a tad bit as to what they were really capable of. And time again, they show up when things get hard. So we'll see what Secret are able to do with these last 2 rounds here. Maybe build off of these 3 rounds that they've gotten, guarantee that they win this defensive side. All sounds like green lights to me for Europe.
Basement again. Once more, the roam game is going to be actually a little bit more passive this time around. Joom is top floor, but the other players aren't really there with him. Savage playing around the Aqua Stairs, so he's going to be in a position where he can rotate up to help if he chooses. Noah holding the vending stairs, Mowgli holding the cargo stairs in a bit of an extended position. He's actually over in garage right now, so places to move, but certainly can decide on where he wants to play late. SSG, the game plan's the same. They want top floor control so they can start to use this ram to work open the floorboards. In order to do that, they have to clear out Joom. They have to clear out Mowgli. They have to get these players out of the top 2 floors, otherwise they're such a huge problem.
Oh my god. Oh, that is the sound of my heart crying, folks. That was just absolutely terrifying as Ashen bullies his way through that wall and almost loses his life to the Secret player on the staircase. Fortunately enough for SSG, they will be able to maintain. There are still a lot of Secret players rolling around here. Look at Mowgli's positioning. He's just wrapping up in behind them. Ashen, yes, working downstairs, but it's so scary what he could potentially do right here as he's just sitting inside of barrels. There's players right over inside of vending.
Yeah, Mowgli will have the vert angle too to stop any plants that go through Exo.
New?
That's why Newers is here.
Tries to bait him into the gunfight. He didn't see him! Oh, he has to run away! He's so very lucky he's on Ram. I don't think another operator in the world really lives unless they're a 3-armor. Savage will take down Benjamaster, and they are just making a mockery of SSG's offenses. SSG just simply can't get a cage on these guys. No collar, no nothing at all. The Secret are running roughshod over the entirety of Nighthaven Labs. Finally, something will go SSG's way, as Fultz will lie in wait in here in vending. SSG, just what do you do from this moment, Jesse? Newers on low HP, Ashen on low HP, Fultz trying to hold up the flank. It's just so difficult to try and push yourself forward.
You got to do something to get Mowgli out of the spot, because if you can't, he will deny every plant position from above. Finally you do it, but it costs you so much, Sam.
And really, that's more than likely going to be all she wrote. Fultz is the only one with kills inside of this round at all right now. And Secret know exactly what they need to do. They just got to wait for the drop, and that should be it. They'll swing on the cross here. That's going to be it, as just a dominant showing here from Team Secret. I mean, what else do you say?
Yeah. No, it's ridiculous what Team Secret are showing us at the moment. Space Station Gaming supposed to be this champions when their backs are against the wall. Well, when are we going to see that? Hopefully sooner rather than later. It was a 4-man push over towards the vending side. Of course, J9O was the one man that was elsewhere on the map trying to lurk and find a couple of kills, but he lost his 1v1 duel. And then Mowgli, just a massive problem that never got properly addressed. Newers was on the window, but he lost a fight and then had to chicken away. Other players started to get that push, but then he tossed out a Nitro cell for a frag too. I mean, I really think Mowgli has been playing absolutely phenomenal so far in this tournament. He'll bring back the mirror once again, hoping for his 3rd double kill on this position.
Well, for Space Station, it's do or die right now. They really, really want to be able to get this offensive round. It's of the utmost importance. And not only that, but J9O and Newers, they have to have something to say, Jesse. These are the 2 highest rated players on Space Station up until this point through 7 maps.
Yeah.
A 1.1 for J9O and a 1.09 for Newers. They were within 1 kill of each other, 65 and 64 through those maps. We've got to see something, man. Any value at all.
I think Jack has been exceptionally impressive for SSG so far this season. I've said it many times now that I think J9O is playing the best Siege of his career. the way that he's been able to play in high-pressure moments specifically has been incredible.
There we go.
Benja will be the first one to strike, finding his former heroic teammate of Joom for the opening pick, removing him and removing the Fenrir off the board, so you can no longer change which of those mines will be active and which ones will have to be turned off.
Well, after Joom's death, it's all quiet across the battlefield. SSG looking to flirt with that IT wall. It's going to be down to Fultz again here, the IGL, to try and solve this issue. Savage does have that Nitro cell, though, and we all knew the risk when it came through. That's why they had Newers there to try and catch it, but I'll be honest, guys, the reaction time that you have to catch that thing, it is otherworldly. Like, there is no other way, really. You kind of got to get lucky, don't you? And SSG, they will get bullied once again here. Team Secret, they have set up the pins, and they have knocked them down here on Nighthaven Labs so far. It just goes to show you, not only is Twister a fantastic coach, but these guys are great at channeling that vision.
Triple Harbor Breach ban just makes this so tough. SSG need to cheese a pick. Hopefully with Ashen on the glass, they can do that. Toxic Phase will stall him for a little bit longer, though. And it just doesn't feel like he's been able to find an opening. Benja down below got that one pick to start things off with a great vertical play onto Joom, but otherwise they haven't found anything else in the server. Somebody's got to find something. Somebody's got to get a cheesy angle. Somebody's got to find an opening, because otherwise Team Secret are in a really strong position.
Benja's going to get taken down through the verticality. Secret had some of their own made, as well as what obviously Benja was applying to the equation, but nothing at all happening. And look at the face of Twister. I think that says it all.
Yeah, it's a statement first half. The pop-off right afterwards showcases just how good of a position they're in. Now, this is Nighthaven Labs. Can be defender-sided sometimes. I think depending on the bomb site, right? Top floor can be really, really strong. Bottom floor can be really strong for the defenders. So there is opportunity now for Space Station to back it up. I really want to see them banning out the hard breachers just like Secret did. I think that's such a strong strategy. They're going to opt for the shields instead. I can respect it. A lot of teams do opt for that instead on Nighthaven. That's something that Joom loves to play, right? He's a big shield player. Savage loves to play that. He's really big on those defensive shields in particular, so he can be an IGL, call that information without his teammates really having to focus too much. That's a Joom operator, as Deimos is typically the op that he loves to play the most. So, interesting philosophy. SSG going for a very different style. I don't know if it will be as effective as that triple hard breach ban Secret focus down, but I trust that the astronauts know what they're doing.
You got to play what you're comfortable up against, right? That's the big thing. I mean, it's probably one of those things where it really is just a comfortability factor thing. SSG have routinely banned these away on, Nighthaven Labs, particularly the shields. This time a little extra Flavor Flav working its way in there with the Deimos ban coming through. And we'll see what SSG are capable of. The big thing is right now, I know you guys are all staring at your screen thinking the same thing. We're in Kitchen for our very first bomb site.
Oh.
Yes, we are, Jesse.
Sam, this is not a huge surprise. SSG have been playing a lot of Kitchen, actually, this season. Before even
They're one of the only teams playing Kitchen right now,
Oh, right? Yeah. Nobody else likes this bomb site. Back during the North America League, they actually played Kitchen 3 separate times. So they do like this bomb site. They are good with it. They had a 2-1 record through those 3 plays, so they certainly enjoy this bomb site, and they've got a good record with it. Running that kind of double denial setup with both the castle and the Azami to cut off a lot of those windows. Sight window can be really annoying. The meeting windows can be really annoying, so they've got as much util as possible to lock those angles down, and then playing with a lot of information. You can see your opponents can't thanks to that Fenrir. That's going to be really what SSG try to use to their advantage to hold the top floor and then eventually the bomb site too.
A moment that you never see, but Ashen still gets it! We all saw him check the camera! Obviously, you couldn't see the Nook, but somehow Ashen, he has a second sense, he kills him, he types, he does a Nitro cell, and he dies! What the hell is going on? Team Secrets, they are just able to run the entire show right now, constantly being able to pull the value back across to their end of things. And you get the Joom, but Savage is still up on the Monty. You got Doke in. There's just so many powerful operators to worry about.
And they've fully conceded top floor, Sam. SSG have fallen back completely. They need to get maybe a big Nitro with this kill from Newers. He's got that in his pocket. The C4 could be an answer, but otherwise, giving up all that space it's a little bit dangerous. Team Secret have the Ram. They can work the verticality. They can start making a lot of annoying angles into Kitchen just by playing inside a long desk, playing meeting. Front door will be the other focal point of this push, and SSG still a strong footprint there.
You can see Secret starting to coil around the side, but as soon as I say that, it's much more of a one-front assault here. The Monty, very scared for Newers. The decision-making is going to have to be so darn good. The assist will come in, and once again, they'll trade. Secret keeping it at a 3 versus 3 after Mowgli goes down to that M590. J90 on the long angle here with the ump, still searching for his first kill. It might come right here up against Adrian. This is going to be a bout that must be one for the offense to try and propel themselves into the site.
Are they going to the hatch? They don't have any way to open. Oh, they do. They've got can openers.
Yes,
sorry. Okay, freezer hatch could be an opportunity. Drop down with the Monty. It might be a play that's worth thinking about. The window to sight is still fully closed, so no ghost pressure coming in that direction. Monty does go back down the lobby stairs, so that freezer hatch not going to be the point of focus for the push.
Have one over for the little connector area here, as well as in kitchen. He'll get marked out. Noah's expecting him to try and run through, but Fultz on a dime takes his life. He'll push up with the bailiff. Might be able to get him, but he won't. Savage will take him down instead. The Thermite, aware of where the player is, he's going to go for the frag! And Benjamin Master dies to the intelligence of the Thermite. 6-1 right now for Secret, as they've already matched the offensive efforts of Space Station Gaming.
And I think that really comes down to just exceptional teamwork from both Adrian and Savage working together in this game to make sure that in the 2v3, after their initial player went down, they were still playing on different parts of the map where they could focus the right targets. That was not a super clean round. It got very scrappy in the end. Felt like it could have gone either way, Sam. You get into a 1v1 with a Monty before the defuse kit goes down. You've got to imagine that Benja wins that. So I like his decision to go for that final pick on Adrian, but it's just not quite clean enough. Really close round from Space Station, but horseshoes and hand grenades, Sam. It's 6-1.
Yep. Practically an impossible task for SSG. 5 perfect rounds. Really, really difficult, especially from what we've seen. The vibrato from Secret has looked just so darn good. I especially love how they built things up around the Monty that entire time. I mean, he was the main chess piece. He got moved absolutely everywhere, and he was the guy with the hard breach to get the hatch open. I mean, what was Savage not doing on the shield there? That's the real question.
True. No, he did really good work, and he'll move the shield over to Adrian, actually. So Savage, the typical Monty player, gonna move over to the Ying instead. Maybe have a little bit more control with that Candela as it goes flying.
This seems fast, right? Oh my god.
It's soft.
Why is that soft? There has to be verticality upstairs. There's no way. I refuse.
No one's in the site.
There's barely any verticality upstairs. I feel like this is somewhat of an easy plant, but I don't know. I haven't seen SSG run this before, so I'm as quizzical as you guys are. Adrian's going to work his way in. He's planting on the box. This is the most default of default spots you can plant on this bomb site. Hello? 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 What is happening right now? Space Station let this plant go down. The wall was soft. Just everything is so damn discombobulated. Team Secrets are running away with this. Mowgli will go down, but Secret have already done the heavy lifting.
Sam, that's just a blunder.
Jesse, I'm at a loss. Unless somebody just completely forgot where their walls are, or that is intended to have more verticality above it. Either way, massive questions for SSG here as Ashen starts to defuse. They'll have to try and force it. Nobody paid attention to Ashen, though, as Savage is the last man alive. And somehow, some way, Space Station win this in the post plant. What a round that was. Again, I will still reinstate, that is just utter craziness. Walls completely soft, barely any verticality upstairs. Secret get the plant down in a 5-on-5 scenario practically, and they lose it.
Yeah. I mean, Jane, I know, bailing them out, I think, with 2 really important kills in the end there. Fultz's 1 pick onto Noah as well was the real game changer. Noah's in a bit of a power position outside the breach. The problem is he's got to fight 3 players in SSG. The man advantage was already so high for Jane, I know. that the wall being soft there is just insane to me, right? Secret realized that the wall was soft. They used Aurora Gate to close off the door to Exo so that nobody could rotate back down through the vending stairs. Then they planted on the box, which, especially with the Monty, I mean, that is not an easy plot to deny with the verticality. So you really have a free plant if you're Secret in that. I think they read it perfectly. I think that's a massive blunder from SSG that they only make because they're under pressure at 6-1 and it's EWC semifinals. Regardless, though, they battle back. And in the chaos, in the most unlikely of circumstances, it is SSG who stand the tallest. J9O gets his first kills of the game. And for me, Sam, they're the most important ones that SSG have gotten.
I'd have to agree. I mean, it's either that or SSG are just so highbrow, big brain that they wanted Secret to plant in a situation like that. But again,
I don't know.
When all my Siege senses were just on red as soon as I saw the verticality in there. Just insane round right there. But that was last round. This is now. Yeah. SSG somehow, some way are alive. And Fultz looking to cause some issues. Would be a big win if he's able to get it, but he sprints into the angle. Choom takes his life. Benjamin Master will take Adrian's lunch, though. And somehow, we're still on equal footing.
Fultz 10-7. I mean, feeling himself before that.
Oh my God!
That's a big one. That's a good answer.
How blessed can you be, Benja? He almost does it again.
He's not done.
He's going to go back for the fight, Jesse. Do you believe? Do you believe?
With the buck below?
Oh, almost. He's going to end up losing it out to Savage. Finally, one of those 417 rounds strikes him in the chest after those little bullets tag him from the floorboards, and that's just how dangerous the DMRs are in their current capacity.
Yeah, I mean, Joom kind of makes him sweat, makes him dance a little bit, as you say. I mean, that really makes a bit of a difference. I don't know if he gets the kill if the buck's not there, but maybe he gets out. Maybe he's a little bit safer. Regardless, 3v3 now, and we've got really great answers from Team Secret as they've approached this bomb site, but there's still great utility as well in the pockets of SSG. You got J9O playing on that smoke, going to be playing towards, I would assume, kind of top Aqua based on where he's at right now. Yeah, can kind of play inside of servers if he needs to. Got the Kiva barrier still set up by Newers, and of course, that mirror window played by Ashen. Both these players running very aggressive mirror windows, and with an aggressive spot in Raptors, do they know that Newers is here, Sam? It feels like they do, but I'm not sure.
Newers is going to run off to the other side. Trying to get some assistance with that window. It's been keeping up. Newers with a nice little find here. The smoke out is more than likely going to swing off this, and what a shot at a J9O. Other player hops in on very minimal HP and actually goes down to the barbed wire. Actually, some decent HP. We got to see it on the other monitor there. Jumped in the barbed wire, gets tagged up by a couple bullets, and the last tag of damage is the barbed wire. Although unbeknownst to Ashton, so obviously he's going to talk a little mess. You don't see that anytime at all inside the kill feed, so a little fun to be had with that one. SSG with two defenses. I'm not going to say solid because that first one still, I can't believe it happened.
Yes.
Second one, a heck of a lot better.
So for sure. I mean, they're feeling better about that. In the 3v3, Newers really stepped up. Of course, the brand new pickup for SSG. Important to see that turn around a little bit. There's the mirror band that I expected kind of in the first half to be taken out after round 3, but it comes in round 9 instead where it will get removed. Very powerful operator once again on that top floor, and will be attack timeout from Team Secret. Deciding they want to talk about these last couple of attacks in a little bit of a more composed manner. They're not going to know what bomb sites they're going to have to go to, Sam. This next one could be either back to kitchen cafeteria or storage.
Don't tell me that, Jesse. Stop it.
I think kitchen cafeteria is unlikely, but if any team would run it twice, it'd probably be SSG. After that, it gets a little bit more predictable. As bomb sites unlock, they will probably go back to those sites. But it really does kind of stress the importance of this moment. You know, you're up against a team who are famous for comebacks, famous for winning in moments where things seem completely lost. 6-3 is not where you can start letting off the gas.
That reaction from Joom dying through the spray on the window is just...
He looks scared.
Gold. Yeah, dude, that was a jump scare right there for sure. Rainbow Six Siege is a horror game, guys. Just remember that. Just remember that. I think I was talking to Jess earlier about that round that Stompin had where he ran away from the last guy, started to defuse downstairs, and they had to chase him upstairs. And Jess just goes, I hate those moments like that when you have to run away. I just hate getting chased.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Hey, it's a very real thing. Same for me on drones. When I'm trying to run away from people on drones, I just get so antsy.
Yeah.
Got that little girl laugh. Just, hee! Like, so post timeout here and post random antics of me bringing things up. Team Secret will be back into the fold here post timeout, and obviously SSG are going to have some things to say with call out too. I'm curious to see how both of these teams stylistically look into these next rounds, especially with Team Secret being on the doorstep of success. You expect a little bit more cheese here, just some other strategies to come out, because if you just surprise and win around, that's the game.
Yep. Connector wall was left soft here. It's not the most critical wall when you're defending on storage, but still maybe one they would have wanted to address. It got pinged out, so they are very much aware of the fact that it's soft. Not going to be a mistake this time at the very least as they start to set things up. The Bandit not getting removed, by the way. Most teams, every team will essentially ban the Kaid on this map, and then most teams pair it with a Bandit ban, but it is not uncommon to see it be Kaid plus something else. The fact that Bandit gets let through means things get a little bit awkward for Team Secret. They have, of course, all hard breaches available to them, and that includes this Maverick, which gets really quick work on the wall, actually. Adrian does a line at the top, line at the bottom, and it becomes soft, so not going to be a problem for them at all. But always something to keep a little bit of a mind out for. Once this wall gets open, Sam, you can kind of deny that top floor pressure for just a storage jump in, right? As an attacking team, you don't need to fully take the top floor. You kind of just need to open IT wall, because now you can stop anybody from denying the plant vertically from up above, assuming you want to go for the execute where you just jump in storage window. If you want to go more for control, that's where it starts coming down to, okay, we got to clear the whole top floor instead.
Nice little discovery work here from Mowgli. Going to find the man inside of the bomb site, and I do believe this bomb site is one we haven't seen yet from SSG, so we'll beg the question how they want to try and hold on to this top floor, because it is of the utmost importance. We saw them setting things up over towards IT, and obviously Secret breaking that down already. You can see the bees swarming inside of there right now as Grim has launched a few of those inside. No real value out of those just yet. Newers has been tagged up, though, and I know that we do have Ashen over inside of Raptors unless he's rotated off. Where did he find that frag at? Oh, look! Ashen did move away from Raptors. He was top blue stairs and discovers the man with the case.
Oh, no.
Is he going to get even more aggressive? He will. He knows that player's right around the corner. So he'll sprint back into the site, rather the top floor. Doesn't know there's potentially a player over in Garage. Sees all those bees. Does have to mean that there was somebody that applied them, right? Continues to hold that down. Has Benja in tow as well, so a lot of positive things here for Space Station.
Kiva's providing a bit of security. Even with the Zagoo, it's still going to be a fight coming out. Noah's got pinned down into a corner, but at the same time, so is Ashen. Noah makes his great escape, and meanwhile, we're on site.
No! The Blackbeard Joom, he goes down. He runs a little bit too close. His head will be taken off, but the Nitro Cell, it misses SSG, but the smallest marker will end up missing out on that case. And Mowgli with a nice frag, but the case has to go down. Now there's a man above, the verticality being applied. Mowgli, he's more than likely going to be able to get this case down. Newers will abandon the verticality. And now it's down to the 1 versus 2 on very low HP. They're both staring at the hatch. They know this verticality is more than likely going to come through. He will find one. And Newers, one of the men with the most 1v2 clutches, or 1vx clutches rather, for SSG on this team, tied 2-2 with Benjamaster. It would propel him into the lead amongst his peers. As Mowgli waits off in the distance, the case right here, more than likely going to be flirted with by Newers just to see if he can get a move out of Mowgli. He knows he's right around this space. Here's the shots. The pre-fire won't find him. He's going to put a couple slugs in, but that's it. It didn't matter. The time had already eaten away at them, and Secret steal away Nighthaven Labs from SSG.
The unbreakable mental looks broken across the EWC stage. What a ridiculous performance coming out from Team Secret. I don't think anybody thought they would be doing that to SSG, especially on a map like Nighthaven. They break the 3-game losing streak and now take a map advantage, heading to their own pick of bank for map number 2. Mowgli, an MVP performance, standing so tall in that game, looking so good, but everybody contributing for Team Secret, making it look easy against North America's finest.
I mean, just truly impressive that Secret called up their own number and said, okay, we're going to do some research. We're going to let them have Night Haven Labs, and we're just going to make their offense look like a joke.
Yep.
They choose defense. They have a stellar strategy walking into this, and truly, it looked like SSG completely melted down on the offensive side, especially after that very first offensive round that Secret hit, they win.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you dig yourself out of that hole, Jesse?
Yeah, it gets really awkward, really tough. Felt like they got into their heads. Felt like SSG cracked maybe a little bit more than what we've ever really seen from them before. They had a couple of good moments, couple of good rounds in there from Space Station for sure, but that's not what they hold themselves up to in terms of an expectation. They're going to have to battle back from Map 2, Sam. They have to be a lot stronger on bank if they want to take down this Team Secret team. We could be looking at a very strong all-European grand final, Sam, if Space Station don't find the will to battle back against this European squad.
Yeah, Team Secret quite dominant here. SSG trying to figure out exactly what mental gymnastics they need to perform in order to get out of this one.
Hello guys, I'm back with another challenge. We're gonna see a 1v1 between Fultz and Benja, the recent NAL champions. Now they're gonna do a specific 1v1 on a game that we all love. The game that was released when you were 3 years old, Benja. That's gonna be Rainbow Six Vegas. Guys, get ready. You can go ahead. Good luck to everyone. How many DPIs is that?
I think that's 400 somehow.
All right.
Oh,
So they're doing it without sound, which is going to make it an extra level harder, but also funnier because then they can run a little bit. Fixed.
Master, wait, you committed suicide, Master. You're that
What?
scared.
I could have killed you. I could have killed
You don't
you.
want to fix me.
Did you set a grenade? What happened?
I don't know. I don't know.
You'd rather commit suicide than face me, Master.
Nice recoil control, Benja.
Oh, jeez. Frag out. Oh, that's a good frag.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how to sprint. Like,
Yeah.
You're a juggernaut.
The recoil is crazy.
Trying a new style,
Oh,
Master. Trying a new style.
Right now, Fultz is going a little bit quicker with a long range kill. Was that a long range kill?
I mean, if you'd like to say that.
All right, so you actually knows this. You know this. You just use the letter. You're using positioning.
It's some for some people it's just genetic. That's what it comes down to. Yeah,
that's just natural talent, right?
Yeah.
The pressure is mounting. That's 4-1, right? I think.
5-0.
5-0.
Yeah.
Just for honor, okay?
Oh.
You must be low HP. There's no way you're...
Chalk it.
He's abusing the position as well. Tension is high.
It's really in the basement, master.
Yeah, I'm in the basement.
You're in the basement still, okay.
Yeah. He's still in the basement. He doesn't know how to get out.
He's a sewer rat trapped.
That's it. I think that's the 7-0. Well. Fultz. Just showing the veteran experience right there. It's all right, Benja. It's all right.
Okay.
I mean, he was 20 when this game came out, you know?
Yeah.
I was like 40.
Yeah, 40 now.
Yeah.
Proper experience. But I mean, it's fine. You should get that 7-0 now in this game and try to not do that in the next few days, I guess.
True,
that's probably the best thing to do. That was a 1v1 between Benja and Fultz. A proper 7-0, clean one. Hopefully that doesn't happen in the next few days for these guys. We'll see you guys with another 1v1 with new players.
Hopefully it doesn't happen, but unfortunately it did. Labs is done and dusted. And if anything, Anne, we heard Ashton say specifically earlier today, there's this one map that you guys should never take us to.
Yeah, that was Nighthaven Labs, obviously a map that we have just seen and we thought SSG were going to do well at. But that, with Ashton saying that earlier today, it's kind of a top 10 videos before disaster because this was really not fortunate for the side of SSG. Secret coming out victorious, though. It's a really good way to set them up in this match, too.
You could not have said that better, by the way, Anne. I could definitely be off the desk giggling to that one, but I'm disappointed by SSG. I think all of the NA fans and the fans around the world are a little bit disappointed from that performance, but you really have to give props to the way that Team Secret dissected them. I said it might come down to the early round. I was right in a way that SSG just didn't get kicking in almost any part of the round, and I think Team Secret read them like a book. I'm kind of speculating that they let Nighthaven go through on purpose because they were prepared. They're a very prepared team, and maybe that's just what happened there.
I think as well, it's just for SSG here, this map is now over. Like you can't, like, there's no point in sitting here and thinking about it and knowing Secret, knowing SSG, knowing how they approach things. They are very much going to be able to just like mentally reset and come into the next one being Bank. And this is where we want to see some adaptations from their side of things because Secret is looking so incredibly deadly and it will be so sad if NA goes out to EU in a 2-0.
I worry a little bit about moving into map 2 because the trouble that I sort of likened it to was that we saw the G2 win massively on their map pick, and conversely the other way, I wanted to see that in this matchup because I thought specialization teams like these two teams, they would do well. I think unfortunately Team Secret, after we saw the 7-1 against Matchco on this map, where do you sort of rank SSG on that sort of pedestal? I don't even think you put them close. They had massive overtime wins and losses recently on the map. They go to a lot of rounds. They don't seem to be able to close this map out confidently, or they choke a max OT on it. It's not looking good, at least from a track record perspective.
Well, the worrying thing is that something that Secret have been doing so far at the tournament is they know exactly what the win condition is, what they need to play against specific opponents. Like we've seen aggression from them before against a team like W7M. We've seen them being a little bit more, well, I mean, the way you were saying it in the green room was being a little bit ratty, you know, a little bit stinky here and there, just being maybe passive. But then going into that second map, we know this is a very light map for Secret. It has been historically. They've always really enjoyed playing this map. That also means for SSG, there is so much footage on this. When we spoke to Call Out yesterday, he said, okay, you know, with playing an NA team, you know how they play, we know how they're going to play. This is going to be different. He has that footage on Secret on how they play on this map, and he should be able to set up a game plan for it.
Yeah, that's obviously what we would expect and what we would hope moving into this. I think for the semi-final as well, both how SSG has been performing and how Secret has been performing, it will be such a shame if this does not go all the way to that decider. But first off, SSG has to crawl their way back out. They are no strangers to having their backs against the wall and coming out on top, but the question is, can they do it in this semi-final on Secret's map pick?
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup here in Saudi Arabia. We just got done with SSG on their first map up against Team Secret, which didn't turn out exactly the way they wanted to, Jesse. They were talking an awful lot of mess earlier on for some of our videos, saying Nighthaven Labs is not the spot that you want to take them, but Secret did. And they took it in pretty convincing fashion. Now we're lining up with Bank, and the only thing I think that is in here is probably some money for Secret, as they're looking to quickly run on to the grand finals up against G2.
There's no doubt about it, Sam. Team Secret are in the position to make it to the grand finals, but I've got some copium to come out for the SSG
all right,
fans
NA boy,
out
let's
there.
hear it.
Number one, we're going to Bank. This is not a bad map for Space Station Gaming. They played it 4 times through the NAL record, or through the NAL season. They had a 2-2 record, most recently beating Shopify Rebellion 8-7. So they can play this map. They're happy to play this map. They're not so shaken to be going to a map like Bank. And second of all, they're confident when their backs are against the wall. It's what Ginny said before throwing it straight to us. Space Station Gaming have won the last 7 elimination games in a row through both EWC and the North America League playoffs. SSG love to play against elimination. Yes, they're in a tough spot. Yeah, Team Secret are looking very comfortable, but they've got the good starting side here on Bank. They'll be playing on the defense. They should be confident racking up the rounds. If they don't, if this is a strong Secret start and they've counter-stratted all of what SSG like to do on this map, well, we could be headed to bed in the next 45 minutes. But Sam, I've got a lot of confidence in this SSG team. We'll be bringing out some strong stuff on the map of Bank. Quickly touching on the operator bans, usually you'll see Hard Breach kind of be the focus for defenders. Instead, they do go again in a different direction, going for both the Monty and the Ying, leaving both Ace and Habana up for Team Secret to have that ranged Hard Breach available to them. And the Kaid, a permaban on Bank, paired with a whole host of operators. The castle a little bit weird, but nothing too out of the ordinary from Team Secret.
Yeah, I really do hope that we do get a little bit of a better showing here from SSG, and it's not just utter dominance from Secret. Although I will be very happy for Mowgli and just everything he's been through his pretty tumultuous career, honestly. I mean, like time and time again, we've been like, oh, this French team is going to do very well, and they just continued to fall flat on their face. Now he's on the Secret roster. They're looking so solid with this lineup. And we'll have to see if they can build off of what they've done here in this first map, as Bank is well underway. Joom already working his way in, probably going to have a teammate eliminate this door for him just so he doesn't make any noise. And that's exactly what's going to go on. They're trying to find the angle. It'll take a couple extra rounds, and Joom will sneak into E2.
Keep in mind the Valcam is inside of lobby. Newer strikes first, taking down the Mowgli player you were just touching on, but there goes the Nook. Does manage to answer back. Now the identity will be revealed. They'll know there's one, and Benja in a real tight spot. No way to get out of it, Sam.
Beautiful find here from Benja and J90. Joom will find one of his own, though, and somehow, some way, these fates have been intertwined. 2 versus 2 here. It seems like every single time SSG get value, Secret are somehow, some way capable of equalizing. It shows up yet again here in round 1 of Bank. Newers does still have a Nitro cell to try and toss into this equation. Joom is going to quickly move his way downstairs, though. Nobody ready for it, as he's like lightning in a bottle. Through marble stairs. Benja knows one's over side of the main portion of the site. Joom's going to wrap back towards the back end here, in on the office side. A bit of a fake plant, but Ben's probably not even going to be able to hear it with that phone going off in his pocket. He'll drop on, and then he'll be discovered by Joom. No plant necessary, just a 4K out of your Nook.
That's ridiculous, Sam. The Danish operator coming out takes down the Danish player of SSG to finish things off. Really strong play coming out from Joom. A 4K in the first round. Once again, he started his career back on Heroic. His very first LAN event for Joom, back at the Yongshiping Major, and back then, Benjamaster was by his side as a teammate. Now here in Riyadh, they come picked together as enemies. They play that so well, Sam. In the early round, they find the space, they find the gap, they find the early players whittle it down to a 2v2, and then what do they say? They say, well, Benj isn't open. He's not leaving open. He's happy to sit there. Let's go hunt down the site player, make it a 2v1. Benj just panicking. He needed to go back to site to play with Newers, but just didn't have that decision, didn't make that call. He wasn't really aware of what Team Secret were doing, so tough spot to be in if you're Benjamaster, loses the plot on that, and Team Secret go up 1-0 again.
It's just super difficult. It's so insane to me as well that Team Secret called for the Nook play right off rip.
Yeah.
And the fact that everything lined up perfectly how you would want for Nook. You get that door open for E2, the camera's on, everybody feels comfortable because they don't see anybody in the hallway. Joom's holding that angle over towards open area, finds a kill, and Secret blow the doors off SSG on the mid floor, able to quickly translate that into a basement attack, and really, that's all she wrote for round 1. On into round 2 very quickly after Secret once again proved just how good they are up against this Space Station roster.
So top floor defense coming through. We're probably going to see things go a little bit slower to start things off, as this will be a lobby entry to come out for Team Secret. They've got a lot of players up on the windows. Means there's going to be a lot of pressure on Ashen, playing in that Azami, playing in checkers, making sure that he can keep that closed for as much as possible. Banning the castle means that that position Ashen is in, just at the top of the lobby stairs, is going to be really awkward to try to hold, because typically the castle barricades would be used to block off a lot of the lines of sight. Now you can't really do that as easily. You've got to rely on those Kiba barriers.
Let's see them hide. As my friend would say, a really big fucking all.
Aggressive swing coming in here. Attempting to work their way up spiral. Ashen with a kill already. This player in E3 has to find some value, and what a move here from Fultz. He's going to work his way back into, but they've discovered him. They know that he's in this space now. That cancel wall's already been open too. This is going to make things quite a bit of an issue for him. Secret could potentially get some value out of this down the line. SSG have already done a decent amount of heavy lifting. 2 kills, Joom down, the player that basically run roughshod over the entire first round, and Mowgli. Finally, Secret will be able to get something that's going to be Fultz, that player inside of that E3 elevator. Ends up going down as he tries to cross across the no man's land that's created with that gap from the Habana. Now a minute remaining here. Secret to try and work this out, and they find yet another kill. The EE1D forces Ashen to stand still, and he'll die to the 417.
That comes back to the castle ban. That angle could have been blocked off, but it just wasn't able to be blocked off. Good find from Secret. I thought that top lobby hold was going to be way too strong from SSG, but Secret instead. And they're back with 2 of their own. Now they're in a position where they're in that 3v3. They still have the defuse kit over lobby side, but everybody else on Secret is rotating towards square. The defuse kit will be all by itself as this push comes in primarily on the east side of the map.
Newers down, and it seems like Secret didn't just simply do no wrong. A double kill for Savage, a 5v3 gone awry. And how good of a mental can you have when everything that you do right somehow turns out wrong?
Benja again left all by himself. It was a 2-man opening advantage for Space Station Gaming as they had a really nice hold with both Fultz and Ashen playing together at the front of the bomb site. We saw that one from Fultz. There was a big pick to start things off from Ashen too, but then one by one those players got traded out. The long angles being held by Secret. The fact that Habana didn't get banned out meant that cancel wall was opened up, and there were some real strong angles being played by Secret in that, which provided even more pressure and denied even more positions to be played by this SSG squad. Newers on the clash in that round was playing more towards Janitor. Didn't end up having much of an impact. It was kind of crazy. For the first kind of 2 minutes of that round, the full focus was over towards lobby. Eventually, Newers was like, okay, I got to rotate over lobby side. As soon as he did that, the rest of Team Secret rotated back over towards that Janitor side and didn't ever really need to get too close and personal with the clash. Playing mind games with SSG, taunting them and pulling them across the map. Now 2-0 up in the lead. When they went 2-0 up last time, call it attack timeout, Sam. This time it's going to be reserved for a little bit later, but if Team Secret keep winning, I mean, it's got to come at some point.
I mean, at the end of the day, Jesse, you're not the one playing the game, are you? You got to let the boys work. That's what all that coaching outside of the lobby is all about.
I'm the one casting the game.
Yeah, yes, yes, you are. Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Chick. Thank you very much.
Not playing.
Yes, but SSG, I mean, everything that they've built on, you know, the foundation of this roster has been all about mental fortitude and dealing with the hard situations. I don't know of a better test than being down a whole map and down 2 rounds right now on the follow-up and a semifinal here for what could be one of the most important series that Space Station played this entire year.
Yeah. This is a team that has been trying the best for a while. Here's Juma again, playing on the Nook and finding an entry kill. How many times are we going to see this? It's a perfect counter to this Valkyrie that's being consistently brought when SSG are on the bottom floors. And once again, Juma just gets away with it. Nobody else on Space Station wants to hold on. Maybe Newers will peek up, but it's so scary.
Wow. What else do you say? Just wow. Like checking out a book at the library. Mowgli steals Newers away here from SSG.
Are you implying you steal books from the library, Sam?
I was hoping you wouldn't catch that. I mean,
took me a minute.
Not to anybody's knowledge, because I'm so good at stealing the books from the library. Adrian's gonna get a kill. Fultz as well. But man, guys, I mean, SSG's just really gonna have to do something to convince me, because right now this is just Secret, just taking the reins and running away with this map. J90, he's got a nitro cell, but he doesn't even really have a chance. They know where this guy is. There's a smoke down. The plant is going down too. Adrian more than likely will be the solution to the last remaining problem on Space Station. But as soon as I say that, no real angle adopted. So obviously, Secret have a lot of different ways that they can break this down with the last 3 remaining players. It's going to be really difficult for J90 to try and work this. Secret, more than likely just going to bully him with the blitz, and it is going to be Savage that will gun him down with the pistol. Man, I wish there was more to say, but there really isn't. It's just Secret all day, every day in this series.
I mean, let's talk about Joom for a little bit, right? I mean, this guy has been absolutely ridiculous. Comes to this tournament with a 71% cost, one of the highest that we have here in EWC, and it really punches above its weight for the rating that he brings into this game too, right? Joom has consistently been one of those players that every single round was finding value for Team Secret. Through the group stage, through the quarterfinals versus Weibo, felt like all the time you could count on Joom for one. You could count on Joom to have that impact. You could count on Joom to be the guy who stands his position and at least goes even for his gunfights. Today, he's running away with it. He's not going even. He's not getting his 1. He's getting his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the difference that ends up coming out. As I was mentioning earlier, we will get a tack timeout from Callout this time, and comes 1 round later, but can it make any more of a difference?
You can see the frustration even on Callout's face as they're trying to figure out a strategy, some way to finally nip at the sides, the heels of Secret. But between these 2 maps, Jesse, they've been able to muster all of 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Such a difficult thing to try and work out of, but you just got to give Secret their flowers, man. They are looking so very good. It is definitely no secret now how talented this team is.
Yeah. Expect Tellers and Archives to come out at some point from SSG, not necessarily round 4, but that's a bomb site that they've played 5 times already this season, and they have a 100% defensive win rate on it. So they really do like to play Tellers and Archives, that 4th site on bank that most teams shy away from. They'll choose the basement for round 4, but that will become an option for them if they don't like retreating back to top floor without the castle, if they don't like going back to open area. Operator bans came out. It was the Mira ban from Team Secret, which I think is really smart. Mira can be super powerful on a map like Bank. And then it's the Habana ban from SSG. I don't hate it. There are a lot of tools that can still do what Habana does, though, right? Usually Habana gets banned next to the ace so that you can open walls, or so you can't open walls that are being mirror tricked. You can't open walls that are at a long distance, specifically that top elevator wall, the Kanto walls it's sometimes called. Impossible to open without one of those 2 operators. They'll have the ace if they need it. They'll have the thermite if they need it, and that's going to be the goal for this round. They've also brought so many can openers, 4 of them across Noah and Joom, so that'll assist with the hatches, making sure that they can get every angle that they could possibly want to open things up. Space Station going for a full anchor setup, as the last time that roam game really did not work out.
You can see from Secret's lineup, especially from what they brought initially in the prep phase there, that they have most definitely identified where the bomb site is, so that early info working its way in. All the sense, a lot of just dislodgement utility on top of that as well. You've got Noah working his way in here with the Capital, and obviously Adrian on that glass, the man that can see through the smokes. Could be of quite high value once we work our way towards the bomb site and start looking at the case down.
They're recognizing the top floors are free. They'll start to use the can openers to open up the hatches. Inside of the server stairs, it's going to be Ashen playing on the Warden. Interesting, the Surya Gate was active there. Sometimes you'll see teams stand on the little cart inside of server, and that'll disable the Surya Gate. Then once the hard breach gets put on it, you jump off, it reactivates, it destroys the hard breach. Because this time though it was just active from the start, they can clear it with a flash, and it's not that big of a deal.
Nowhere's has been found inside a garage. Is he gonna go for this? It seems like he is. Might have somebody else manage the camera just so that they can try and take this gunfight cleanly. Either that or this is just gonna happen inside of a vacuum. Either way, Secret are working on things across the map here, so still will have some side effect to the overall play.
Like that.
And there you go. That's exactly what you were asking for, and you shall receive.
All right, well, we got it on the other hatch, so it's nice to at least see it in action. Forced to use an exothermic charge instead. That'll be the last exothermic charge and the last hard breach in general, so not sure if they've been able to do a lot of hard breaching inside of server up until this point. Might be a little awkward to get a plant down if your goal is to go straight from server.
Oh, well, they know that Joom's around here. Ashen will quickly nip that in the bud, though, as Adrian is starting to run into a couple issues here up against Newers. But this Glass is going to have a pretty solid opportunity working his way through this smoke. What a find. Secret will open up the gates, but Benja tries to slam them shut. You see the player rotating through garage. They found Mowgli, but he'll find one of his own as Benja tries to assist Fultz as much as humanly possible. But now he's stuck inside of the elevator. Adrian will go down to Fultz, actually, as he whips out the secondary. This is an active clash, and he's going to be able to find it, but Fultz! Holy crap! On a dime, he removes the face of his opponent. And SSG are at least able to get one, but man, did it take a Herculean effort.
You know what though, Sam? I do like that round, right? They were aware of how Team Secret have been dominating the early game, so they decide to rein it in. Let's play full 5-man anchor. We don't have to fight this aggressively. Team Secret ended up going for a back take, weirdly enough. You see the Capital descends, you think surely it's going to be a server drop. Not so this time. Didn't have that pressure inside of server. Ashen was never cleared off the server stairs, so they said, screw it, let's go hit the back. That kind of caught SSG off guard at first. They started to get those picks initially, but then Benja really stepped up and started answering back. He has been the late round player for SSG since we loaded into Bank, and finally it feels like he's able to step up and really have the big round that his teammates need him to. Fultz as well, playing exceptionally well with his teammate in that 2v2. They were separated, but when all the focus was towards Benja, Fultz on the clash realized, hey, I can't just be a shield at this point. I need to have a gun out. I need to have impact. Ended up getting the last couple of kills in that round, so really good stuff from Fultz and Benja in the 2v2. Not the cleanest, not the greatest, but in the end, they had a game plan, and it really did work out the way they wanted it to.
A win is a win.
Yeah.
A win is a win. And SSG will take anything right now to try and get themselves back into this game. Mental fortitude, sure, but you still need results. That's really what feeds the beast at the end of the day. Space Station likely pretty happy with the result of that round. They will attempt to build off of that on the top floor, which has not really boded well for them thus far. We've seen, I believe, 2 rounds up here, and both of them not exactly great. So we'll see exactly what SSG are capable of this go-around. A little bit of a change up here with a couple of operators, particularly Fultz on the Yokai.
Yeah, the Echo could have a bit of an impact. I mean, they've been playing a lot of Valkyrie so far, so maybe the Echo changes things, does things in a little bit of a different manner. Last time, Fultz was playing on that elevator position with the Bandit. Bandit's still an option for them, but maybe they thought after banning the Habana that it wouldn't be as big of an issue. I can tell you that they did open the Kanto wall, and it's being patched up actively by those Kiba barriers. The brunt of this push from Team Secret might be looking more towards the stock side of the map. I say that. A lot of their players are still focused over towards lobby. Feels like this Kanto wall is still a big priority, but doesn't mean they can't just jump in and stock and take a fight.
Looks like that's exactly what they're going to do, but this time SSG is the one to get away scot-free. Something we haven't seen this entire series until round 5 of Bank. Adrian still holding things down on Kanto Wall. Ashen and the rest of SSG are going to grind to a halt as they know that Secret have to try and work their, themselves into the map now.
I mean, it was a 3v5 last time on this bomb site, Sam, and Team Secret still managed to recover, so it's important that SSG do not toss this man advantage in the bin. Ashen and False, the aggressive players playing inside of checkers, need to value their lives. If they go for swings, they've got to be successful because you cannot bleed players back to a 3v3 and lose the round like you did.
What a shot out of Newers. Able to clip Adrian out there on Repel. No one knows there's one right around the barrier. Is it 2 for Ashen? Close, but no cigar. It's Fultz instead. SSG with their second defensive round.
All right, they get the job done eventually. Top player at the top of Spiral does go down, and they do secure their man advantage hold this time. So the top floor, probably the best looking bomb site for Space Station in this rotation. They get it done in round number 5, so they managed to make that victory be found eventually. Does feel like for Team Secret, they've really fallen off on those early rounds. They haven't been able to secure those big man advantages like they did previously. SSG are playing a lot closer together. They don't open things up for, say, a Nook to wander around and find free entries, so that's going to really make that difference. Now, though, they've got to go to a different bomb site. I said I wanted to see Tellers and Archives. We're not going to get it out of Space Station this time, so maybe it's not going that well in scrims recently. Not sure what it is, but they'll choose to go open area. I will say, before this tournament, Sam, they were 0 for 4 on this bomb site, and if you include round 3, that would be 0 and 5 this season.
Jesse, sometimes you just need to keep stuff close to your chest, man. I don't need to know that.
Sorry,
I just don't, okay? I don't. In fact, I don't want to know that. I'm removing that from my brain, okay?
Okay. Team Secret, 50% attacking win rate if you include round 3, 2-2 record.
Okay.
Although Team Secret have played a lot of like third-party tournaments on this map, like Malta series and stuff like that. So I don't have great data for Team Secret, admittedly.
Well, I'm glad you said it, because
I'll give the copium back. Like maybe their attacking win rate is horrible on this bomb site, and we just don't know because they're all games that happen in Malta Cyber Series.
Guys, don't worry. I'll take them off broadcast and talk about being an NA truther. It's okay, all right? It's pure copium out of Jesse's side of the broadcast right now. Secret are going to hit the field once again here. We got the shield back in for Savage. Noah's got the soft destruction to try and assist, and let alone that fact, but some DMRs to boot. Adrian rocking the Doke, and obviously the Twitch working its way on Mowgli.
Yeah, so the top floor clear is obviously going to be the most important part of this open area defense. False, Newers, and Ashen, the 3 entry flex players on SSG who will often be playing these aggressive positions, will be working together to lock down this top floor. The Anchors can play Nitros from down below. Both Anchors, actually. Benja and J9, I should say. Going to be playing down below here. False maybe a more traditional Anchor, but can rotate back if he needs to at some point. Mowgli already looking into square, kind of with that smoke, threatening that they could go for a fast square push.
Noah gets decimated, though. Ashen able to find one. There's a blitz now hounding down on him, and he's not able to get away from Savage, who will pistol whip the man. And Secret now firing on all cylinders. Mowgli constantly with this axe of a gun, taking lives left and right. What an easy round for Secret. They practically just see the light at the end of the tunnel the entire time. No second guessing, no nothing at all. Once that gap is shown, Jesse, it's simply a push of a button, it seems, and Secret take the round.
It's got to be frustrating for Space Station, too, because they're winning a lot of entries. They've got a couple of these rounds now where they grab the opening pick, but it's just not enough to secure and hold on to. Got to be frustrating coming through. We'll get right into the operator bans. Ace clash the first 2, or sorry, Habana clash first 2. Should be Ace and Kaid to round this out if we're playing by history's rules. It will be Ace. The Mira backs up the clash ban, though, so the second and third most banned operators will be removed from Bank, while the most banned does stay up. Means that hard breach might get a little bit more awkward for SSG, but again, I'm sure they know what they're up to in this matchup.
Well, I'll at least tell you this. We've only seen Bank twice before this series. This will be the third time.
Yep.
45% overall defensive win rate right now. Which, I mean, to be fair, that's about right for Bank. Those mid-floor and top-floor bomb sites, guys, if you just, you don't play a lot of Bank, they're not exactly great. I'll just tell you that right now. The basement bomb site is fantastic. What's his win rate? Actually...
Yes, Sam. Yes, Sam.
I'll just say it. It was a 40% win rate. I didn't look at that before I said the thing. It's supposed to be better, guys. It's supposed to be better, okay? It's not my fault. It's not. Secret are going to go, I believe. Is that? Okay, no, it is downstairs. I got so scared for a second. Oh, my days. These guys are going to give me a heart attack. Okay, SSG out on the field as Team Seeker will be holding up the basement with a little bit of an extension here to try and get in SSG's faces.
Yeah, interesting how much we are seeing them extend up a little bit. Won't be heavily. Joom just going to play the server stairs, not really committed to the roam.
Where is Savage at?
Savage is playing mid-floor elevators.
Is he in the...
There he's at.
That has to be an open hatch. There's no way.
Yeah, the hatch will be open. We see this decently often. His goal is probably to shoot a couple drones and fall off. If he's nasty with it, maybe he finds a head. But if he dies, it's like a little scary because you really want as many players alive for the hold. And when you do have this 5v5 push come out, when you're playing this full anchor strategy. So if Savage goes down, it's certainly not the position he wants to be in, but that's why both those walls are reinforced. He's listening for drones at the moment. He's got the default cam too. Mowgli drops first, and Savage, I'm assuming, will drop very shortly after.
Yeah, as soon as there's any information that is put on him. Either that or if the Blackbeard runs up here, I'm sure they'll just exchange looks, might pop a couple shots, and he'll dip. There's the drone, he'll see it, and he'll drop.
Simple.
As God intended.
So once again, the Kaid was not banned, Sam, which means that it's going to be something that Space Station have to deal with. Jane, I know on the Mavericks is the obvious counter, and I think they should have no problems with that, but might make things a little bit slower for them as they start to draw the lines on this square hatch, and slowly goes open. It provides an opportunity for Mowgli. If he gets creative, he could pop this Nitro and get a really cheeky pick early in this match.
Mowgli with a beautiful fight onto Ashen, and a little bit of a caster's curse there, Jesse.
Well, he does it. That's just not the hatch I was talking about. But, I mean, it works. Sure.
It does indeed. It does indeed. He's looking for another one here, and this is quite the angle to do it on as well. One run out won't be able to tag him up as all. Mowgli's not really taking the opportunity. Folt has to take the fight as Savage's Nitro so rings true. Won't be an equalization. It'll most definitely be Secret in the lead. Newers will drop in. Frag grenade here. Joom a little bit of damage as he tries to discover that elevator player, but Newers running an entire clinic inside of the bomb site right now. That AK eating everybody alive, and they knew where Joom was. Oh my days. He must have dashed in there, and he was seen from the hatch. Well done from SSG. As they are very close to equalizing here, but man, Secret are still constantly neck and neck with them on these rounds. You really haven't seen a wholeheartedly convincing round out of Space Station Gaming yet, have you?
No, and I mean, sometimes it comes off individual plays, but that's going to be more than good enough. Big round from Ethan James as Newers puts a really big 3K in this round. Everybody swings him, and he says, line him up. I will gladly take those kills. Thank you, sir. Feeling good about that one. Again, newest player on Space Station Gaming, came in just at the start of the season and has really, I think, been looking better and better every single game. It seems like every match you watch, Newers looks more integrated into the core. He's immediately bought into the system, looks really, really clean coming with this SSG squad.
Yeah, I'm so happy for Newers, especially because he started off so strong in that first year with Oxygen, and I already can hear the things in chat. I know, guys, the LMG meta was a thing. Newers was an LMG merchant, yada, 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 yada. But listen, the guy is extremely talented. His mechanics are something that you cannot take away from him, and he's proven it time and time again. Especially now on this SSG roster. This is what can happen with teams, guys. Sometimes you just get a little demotivated, and that's nobody's fault. Sometimes it just happens. Things aren't meshing well, and you guys don't work as a team. That's why changes need to be implemented. That's why this trade happened in the first place. Oxygen needed a leader. SSG needed somebody that shoots straight.
All right.
Everybody's happy.
Sure. Everybody's happy. I mean, you're right. Both teams do look greatly improved after that roster swap, and so it seems like good things are on the horizon for both these teams. SSG, a lot will depend on kind of how this series does end in terms of their legacy and how people talk about this trade going forward. Difference between a semi-final exit and then making the grand finals of EWC is quite a massive one when you go back to the history books. Top floor will be the bomb site once again for the first time from Secret. They'll have that castle to be able to use, try to keep some of these checkers positions closed.
No dice from Noah. A wrap from the Blackbeard. This could be a really big deal. The frag grenade's pouring in, but somehow he gets the kill. It's a 2 versus 2. A find on the up from Noah as he is practically playing chess in checkers right now. 1 versus 1. Joom is down. The ump, the only thing separating Team Secret from success right here. Noah just has to line up the shots. J90 does not have the case. I think that's off in the ether somewhere. J90! What? What a find on the sense. He'll kill the downed player. He'll spray him through the checkers wall. And SSG will get the last laugh.
Sam, you can never count out J90, the clutch master for Space Station back during the NAL. 23% success rate in the clutch through both reload and stage 1. He was the guy that you wanted late round in those desperate situations. Hasn't had the same impact just yet through EWC, but that round we got to see exactly what J90 is made of.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jack Burkhardt steps up to the plate. He knocks it out of the park. You know, just I figured we're doing real names today. You know, I got the whole list. I got them all too. You know, I got all of Team Secrets as well. If the moment asks for it, guys, we'll dox some people. Okay, that's
we're doxing people now, eh?
I mean, you
don't tempt me with a good time.
I was gonna say you already did it to yourself. You're like, screw Corn Pop. I'm now Jesse Chick.
Okay.
So we can't do that to you. All right.
All right.
Doesn't work the same. Not a law. Doesn't equal the law of the equivalent exchange there, my friend. So Secret now probably a little scared of this scoreline. Honestly, I think not only Secret, but the audience at home and a little bit of us all thought SSG was already in their grave and like kind of getting buried a little bit. Yeah. So we'll see, man. We'll see. I'm open to anything. I'm an open-minded guy. I'm ready for a map 3 if we get there. Clubhouse would be a heck of a lot of fun. But either way, I mean, even the fact that SSG's working their way back into the series right now is making things a lot more fun in general, because there for a minute, I mean, it was just the Secret show. That's all it was.
Yeah, no, we got life behind the eyes of SSG for the first time in a long time, so this is what we've been hoping for. This is what we get to see now. A couple of shields coming in, but they won't protect Newers.
This blitz, you cannot let Joom escape. Anything around here, they have to get some value out of this. Some firefights back and forth, but nobody can kill Noah. He hits a beautiful shot, almost takes another one. It's Joom instead. SSG are getting ran through the meat grinder. It's down to Benjamaster to try and assist, but the strategy is just so lost. Space Station not able to get a single thing going for themselves as they attempt to fly in through Teller's office. And it all lands on deaf ears. The Secret do not want to hear their tune. They will steal away the round in a pretty convincing way.
Dude, I'm convinced Joom is like an AI built as a Siege player, as he's just managing to hit some ridiculous shots after ridiculous shots, plays a ridiculously good round down inside of Archives with his teammates too, had some really good support. The way that they were able to counter that double rush in from SSG, as there were bodies coming in through lobby, bodies coming in through square. Space Station had a lot of dimensions to that push, but in the end, it was just really good gunfights coming out from Team Secret. Mostly Joom and Noah working as that duo to make sure those players in the bottom floor couldn't hold anything down. Really good stuff coming out from those couple of players, and that's just the difference maker, Sam. That's just what makes Team Secret such a deadly team. You can run at them with shields, but they don't shake, they don't run away, they don't get scared. They stand up, they fight them toe-to-toe, and they walk away, hitting the really tiny angles they need to just to find the heads.
Hey, I can just say that I'm a Mark Steinman and Noah Rodriguez Irwitz stan. Okay.
Oh my God.
Yes, I should have said Rodriguez better. I'm literally from Texas, but
fair.
We'll take it as it goes, right? Team Secret will run downstairs now after that very successful defense on the mid floor and see if they can hit penultimate points. Huge deal here. If they're able to get this round, that's going to be a lot of pressure put on Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, and you get the best ball on the map to try to do it for Maybe not with this current statistics, Sam, but certainly throughout history, this basement bomb site has been really, really tough for attacking teams to crack. You get a bit of an opportunity if you can find some roamers, and Savage will give you that chance. He's going to play top floor on the Solus in 2025. It'll be fun to see what he can get done with it. You see immediately the shots come his way, but actually answers back really nicely, gets some damage on defaults, and doesn't take any of his own.
It's really incredible stuff. Not exactly something you see happen all that often from that positioning. Usually the 417 is the victor in that scenario. Newers starts to work his way in. Savage, quite a few rounds. What a find from Newers, though. He knows that there's still another player around this space. A lot of assistance coming in here from Team Secret. Lots of angles and maybe another find. Mowgli's going to seal the door up as Team Secret choose to try and vacate the premises.
Yeah, awkward still though, right? I mean, Team Secret, can you get out from this position if you want to? It seems like they can. Mowgli backs over towards Square. Savage is with him, but the hatch is reinforced. They'll need to make their way down through the staircase instead. No real way for Savage to break these hatches either, so he needs a teammate to break it from down below, or he's got to go back down one of the staircases. Has no intention of doing any of that though, Sam. He's rotated back to the top floor. At the same time, Space Station say, we don't care. We're going to rush in through garage.
I don't think anybody was close enough to be in earshot to hear that.
Well, they've got on the bulletproof.
Yeah, and thank God Noah is alive too, so he'll get that little sensory thing as well. So they'll know there's some players inside of garage. Secret will be able to more than likely deal with this just a little bit. SSG gets some nice frags, but now it's down to Mowgli. SSG, they found all the value that they've necessarily needed, but Ashen will get the big kill as finally Space Station Gaming have something to say on a map.
Yeah, and a lot of that kind of came from Benja. He got 2 kills up on the top floor. His entire team left him. They all went over to Garage. They were like, we're not going to fight these roamers. It's a heavy extension from Secret. Let's just all go inside. And Benja was like, okay, guys, you do that. I'm Benja. I'm gonna lock things down up above, just in case. And Benja was the guy who found the majority of those kills, a couple of really important ones. At the same time, right, Newers was going there, hitting the back, dropping in through gold, having an impact of his own. So it was a real team effort from SSG, but you got to give it to those individuals who were able to step up in the big time. Benja in particular having that impact up above when the rest of the team was really focused on the site. He made sure that they couldn't get flanked, they couldn't get stabbed in the back, and that really did make the push all the more easier.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Sure.
What are we getting?
Bomb sites?
Not only bomb site, who's taking this map?
Oh my god, it's 5-5 after a secret Zac timeout, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Bomb site, I'm going to say CEO top floor, which I definitely didn't just read off the clean feed.
I want you guys to know I had the biggest smile on my face as I was trying not to laugh to expose him to broadcast.
As for the winner, Sam, I mean, I have to believe in SSG. I have to believe we'll get the third map. I mean, there's no team that is better in high-stress situations. That is what has been set up with this squad for years at this point, particularly since the start of the stage, though. And they had the ridiculous lower bracket run through the North American League, the ridiculous lower bracket run through the EWC group stage, and then in quarterfinals, beating Shopify Rebellion. It just feels like every time this team gets tested, they have the answers. So I've got to imagine Space Station can force us to a third map. I've got to imagine Clubhouse is on the docket, but Team Secret, they do look like a scary foe. And even if we get to Clubhouse, there's no telling how that one's going to end.
Well, my friend, it's down to this. Whoever wins this is going to be the only team that has an opportunity to shut things out in regulation. Otherwise, obviously, it'll be OT from there on out, which would be quite an interesting prospect between these two, especially given the circumstances of how this series has went so far. An extremely dominant Secret on SSG's map pick, but now equal footing here on Bank, the pick of Team Secret. Obviously, Jesse did talk about earlier how SSG aren't exactly slouches on Bank. So, obviously, those statistics showing here. SSG, though, still have to play the game in the lobby. It's not done on paper. Gonna have those angles building up here for this top floor. Won't have any ranged hard breach, though, to try and deal with that Kanto wall.
One of the big problems that does come for a push like this means that SSG might be a little bit more focused over towards Square and Stock. There was a really aggressive Yokai cam inside of Stock that was able to see out onto the balcony. Yeah, great third-person perspective. Thank you, observers. It's a really sneaky one from Adrian that could prompt an aggressive swing. I'm not sure who would go for it. Maybe Mowgli, who is the guy playing the stock position, but maybe June goes up square stairs and goes for a swing. Regardless of who makes a move, if it secures an early kill for Team Secret on SSG, I mean, that would be a difference maker here in round 11.
June does have impact, so if he wants to get a little weird with it, he can always go for that soft destruction play, but it's going to be Savage instead that steps up, and he'll be able to steal Ashen away from the round. Adrian in a gunfight with J9O, but now it's Foltz to try and open up the door. 3 versus 3, pistol in hand, down to the 3 versus 2, but Benja, he's worked his way into the site. Constantly and consistently, these teams are able to find each other time and time again, as these fates simply cannot separate themselves from each other. They know one's outside, Neuros will go down, it's up to Benja Master up against Savage, who's currently on a triple, and Joom knows one's over inside of stock, tries to take the fight, no Candalas to this man's name, and no case. It's going to be down to just trying to find these gunfights. The only thing that's beneficial to Benja is that there's a lot of time on the clock. He doesn't necessarily have to force this, but he continues to flirt with the same door over and over again. Finally, it will punish him, and Secret are 1 round away from securing the grand finals of the Esports World Cup 2025.
Sam, when you're in this situation where you have SSG on the brink, but they start to make the comeback and they start to push it to a 5-5, you need somebody to have no fear, to step up and to save the game. Who better than the captain? Savage made ridiculous plays in that round. First, stepping up into Ashen's smoke grenade to 1v1 the glass close range and get the opening pick. Then steps up again to shut down Foltz down through the main skylight stairs, who managed to get 2 kills and equalize. Trades out on Foltz, and then outside the building on the balcony. Just ridiculous stuff coming out from Savage, the young captain from Team Secret. Again, this guy really doing all the work from Team Secret at just 21 years old.
And honestly, what a storyline for them. You know, you said it when we first got into this series, a dark horse from Europe, but you know, you really just have to give them their flowers. They've been playing so incredibly well, let alone that fact, but you can just see the passion for Siege on these guys' faces. Every single one of these rounds, Jesse, means the world to these guys, as a lot of them have not had the opportunity to let alone make it to a semifinal, make it to a grand final on this roster. And what a better place to do it than in the desert. SSG, this is what they've been built for. Pressure makes diamonds, and they're looking to shine here in what could be our last round.
Just a few minutes away from potentially an all EML final, the grand finals of EWC. It's the basement, Sam. It's not a heavy roam, it's a light roam coming up from Savage and Mowgli. We saw this before with an elevator player and an open area player. Savage has actually joined Mowgli inside of open area this time, so it's a bit of a different look, but as we hit the 2-minute, 10-second mark, both of them do drop down the hatch. We're going to end up getting a 5v5 late round execute. So SSG will have time to sit and think. I say this, Savage. SSG will have time to sit and think before they go for this push. Maybe wait in the pressure a little bit. Make sure that they don't get anything wrong when they go for this execute, because they've got good tools, right? Lots of flashes coming out from Foltz. The Bs from Newers provide a lot of opportunity to make things work. It's all going to be about how they prepare themselves for this execute. And a bit of a blunder from Joom as he destroys a Goyo canister with that Kiba.
Man, it doesn't even pop it either. It actually just straight up eliminates it. It's like it's been sucked into a black hole.
That's tough.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Hopefully it's not something that comes back to bite them, because sometimes it really can be the little things. Speaking of which, look at that angle from Mowgli. He'll slip away. He's been the most aggressive player on Secret by far for them on this map. 7 and 10. He's only not died in 1 round we've completed so far, so.
Which is the Mowgli way, I should say. I don't expect him to play any other style.
I mean, you just need one sicko on your team. You know, you need one person that does not care about their life in the slightest. That happens to be Mowgli for this squad. 45 seconds remain, and, well, Jesse, this is the time to sit forward and lock in. It's a 5v5 execute. Ashen gets the first kill. Mowgli will make it even. Joom with one as well. Where is the case? It's on Fultz, but does it really matter? Secret! They've practically done it. It's only Fultz from Elevator, and they know exactly where he is. The secret weapon strikes the space station to the ground, and Secret will make the grand final up against their EML brethren, G2. Wow, what a series here, as SSG are not able to use that mental fortitude for the good graces of NA.
The unbreakable mental broken in Riyadh. It had to happen eventually, Sam. This space station team played their backs against the wall for so long, but they finally fell, and it was to Team Secret, who have really proven so many people wrong at this event. I think coming into this, a lot of people did not expect this Secret squad to make it maybe even a top 8. To get top 4 would have been a real, I think, success story for them, but they're headed to the grand finals to face their fellow regional opponents in G2. I mean, the tears on their face show just how important this is. They never thought that they'd be making it this deep into the run, but nobody seems to be able to stop this Secret squad. They look absolutely unstoppable at Esports World Cup. They should be feeling very proud with a dominating win over the best team in North America.
100%. Congratulations to Team Secret on this unprecedented result here up against Space Station Gaming. I mean, truly impressive stuff. And just shout out to everybody on that roster, man, and particularly for me, Mowgli. I mean, he's been around the scene for so very long. Started playing competitive Siege in 2020, and now a grand final up against G2. Up against G2 stomping.
Yeah.
For those that are still around from the NA crowd. Bound to be one for the history books.
Yeah, his first grand finals for Mowgli. That's insane to think how long he was towards the top on that Wolves roster, but they just never made the push. Now he'll finally get to do it, and going against that European America's hybrid mixed team, which is G2.
It's a Brazilian European American hybrid.
Listen, it's technically a regional grand final, Sam, but many different nations are represented in that finals. It should be an excellent showcase when those two teams go at it tomorrow. Of course, Space Station aren't done either. We should say they play a third place game against Furia before the grand finals tomorrow, so loads of money still on the line, still plenty to play for. They will need to bring their A game tomorrow if they want to take down a team like Furia, but for today, it's Secret that are the better team, and they will get the shot at the lion's share of this ridiculous EWC prize pool.
Absolutely insane that if you really think about it, I bet the vast majority of people yesterday had Furia and SSG in the final. We're going to go down to Milos on the stage, though, with Joom.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's even hotter somehow. We got Noah on here with us. Noah, first of all, congratulations. I'm just going to harken back to what we had here when it was all four of us having a chat. And I believe that this game was set to be a fast one. It's not exactly how Ashen envisioned it.
No. I mean, Ashen did say he was going to be loud, but I did tell him it was going to be a fast game, and it was.
It got hairy, though. I will say, at some points, it did show that both SSG and Secret are neck and neck in competition. You reverse it any other day, maybe a bit different, but today is your day. You make it to the grand final. Before we talk about that for a second here, it's your first stage competing with the squad for you all together in this way. And not only have you dominated in stage 1 of EML, but you've made it to the grand final of EWC off of the back of so much hard work.
Yeah, it's just insane, you know. I love these guys to death. I wouldn't want to do it with any other group. Like, these guys are just my pillar, and I love that we can work hard, but we can still be a family. And I'm so happy right now. I just can't believe what we just did. We just made top 2 without no one believing in us, and we did that ourselves. We did that.
A lot of work and effort has gone into this. Both Noah and the entire team. It's a beautiful story, and finally, I can say, hey, I'm back as an EML fan. So now that we have an EU final, what does that mean to you, maybe as someone who's watched for so long before competing?
Yeah, I think finally, you know, EU is back. EU is back on top. We got the G2 and Secret on final. It's no longer just Falcons and EU, guys. Make sure you guys watch us as well. Watch Secret, watch G2, watch us play now tomorrow. Let's go. And we're gonna...
Fresh blood has been re-injected into the European region, and I'm all here for it. And we'll hear a lot about the game tomorrow against G2, but at this moment, in this emotion, what would you say to G2 Esports on the other end?
Let's have fun.
Let's have fun. We're going to enjoy it all one more time for Noah and Team Secret. They make it to the grand final. A momentous day for them in the squad. I'm just going to let you go down to the rest of the squad. I know you love all of them, including Joom. It's okay. They're going to crush their opponent's keys as SSG out of the running. We'll send them back to our studio.
EU final locked, but also what a great interview from Noah. Cool, calm, and collected, and really mentioning here, it's an EU final. EU's on top. There's not just Falcons in this region. And really looking for that respect that I think at this point they have genuinely earned, because coming into this game against SSG, we're thinking it's going to be a 3-mapper. It's going to be a back and forth. It's going to be a close affair. It was anything but.
They were looking for the moon and they barely got off the ground. SSG was not looking hot at all. But what I will say, going into the key crusher here, Joom is not looking as evil, which is good.
Not yet. Keep an eye out.
Wait, guys. Left side of your screen. I'll get that evil face out. No, he's just smiling.
Nah.
I think he's taking the evil out of this one.
I really do like the vibes as well when we're looking at Secret. It feels like, these are players that have played together and they've really bonded, and more of like the family, friendship group vibes rather than anything else, which I'm really excited to see how that plays out tomorrow, because I feel like G2 has a very identical vibe where it's very brotherlyhood, very family vibes. I don't want to say family friendly because anything but it's like the vibes in the team are there, and I think that also speaks volumes as to what goes on outside of the server does impact how you play together as a cohesive unit.
I mean, if there's any team that we can take an example from, what that does is being like cohesion outside of it, it's SSG. We're seeing it from Secret here today as well, in the way that in the interview, Noah's just really happy to be playing with these people and this team to make it to the grand final. And yes, they are the ultimate underdogs. That's what we called them as well going into this game. The only team, by the way, that wasn't the regional champion of their own region coming into this event, taking down SSG in this fashion. It's huge.
We also have the Sony MVP of the match, which, to be fair, again, a little bit of a toss-up between a couple of players where we're thinking who we're going to give it to, but ultimately Noah is the one that gets it.
And the reason why it was such a big toss-up of who should we get it to is because, especially on that second map, the performance was so spread out.
It really was.
There wasn't necessarily one player that really stepped up and carried the logs for their team, or was getting all the entry engagements, getting all the clutches. That's why maybe it was so difficult to pick a player here. But we talked about Noah before this game as well, really getting active on the entries, spearheading his team almost in this, but also in the interviews. I think it is just a deserved MVP as an overall, if we look at it.
I've been loving seeing the confidence grow from Noah throughout the tournament.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's just been a few days, and I feel like, wow, the character development, the character arc, dare I say, of Noah has been extreme and great. But he mentioned the depth of EML, and he said, please watch G2, please watch us here at Team Secret. We're not just Team Falcons anymore. And I think that that's probably the big discourse of EWC Rainbow Six Siege, is that the depth that EML is bringing to the world and the international stage deserves to be looked upon a little bit more greatly, because as I think it was Liquefax said on one of the couch desks he was on, he said, we used to suck and now we're kind of good. So I'm like, okay, there is growth, and that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, he bleached his hair and became a different persona, I guess. That's like, I think, what we're seeing on the side of Noah. It's working out for him. I love to see that kind of personality.
Yeah, I think as well, just the confidence that we're seeing in the players throughout the entirety of the event, especially when it comes to the EML players, the players that have been doing really well. It's beautiful to see. It's also really interesting that we're going to have a final with just one region. And usually it's Brazil v Brazil, but now it's going to be EU v EU, which is like a whole new chapter, I guess, when it comes to the international stage here in Siege. For me, it's going to be like, are we going to see this more often? Like, I'm looking ahead at Munich, I'm looking ahead at SI, but all in all, I mean, SSG was the top dog out of NA. SSG crawled through that lower bracket here. They have had some really difficult opponent themselves that they were able to deal with, and then to come up in this best of 3 against Secret, and you don't even have a chance to start it says a lot about Secret as well.
I want to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt because I came in on the pre-desk and I said, stylistically, these two teams are very, very similar. And sometimes when you fight fire with fire or ice with ice, there's going to be one that dominates and they're going to be better at it than you. And I think today SSG got outclassed at their very own game. I don't think they were prepared to almost look at themselves in the mirror and verse themselves. They weren't prepared for that. And that's okay because on another day of the week, they probably come in better prepared and are able to overcome Team Secret. But as we heard on the stage, it's Team Secret's day.
And regarding your question about whether this is a thing we might see more often in the future, I mean, as an EU resident, I would love that. Let me just preface that very quickly. But that's the main question that we had for these EU teams. When they go to international events, if you've been performing so well in your own region, can you play with the big boys of the other regions? And yes, they have been doing that. I mean, that's why we see these two teams in the final now against each other. So it is going to be an amazing match tomorrow.
We also have the exit interview ready with Newers from the side of SSG, so let's head over and hear a few last words before they're out of the tournament.
Everybody, we are in with Newers here from SSG. An unfortunate loss, but I want to talk about the game in general and your performance so far as an individual, as a team in EWC. Getting to the semifinal, it's kind of pushing limits still, but what do you feel was kind of the block today now with a tiny bit of hindsight?
Just starting slow, not micro-comment as well, not communicating with each other, not doing the stuff we usually do. Usually bites us in the ass. Usually happens first map. I don't know, that's it.
It kept getting closer and closer, right? You go to bank, things are going well back and forth, and we're expecting an overtime. At some point, we're also expecting a map 3. What falters in the 5-5 where it's just that extra bit that doesn't happen?
I mean, yeah, they just kind of surprised us with the K-tube, kind of stalled us a little bit, so we had to go a different side, and they kind of masterclassed us on it, but it's fun.
Still. Let's kind of liven it up here a bit, because you still played incredibly well in NAL Stage 1. Semi-final finish, and you get to play tomorrow, right? Third, fourth place. That's an extra motivation, extra cash, club championship points for SSG. What are you looking at for tomorrow in that match? What are you hoping to achieve?
Just play the peak potential we can, and we're going to show up, practice the same way we do, try to win. That's all we can do.
And if I may look a bit more ahead in the future into Stage 2, what's the plan now? SSG known for the focus, the confidence in one another, the love and trust between you guys. You finish up EWC. What are you doing preparation for Stage 2?
Same thing we always do. Just prepping, cranking, and we'll see y'all at Stage 2.
I can't wait to see SSG cranking, getting ready for Stage 2. Thank you very much, Newers. Thank you to SSG, and we hope to see them soon here back at EWC. Thank you again.
All right, Newers, I'm going to hold you to that. See you in Stage 2 for the NAL, but that is them out as well. And of course, they have a game tomorrow to play for that third place. But the focus now really is the grand finals. G2 against Secret, EU versus EU. And when we're looking at EU, Secret has, as we already touched upon, always kind of gone under the radar. Coming into this event, we were all saying this is a dark horse. It's not a team that we were expecting to make this deep of a run, but here we are. The bracket has played out the way that it has, and they are sitting pretty in at the very least, that second slot. Who knows? They might actually get their first international title.
Let me sketch you a scenario, because what have we seen from Secret over on the EML? Grudge matches are their thing. They had to play that match against Falcons, and we talked about it. They had never beaten Falcons in a best of 3. What did they do? They come around, they beat Falcons in a best of 3. So the fact that G2 has already taken down Secret a few times is just that fuel for Secret. We've seen them do it before. They will come prepared tomorrow, and they will do everything that it takes to take down a team that is already
well, history so far has never actually repeated itself in this event, because VP didn't want to play a Brazilian team, because they're like, oh, if we play a Brazilian team, we lose, and then that Brazilian team actually ends up winning the event. G2 knocked out Furia.
That's true.
So anything is possible at this point.
I was having a little heated discussion already back in the green with all the other casters and analysts, and I was like, Team Secret looking the best they've ever looked. And then Leo, I think it was, turned across the room and he said, yeah, but Jess, this is the best G2's ever looked. And I was like, okay, now I have to weigh up the fact. Does the ceiling of Team Secret raise above the ceiling of G2 currently, and we're talking about two teams throughout their best form they've ever been, that's the grand finals you want.
Absolutely. And that's the grand finals that we're given. So we're going to be covering that tomorrow as well. And I see you thinking very deeply.
Yes.
Yeah, like let's talk about it.
We'll have sort of fact check on this, but given that we have these two teams in the final, is this maybe the final that we've had the most rookies in a way that these have never.
That
there's
is
the
a
most amount of players
discussion
that have
point for
never played a grand final before.
Could be, but that's a discussion point for tomorrow. Yeah. So we're gonna leave you guys with this cliffhanger because tomorrow we will answer the question whether or not this is the final with the most rookies here in Rainbow Six Siege X at EWC. Finals as well as third place is tomorrow. I know everybody wants to know whether G2 is finally back in prime form or whether Secret can take this away. We'll be back same time, same place. Make sure you stick around until then. No, don't, because you don't want to sit in front of your screen. But we'll see you tomorrow, guys. Have a good night.
Only getting started when it's midnight, keeping it tight. If it wanna go to war, it can get dark, but we stay bright. Coming like a night, it's on sight. Ever touch my speed? Around there, wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Hop on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. I'll fight with need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Bro like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base. How I can never act. Been trying to stack up racks on racks. Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Better chef, show and that's on me. Out here getting this beer. If you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, coming too clean. Could never move shady, ain't no feed.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? You know, I'm a madman, just can't stick to the program. Raise up the heat, keeping the tension, shifting the gear to a different dimension. Red light, speed up, take off, slide up. Hop on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. I'll fight with need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Bro like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base.
Thank you.